Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Hero System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The USJ incident had left UA shaken, and Izuku Midoriya felt utterly defeated. No one blamed him for freezing not out loud. But inside, the words stung. I was supposed to be a hero. I was supposed to help. Instead, All Might had to save me again. Late that night, while nursing his injuries and doubts, Izuku sat alone in his room, clutching the All Might notebook that had somehow survived the attack. He squeezed his eyes shut. There has to be a way. I need to be stronger. Faster. Smarter. I can't just rely on One for All to bail me out every time. A strange warmth bloomed in his chest. He gasped. The mark of One for All flickered. But it wasn't just that. In front of him, a blue translucent screen popped up. Welcome, user, Izuku Midoriya. Initializing hero system. Loading potential. 12%. 43%. 87%. Complete. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hero system. Quirk analysis. One for All detected. Personality assessment. Persistent. Selfless. Analytical. Starting bonus. Plus 5% growth rate. New skill unlocked. Analyze. Izuku stared, mouth open. Is this real? Another screen popped up. Quest. Prepare for the UA Sports Festival. Reward. 100 XP stat boost skill upgrade. Failure. Disappointment. Self-doubt. Missed opportunity. He touched the screen instinctively and instantly, new stats unfurled. Intelligence B. Stamina C. Technique C+. I'm being graded? His hand shook with fear, excitement. He didn't know. But one thing was clear. This was his chance. I will become the greatest hero, he whispered. No matter what it takes. And for the first time since the attack, he believed it. The next morning, Izuku woke up groggy. For a split second, he thought it had been a dream. The screens, the system, the impossible chance to finally grow faster. But as soon as he sat up, daily quest available, morning workout. Objective, 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 5 kilometers run. Reward, plus 1 stamina, plus 10 XP. Failure, minor penalty, minus 1 stamina. Izuku blinked. This is real. It's really happening. Outside UA dorms, 6 a.m., Izuku sprinted around the training fields, ignoring the chill air biting at his skin. He dropped into push-ups, his arms trembling, but he pushed through, eyes wild with focus. Quest progress, 70%, 90%, 100%. Quest complete. Plus 1 stamina. Plus 10 XP. New passive skill unlocked. Enduring Spirit 5% fatigue resistance. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead, chest heaving. Is this how pro heroes feel all the time? He wondered, a grin tugging at his lips. He opened the system's menu. His stats shimmered and sure enough, stamina had nudged up from C to C+. Intelligence B. Stamina C+. Technique C+. Later that day, Class 1. Midoriya, are you okay? Uraraka asked, tilting her head. You look like you fought a villain on the way to school, Ida added, adjusting his glasses. Izuku laughed nervously. Fine. Just, training hard for the sports festival. A little too hard, he thought grimly, feeling every sore muscle scream when he sat down. New quest, spar with a classmate. Bonus objective, win the match. Reward, plus 2 strength skill upgrade opportunity. He swallowed. I have to find someone to spar with. And win? His eyes darted around the room. Maybe. Uraraka? No, she'd be too kind to go all out. Maybe Ida? But his kicks are insane. Before he could decide, Bakugo slammed open the classroom door, stomping in with his usual scowl. Izuku felt the quest screen shimmer again. Optional subquest. Defeat Bakugo in a spar? Warning. Extreme difficulty. Izuku chuckled dryly to himself. Yeah, maybe not yet. That night in his room, Izuku stared at his skill tree. Branches shimmered faintly. Analyze, LV1, see weaknesses in real time. Enduring spirit, passive, minor fatigue resistance. But. Skills. Abilities. I can customize how I grow, he realized. No one else has this. Not even Todoroki or Bakugo. He clenched his fists. This time, I'll stand on the stage as more than just All Might's successor. I'll stand there as my own hero. The system dinged one last time before he fell asleep. Hidden quest activated. Surpass your limits. Condition. Achieve C rank in all base stats before the UA Sports Festival. Reward. Rare skill unlock. Izuku's heart pounded. The race had begun. And this time, he was ready to win. UA Training Grounds evening. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows over the training fields. Izuku stood alone by the practice mats, bouncing nervously on his heels. Quest active, spar with a classmate. Bonus, win for double XP and stat growth. His classmates from 1A were busy doing their own late training. I can't spar with Bakugo or Todoroki yet. I'll get wrecked, he thought. I need someone strong but not crazy. Hey, a voice called. Izuku turned and there she was. Itsuka Kendo, the big sister of Class 1B, in her training uniform, sleeves rolled up and a confident grin on her face. You look like you're itching for a fight, she said, cracking her knuckles. Wanna go around? Izuku's system chimed. Opponent found. Itsuka Kendo quirk, big fist. Estimated threat level, C+. Except spar? Yes, no. Izuku gulped then hit yes mentally. This is perfect. He bowed slightly. Be honored, Kendo-san. She chuckled. Don't go easy on me just because I'm from another class, okay? I should be saying that to you, Izuku thought grimly. Training mat start. Ready? Kendo asked. Izuku nodded. Kendo moved first, charging in with sharp footwork. She didn't use her quirk yet, just her raw martial arts skills. Izuku activated Analyze instinctively. Analyzing. Weakness detected, slight delay after right hook punch. He dodged her swing by inches, his brain processing her moves faster than before. The system fed him subtle hints, sidestep, counter left. For the first time, Izuku moved without overthinking. He ducked low, aimed a quick palm strike at her side and hit. Kendo staggered back, surprised then grinned wide. Not bad, Midoriya. She activated her quirk. Her hand grew massive, nearly the size of a small boulder. Izuku's system screamed a warning. Incoming attack, high force. Dodge recommended. He threw himself sideways just as her giant fist slammed into the mat, sending shockwaves through the ground. Her hits are no joke. 2 minutes later, sweat poured down Izuku's face. His legs ached from dodging, but he kept moving, using the system's hints to stay one step ahead. Kendo, panting a little, finally called out, all right. You win this one. She shrank her hand back and offered him a handshake. You've gotten a lot faster, she said, smiling warmly. Impressive. Izuku blushed, bowing deeply. Thank you so much, Kendo-san. Quest complete. +2 strength. +2 speed. +50 XP. Bonus achieved. Double reward. New skill unlocked. Counter-Strike LV1. Izuku's heart raced not just from the fight, but from the notification window floating in front of his eyes. I'm leveling up. I'm really getting stronger. After the spar as they parted. You should spar with me again sometime, Kendo said. You're fun to fight. Also, next time, don't hold back so much. Izuku nodded, already planning strategies in his head. Next time, I'll fight even better. He checked his updated stats before leaving. Strength C. Physic. Intelligence B. Stamina C+. Tix B. For the first time, strength and speed had climbed to C rank. And with the UA Sports Festival looming, he knew, this is just the beginning. Chapter end. Here's something fun, hope you enjoy. UA Classroom 1A, morning before the sports festival. The tension was heavy in the air. Everyone buzzed with nerves and excitement about the sports festival, talking strategies, possible matchups, dreams of glory. Izuku sat quietly at his desk, checking his system menu under the table, tweaking his skill tree. He had almost finished setting his new Counter-Strike ability when a shadow loomed over him. He looked up and froze. Shoto Todoroki stood there, hands in his pockets, his usual calm expression colder than ice. The room around them quieted. Todoroki's voice cut through the chatter. "I'm declaring it now. I will defeat you, Midoriya, at the sports festival." The silence was deafening. Even Bakugo, who had been half asleep in the corner, snapped his eyes open. Uraraka gasped quietly. Ida adjusted his glasses so fast they nearly flew off. Kaken didn't get challenged. "I did." Izuku thought, his brain scrambling to catch up. Todoroki's mismatched eyes, one cool gray, one smoldering turquoise, stared him down, no anger, no mockery. But certainty. It wasn't personal. It wasn't about friendship. It was recognition. Izuku felt something inside him spark. A few months ago, he would have stammered and shrunk into his seat. New subquest: accept the rivalry. Objective: stand tall. Accept Todoroki's challenge. Reward: +5 reputation, +10 morale. He took a deep breath, heart pounding, and stood up. "I won't go down easily, Todoroki," he said, voice steady. "I'll give you everything I have." The class murmured, some impressed, some shocked. "Oh ho!" Kaminari whistled. "Midoriya's got some fire in him." "Looks like the dark horse has guts," Jer muttered with a small smirk. Tsuyu tilted her head. "I always knew Midoriya was strong." Ribbit. Bakugo glared, sparks crackling from his palms. "Teasing diamond nerds. Like hell I'll let Icy Hot or Deku win," he growled under his breath. Meanwhile, Todoroki nodded once, as if satisfied. "Good," he said simply, then turned and walked back to his seat. The classroom exploded back into noise, everyone now buzzing about the Midoriya versus Todoroki showdown before the festival even started. Later private thoughts. Sitting at his desk, Izuku clenched his fists under the table, a grin tugging at his lips. "They're starting to see me as a real rival. Not just All Might's successor. Not just the kid who got lucky. But Izuku Midoriya, the hero in training, standing on his own 2 feet. The system chimed one last time for the morning. Hidden title unlocked. Rival of Ice and Fire. Minor buff. 5% morale boost when facing strong opponents. Izuku smiled. Bring it on. Bakugo Katsuki. Teasing, stupid Deku. Bakugo leaned against the wall near the exit of the classroom, arms crossed, teeth grinding together. What the hell was that? He saw it the way Midoriya stood there. No flinching. No stuttering. Looking Todoroki dead in the eyes, like he belonged there. Not the crybaby who used to trail behind him. Not the useless nerd he once sneered at. Bakugo's fists clenched tighter, tiny explosions sizzling in his palms. He's changing. He hated it. And somewhere deep down, he respected it. I don't care who the hell you think you are now, Deku. I'm still gonna crush you. Uraraka. But Midoriya's really. Uraraka smiled softly, fiddling with her fingers as she watched him out of the corner of her eye. There was a new energy about him lately, a steadiness she hadn't noticed before. Not just strength. Confidence. It made her chest feel funny. She pumped her fist quietly to herself. I gotta step up too. Otherwise, Midoriya's gonna leave me in the dust. Ida Tenya. Such admirable resolve, Midoriya-kun. Ida adjusted his glasses furiously, feeling a mix of pride and determination. To stand your ground when challenged by someone as powerful as Todoroki, that took more than strength. It took character. As class representative, I must ensure I too rise to the challenge. For the honor of Class 1A. Todoroki Shoto. He's different than before. Todoroki sat quietly at his desk, staring at his hand, the one that wielded ice, without hesitation. When he first saw Midoriya, he thought him reckless, timid, small. But there's something in his eyes. A refusal to yield. Todoroki flexed his fingers, frost cracking lightly across his skin. But I need strong opponents if I'm going to surpass him. And my father. Tsuyu Azui. Midoriya's always been strong, Tsuyu thought simply, resting her chin on her hand. But now others were starting to see it too. She blinked slowly. About time, ribbit. Kirishima Iger. Man, Midoriya's getting hardcore lately, Kirishima whispered to Kaminari. Totally. Kaminari whispered back. He's, like, one fight away from turning into a secret boss character. Kirishima grinned, feeling fired up. This sports festival is gonna be epic. Aoyama Yuga. Aoyama watched Midoriya with a twinkle in his eye. Ah, Midoriya. Soon you too shall sparkle like me, he thought dramatically. He clicked his teeth and struck a pose no one noticed. Class 1A silent agreement. Whether they admitted it or not, whether they understood it fully or just sensed it deep down, every student in Class 1A realized something that day. Izuku Midoriya was no longer chasing them from behind. He was standing among them. And soon, maybe even ahead, UA Sports Festival opening ceremony. The stadium was roaring. Tens of thousands of people packed the seats, banners waving, reporters shouting into cameras. Izuku stood among the ocean of students, hands fidgeting slightly at his sides. Quest active, shine at the sports festival. Objective, make it into the top bonus. Impress pro heroes. Reward, rare skill unlock. This is it, he thought, heart hammering. The world is watching. He felt eyes on him not just from the crowd, but from his classmates. Todoroki, Bakugo, Uraraka. Even Class 1B was glancing his way. He smiled faintly. Time to prove it wasn't luck. Time to show them what I can do. The obstacle course start. Go! Present Mike bellowed, his voice echoing across the arena. Immediately, chaos erupted, students sprinting, quirks flashing, dust swirling. Izuku activated Analyze instantly, paths illuminated in his vision, highlighting safe routes through the crowd. He weaved between people, dodging debris and attacks with remarkable precision. Enduring spirit eased the fatigue in his legs. Counter-Strike allowed him to deflect a random ice blast from a panicked 1B student. Quick Step, a new minor passive, enabled him to dart through gaps barely wide enough for a person. This system is incredible, he thought, a wild grin spreading across his face. XP gained, 20. Agility stat, slightly improved. First obstacle robots. The giant mech robots from the entrance exam thundered across the field. Izuku didn't hesitate. Instead of wasting time fighting, he used Analyze to identify the joints on one robot's knee, a structural weak point. He sprinted forward, leapt onto its leg, bounced off the damaged knee, and soared over the others while dozens of students struggled to fight them. Did Midoriya just parkour a battle robot? Kaminari shouted from below. Man, he's amazing. Kirishima laughed. Izuku hit the ground rolling, barely losing momentum. He was already in the top 10. Keep pushing, he thought. Second obstacle, pitfall zone. The ground was a cracked nightmare, hidden pits waiting for careless feet. Izuku slowed down, scanning carefully, but before he could find the best route, a shadow loomed ahead. Standing easily atop a cracked pillar, arms crossed and smirking down at him, was a student he recognized. Mirio Togata, the third-year powerhouse, one of the big three. What's he doing here? Izuku thought in panic. Mirio laughed brightly. Yo, Midoriya, right? They let a few of us older students enter for exhibition, he said, his voice full of cheer. Hope you don't mind a little challenge. Izuku's system pinged with urgency. Warning. Unexpected encounter. Mirio Togata, the sun-eclipsing hero. Estimated threat level? An A-rank threat. Here. Before Izuku could react, Mirio stepped off the pillar and vanished underground. New mini-quest. Survive the upperclassmen. Reward? Failure. Embarrassing defeat. Massive reputation loss. Izuku barely had time to process it before the ground beneath him rippled. He's using his quirk. He activated Quick Step on instinct, leaping sideways as Mirio burst from the ground, aiming a friendly but powerful punch. The shockwave from Mirio's missed strike flattened a pit trap nearby. The other students screamed and scrambled away. Izuku landed awkwardly but stayed on his feet. Mirio grinned at him like a proud older brother. Nice dodge. You're sharper than I thought. Izuku's legs trembled not from fear. From adrenaline. If I can hold my ground even for a moment, that'll mean something. His system dinged again. Temporary buff. Adrenaline surge plus 10% speed, plus 5% reaction time for 5 minutes. Let's go! Chapter end. Chapter end. Obstacle course pitfall zone. Dust choked the air. Cracked earth shifted underfoot. Some students had already fallen behind, while others scrambled desperately to avoid being crushed or swallowed by the hidden pits. And in the middle of it all, Mirio Togata, smiling confidently, facing Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's mind sharp and cold. I can't win in a straight fight. Not against him. Mirio wasn't just powerful, he was trained, experienced, and his quirk made him intangible at will. But he's not unbeatable. Izuku's eyes flashed. He shifted his mindset the same way he had back at the USJ, when things were dire. Cold. Analytical. Serious. Skill activated. Focused thought, LV1. Increases tactical thinking speed under high stress. Plus 10% planning speed. Izuku's rapid analysis. Mirio's weakness wasn't physical, it was timing. His quirk made him vanish, but reappearing left him exposed for a fraction of a second. He tended to charge in a straight line after phasing, using momentum to finish opponents quickly. If I can predict where he appears and trap him. Izuku's mind clicked into overdrive. The plan risky but genius. Step 1. Predict his phase-in point. Step 2. Create an artificial weak point. Step 3. Force a situation where Mirio either overshoots or miscalculates. New mini-quest, outsmart the upperclassmen. Bonus reward, unique tactical skill. The fight resumes. Mirio grinned and lunged again, phasing underground like a shark. Izuku didn't move randomly this time. Instead, he sprinted deliberately toward a cracked cluster of pillars, weak stone spires barely holding up sections of ruined flooring. Mirio shot up from underground exactly where Izuku predicted, his fist ped back. Izuku triggered it. Skill use, quick step decoy slide. He pretended to stumble, sliding to the side just as Mirio punched through the crumbling pillar. Crack. The pillar shattered and tons of debris fell instantly. Mirio's eyes widened. Because for that split second as he re-solidified to punch, he couldn't phase back quickly enough. Now, Izuku thought. He leapt forward, grabbing a chunk of debris and hurling it at the exposed Mirio. Boom. Dust exploded outward. The crowd gasped. When the dust cleared, Mirio stood, coughing slightly, hair a mess, laughing. Nice, he said, rubbing his head. You actually got me a little. Izuku panted, sweat pouring down his face. He didn't beat Mirio, not really, but he forced a draw. He survived against a powerhouse. Quest complete. Outsmart the upperclassmen. Reward, new passive skill, tactical foresight, LV1. Briefly glimpse an opponent's next move if you remain calm under pressure. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Izuku's screen flashed with the notice, but he barely processed it. Mirio laughed again and patted him on the shoulder. You're good, kid. Real good, he said warmly. Keep growing. I want to fight the real you someday, not just the you now. With that, Mirio waved and sprinted ahead effortlessly, giving Izuku the path to the next stage. Moving forward, Izuku stumbled toward the next checkpoint, battered, dusty, but smiling fiercely. The stadium buzzed word of Midoriya's standoff was already spreading. The pro heroes watching leaned forward, interest sparking in their eyes. Present Mick's voice crackled over the loudspeakers. And look at that, folks. Midoriya from Class 1A just went toe-to-toe with third-year Mirio Togata and lived to tell the tale. This kid is incredible. Inner thoughts, Izuku Midoriya. Strength is important. Speed is important. But the mind is what wins battles. He clenched his fists tighter, eyes blazing with renewed determination. I'll win. I'll keep rising. Not because of luck. Not because of some gift. Because I'm Izuku Midoriya. And he ran forward toward the future. VIP viewing box, UA Sports Festival. The air was charged with energy. Pro heroes lined the special stands, sipping drinks, chatting casually, but now, Almost all their attention was locked on the large screens replaying one scene. Izuku Midoriya vs Mirio Togata. Eraserhead, Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He watched the footage frame by frame. Midoriya analyzing the battlefield, baiting the upperclassmen, executing a perfect counter with limited resources. Not flashy. Not destructive. Smart. Aizawa sipped his coffee. He's thinking like a pro already. He allowed the smallest twitch of a smile to appear. Good. About time the others see it too. Endeavor grunted, arms crossed. Smart enough, he said. But it won't mean anything if he doesn't have power to back it up in a real fight. Still, Endeavor's intense gaze lingered on Midoriya's profile longer than necessary. He's connected to All Might somehow. And that mind. He didn't say the rest aloud. Midnight laughed, her hand covering her mouth. Oh ho ho, what a clever little trickster, she said playfully. Setting traps, playing the long game. That's rare in someone so young. Her red lipstick curled into a grin. I like them smart. She made a mental note to keep an eye on Izuku Midoriya during the festival. Maybe even request him for special classes later. Ryukyu, the gentle dragon hero, watched with a tilted head. He's small still. But there's something about him. Not just raw strength. Resolve. Intelligence. Humility. She smiled softly. This one could grow into something powerful if nurtured properly. She leaned over, murmuring to a nearby assistant, "Mark him down for observation. He's someone the Hero Public Safety Commission might want to keep tabs on." Maruko watched the replay with sharp, predatory interest. She wasn't usually one for nerds or thinkers, she liked fighters. But seeing a kid use the field like a battlefield commander? Dodging a monster like Mirio? Smirking, she kicked her feet up onto the railing. That kid's got guts. And brains. If he toughens up more, he might be worth throwing into a real brawl someday. All across the VIP box, heroes were muttering. Some impressed. Some skeptical. Some like Midnight and Ryukyu seriously considering offering Izuku internships or scouting. The boy who once blended into the background was now burning into the minds of the nation's top heroes. And the festival wasn't even halfway done yet. After the grueling obstacle course, the remaining students gathered into groups. Midnight winked playfully as she explained the rules. Teams of 2 to 4 people. Point values assigned based on placement, and Izuku, having ranked higher thanks to his performance, was a target worth 10 million points. He basically became a walking jackpot. All at once, the students backed away from him. Izuku laughed awkwardly. This is worse than I thought. A cheerful ping popped up. System message. Congratulations. You are officially public enemy. #suggested advice. Make friends fast or perish gloriously. Bonus tip. Betrayal probability among random allies, 86%. That's extremely unhelpful, Izuku groaned internally. He glanced around desperately. No Uraraka. No Ida. Most of Class 1A looked sorry for him but didn't dare approach. Class 1B students smirked. A few whispered, "I'm dead." Just when things looked hopeless, a figure stomped up. Mutters under her breath, glaring at everyone around her, came Mei Hatsum, the support course inventor. "Oi, Greenie," she grinned. "You need teammates, and I need a moving billboard for my babies. Let's team up." Before Izuku could respond, Hatsum already began strapping random gadgets to his arms and back. System alert. Warning. You are being modified. Unauthorized upgrades detected. They feel kind of cool though. Izuku's eye twitched. I guess Hatsum's. Enthusiastic. Next, a quiet hand tugged at his sleeve. It was Shizuki Ibara, the vine-haired girl from Class 1B, the super calm, super religious one. "I feel it is my duty to assist you, Midoriya," she said serenely. "You possess a righteous heart." System comment. Blessings secured. Probability of holy protection, 5%. Probability of vine-based beatdown, 95%. I'll take it. Izuku thought desperately. Finally, to everyone's shock, a loud voice yelled, "Echai nerd." It was Mina Ishido from 1A, jogging over. Pink hair wild, grin huge. I ain't letting you hog the spotlight alone, she said. Plus, you're gonna need someone with moves. She winked. You better be ready to dance, Midoriya. System message. New party member acquired, Dancing Queen. Izuku wanted to sink into the earth from embarrassment. Final team. Izuku Midoriya brains plus random gadgets, Mei Hatsum wild inventor mad mechanic Shiozaki Ibra support and defense, vine control, Mina Ashido agility and distraction expert, acid quirk. Team dynamic. Total chaos. Hatsum kept adjusting random parts of Izuku's gear mid-run. Ibra prayed quietly while tripping opponents with vines. Mina danced around, tossing acid globs like a gleeful tornado. And Izuku, stuck in the center, tried not to lose his mind. System message. Welcome to Team Disaster. Motto, win first. Apologize later. I hate you sometimes, Izuku muttered at his system. Izuku's teammates looked at him. Mina cracked her knuckles, ready to go wild. Hatsum adjusted his gear with a manic grin. Ibra folded her hands in prayer, vines writhing around her shoulders. Izuku took a breath. Serious mode engaged. No matter what, I'm going to win. Even if it's with this crazy crew. Midnight shouted, Ready Go! The cavalry battle erupted into chaos. From the sidelines, Class 1A students watched the disaster unfold. Izuku Midoriya, the guy everyone thought would team up with Uraraka. And Ito was now standing awkwardly with Mina Ashido hanging off his shoulder casually. Hatsum Mei, adjusting a weird backpack on him, way too close for comfort. Shiozaki Ibra, murmuring gentle prayers and lightly fixing his messy hair with vines. Bakugo stared. His eye twitched violently. The hell is that nerd doing? He barked, practically vibrating with rage. Why is he got Pinky Hanjin off him like that? Kirishima tried to hold back a laugh. Looks like Midoriya's popular now. Bakugo growled like a rabid dog. Todoroki blinked. What is this? Strategy? He asked quietly. Momo Yaoyorozu, beside him, shrugged helplessly. I don't think so. They all watched Mina laughing, playfully punching Izuku lightly in the arm before, to everyone's horror, she wrapped her arms around his neck from behind in a loose hug. Izuku went bright red instantly. System alert. Incoming hug attack detected. System recommendation, faint and play dead. Help, Izuku thought, frozen stiff. System comment, are you blushing? Confirmed. Emergency status, flustered nerd. System suggestion, embrace your destiny as a chick magnet. I hate you. Izuku mentally screamed at the system. Mina laughed, ruffling his hair even more. Relax, Midoriya. You're too stiff, she teased. How are we supposed to move together if you get all weird when someone touches you? Hatsum chimed in, not helping. Maybe I should strap another sensor to his chest. Monitor his heart rate. It's going crazy. Shiozaki murmured gently, eyes closed. May the Lord grant you peace in the face of temptation, young Midoriya. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red. In the distance, Bakugo shouted, Nerd! And, you traitor! Todoroki thought to himself, why does it feel like I'm the only normal person here right now? He shook his head slowly. Final system message, system announcement, you have entered status, flustered mess. Special buff, plus 5% speed, running away only. UA Sports Festival Cavalry battle start. Begin! Midnight's voice echoed across the stadium, and chaos erupted. Teams scrambled, powers clashed, and the arena transformed into a battleground. In the midst of it all, Izuku Midoriya stood still, eyes sharp and mind sharper. Despite Mina pulling on his sleeve, Hatsum shouting about gadget testing, and Ibra muttering prayers, Izuku's brain clicked into overdrive. Izuku's inner thoughts, tactical mode activated, okay. Priority 1, don't get crushed. Priority 2, defend the headband. Priority 3, attack only when the odds are in our favor. He scanned the field, not focusing on quirks but on patterns, openings, and danger zones. System message, tactical vision activated. Enemy movement prediction, 63% accuracy. Enemy weakness analysis, 72% accuracy. Izuku smirked slightly. I can work with that. Meanwhile, team disaster situation. Hatsum was trying to launch mini-rockets off his backpack. Mina was dancing around, nearly dropping him. Ibra was blocking attacks with her vines like a protective shield. Izuku yelled over the noise, "Focus!" Mina, movement support only. Ibra, defense perimeter 3 meters wide. Hatsum, stabilize the propulsion, we need a distraction, not self-destruction. They stared at him and surprisingly, they listened. Mid-battle tactical play, a team from Class 1B bigger and heavier charged forward, their leader shouting, "Get the 10 million." Izuku narrowed his eyes, dropped low, yanked Mina's arm sharply and ordered, "Left spin now." Mina pivoted perfectly, sending their entire team into a tight, sharp spin. Ibra whipped her vines outward like a rotating wall, and Hatsum fired a mini smokescreen bomb to blind their opponents. The attacking team crashed into each other and fell to the ground. The crowd roared. In the middle of this chaos, Izuku felt the familiar buzz of one for all in his limbs. It wasn't overwhelming, just a light hum. I can't just smash everything like All Might. Immediately after the cavalry battle locker rooms, Izuku walked off the field clutching the 10 million headband, heart racing. Every few steps, someone from Class 1A or 1B would either stare at him in disbelief, whisper, "Did you see that?" Or, in Bakugo's case, glare at him from across the hall. Quick reactions. Kirishima clapped him on the back so hard that Izuku stumbled. "Bro, that was manly." Mina winked, ruffling his hair. "You're officially cool now, Midoriya. Congrats." Todoroki stopped in front of him, dead serious. Everyone went silent. "You're strong. I'll beat you next time," he said calmly. Izuku, without thinking, replied, "You can try." Crowd reaction. Mina gasped loudly. Uraraka dropped her water bottle. Momo blinked rapidly, looking stunned. System alert. Spicy response detected. System comment. Well, Mr. Midoriya. Someone grew a spine overnight. Should I book you a therapist now or later when Todoroki freezes your soul? Todoroki smirked slightly, a genuine smile, then turned and walked off without a word, leaving everyone else staring at Izuku as if he were a mythical creature. Izuku's internal panic. Why did I say that? I'm not cool. I'm a disaster in green pants. But on the outside he managed to keep a tiny smirk. Cool level plus. Meanwhile, up in the stands, from where the pro heroes were watching, several reactions happened simultaneously. Midnight said, "Oh, spicy, I like him." Mirko leaned forward, arms crossed, and remarked, "Gutsy kid. Respect." Ryukyu smiled softly, adding, "Not just guts. Smart too." Unbeknownst to Izuku, he had attracted the attention of several top heroes and a few upperclassmen from the hero course, who were whispering to each other. Chaos backstage. As they all headed to the break room before the next event, things only got more intense for poor Midoriya. Mina kept hanging off his shoulder like a proud mom. Uraraka kept glancing at him, cheeks pink. Even Mei Hatsum tugged on his sleeve, talking about building them a custom hero rig together while standing too close. Izuku felt like he might explode. System message, fluster level, 88%. Warning. Dangerously close to turning into a squeaky tomato. System comment. Would you like me to initiate emergency trip and fall into girls' arms protocol? YN. Izuku mentally screamed, "Enul." System, lame. Bakugo finally snapped. "That's ITD. He stomped across the room, fury in his eyes. "You think you're hot stuff now, huh? Smirking at Todoroki? Flirting with Mina and Uraraka? Wearing that smug face." Izuku, finally regaining some composure, raised an eyebrow and said dryly, "Well, when you put it like that, I do sound kinda impressive." Everyone within earshot gasped. Bakugo literally detonated his palm in rage. Izuku found himself chased around the locker room by a furious Bakugo, while Mina laughed so hard she was in tears. Ida yelled, "This is highly inappropriate conduct," and Todoroki watched with mild confusion, as if he were observing a documentary. The system simply laughed, throwing popcorn emojis into Izuku's mental view. UA Sports Festival Tournament stage. The arena hummed with excitement. First match, Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Midoriya's mind, no one here knows. No one knows where my power came from. I have to fight like me, not like All Might. He stood tall, shoulders relaxed, green lightning barely sparking around his boots, small, controlled flickers almost unnoticeable. System comment, good boy. No Super Saiyan cosplay today. Keep it humble. Izuku almost cracked a smile. Across the field, Shinso, with messy purple hair and hands stuffed into his pockets, he appeared calm and steady, but his eyes were sharp, like a wolf watching its prey. Midnight's voice echoed, ready. Begin. Instant pressure, Izuku did not rush blindly. He moved carefully, pacing forward like a panther, coiled and ready. Shinso immediately opened his mouth to attack the mind, not the body. What's it like? Being handed everything at the last second? Born lucky after all? He asked, his tone low and bitter. Izuku bit his tongue, knowing he couldn't afford a slip. One wrong word and he would be a puppet. System warning, verbal landmines ahead. Zip it, nerd. Movement battle. Instead of answering, Midoriya sprinted, a clean, balanced movement boosted slightly by controlled bursts from his legs. Tiny flashes of power pulsed at his calves, but nowhere near All Might's explosive bursts. Still fast. Still lethal. But subtle. Tactical clash. Shinso sidestepped. Izuku tracked. Quick jabs and sweeps tested defenses. Shinso, not a trained fighter, stayed on the defensive, slipping, evading, waiting for a verbal opening. Shinso kept talking, taunting. You don't belong here. They're just pretending you're special. Even All Might can't save a loser. Those words hit hard. Izuku flinched internally, but the system yelled. System, simp detected. Don't fall for word traps. Resist. He almost laughed but swallowed it down and countered. Decisive moment. Shinso lunged, suddenly grabbing at Midoriya's wrist, hoping to elicit a reflexive response. But Izuku's instincts were sharper. He dropped low, pivoted, and threw Shinso with a swift over-the-shoulder maneuver. Dust kicked up. The crowd roared. No flashy moves. No superhuman roars. No breaking the floor. Izuku defeated Shinso with tactics, timing, willpower, not raw strength. Midnight's countdown. Winner, Izuku Midoriya. Silent victory. Izuku stood up slowly, brushing dirt from his uniform. The whispers around the stadium started. Midoriya? He's good. Real good. What is his quirk, exactly? Something with speed boosts? Reinforcement? Weird that nobody knows. But not a single person connected it to All Might. They just thought he was some late-blooming powerhouse with a strange mutation. After the match, Izuku reached down and offered Shinso his hand, the unspoken handshake of understanding. Shinso hesitated, then gripped it, tight. A bond forged in sweat and struggle. No pity, just respect. Meanwhile, hidden in the stands, All Might watched from the VIP section. He smiled faintly, hand tightening over his heart. You're doing it, young Midoriya. You're making that power yours. System comment, smirking. Secret Agent Midoriya, mission success. Next, charm a girl, win a trophy, and punch destiny in the face. Izuku. Seriously? System, oh, it gets worse. Wait till you see your next opponent. Chapter end. UA Sports Festival second round match. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. The arena was heavy with silence. Todoroki stood across the field, arms relaxed, expression blank. Steam rolled off his left side, tiny wisps of heat escaping like pressure leaks. Izuku exhaled slowly. He's serious. He's not just strong, he's calculated. Flashback to before match. In the waiting room, Todoroki had approached him. Shoto calm, chilling. I will beat you. You're strong. But you're in my way. Izuku's reply, calm but a little sassy. You can try, pretty boy. System screeching. Who gave you permission to be sassy? Wait, I'm so proud? Izuku. Shut up. He blushed faintly. Match begins. Midnight's voice snapped. Ready. Begin. Todoroki moved instantly. An explosion of ice surged across the ground, sharp, jagged spears racing at Midoriya's feet. But Izuku was faster. A mini boost to the left. A leap over a spike. A shoulder roll, barely dodging a frozen blade that could have caused serious injury. Tactical mode, online. Izuku's thought process. He aims to corner me. Box me in. Push me toward the walls. Less mobility. I need open space. Make him waste energy. Izuku countered smart. Never moving in straight lines. Forcing Todoroki to constantly readjust his aim. Quick punches against the ground to shatter smaller ice patches, creating uneven footing. Spectators' reactions. Midoriya's reading him like a book. Is he a combat strategist? He's not even using overwhelming power, just outplaying. Todoroki frowned slightly. His attacks became sharper. More brutal. A wall of ice exploded upward, but Izuku predicted it. He boosted over it, kicking off the side to launch himself at Todoroki's exposed side. First real clash. Izuku's fist skimmed Todoroki's shoulder enough to crack the ice armor forming there. Todoroki skidded back, surprised. Todoroki's thought, internal. He's different. Not reckless like Bakugo. Not arrogant like others. He's terrifyingly precise. System gremlin moment, during fight. System. Tactical nerd powers activate. Now hit him with the Uno reverse card. Izuku, internally groaning. You are not helping. Mid-fight escalation. Todoroki clenched his fists and the fire side flared for a second. The whole stadium gasped. But Todoroki quickly cut it off, rage flickering behind his eyes. Izuku caught it. He realized Todoroki was rejecting half of himself. Izuku's mind. He's fighting with half his strength, because of pride. Because of his father. Sassy Izuku moment, couldn't resist. In the middle of dodging another ice spike, Izuku called out, grinning. Izuku, loud enough for only Todoroki to hear. Hey! Frostbite Prince, you know you're allowed to use the warm side, right? Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists even harder, heat leaking from his left side uncontrollably. Final clash. Ice shot out. Izuku ducked, rolled, and countered with a hard right hook to Todoroki's ribs. Not enough to break but enough to stun. Todoroki gasped and fire exploded outward in a massive wave. Midoriya boosted backward instantly, skating across the broken ice field, barely avoiding a burn. Standing across from each other. Both boys breathing heavily. Both marked by the battle. Neither backing down. Midnight raised her arm. Time. Result. Draw by stalemate. Both fighters advanced to semifinals by points earned. The crowd lost their minds. Post-battle moments. Todoroki bowed slightly to Midoriya, stiff, but respectful. Midoriya nodded back, face bruised, arms trembling slightly, but grinning like a lunatic. System. That's my boy. Tactical Chaos Gremlin, first of his name. After the match, Mei Hatsum cornered him. Mei, grinning brightly. Hey, Midoriya-kun. You move really well under pressure. You'd be perfect for testing my new jet boots. Oh, and maybe we should, go out for tea after you win the whole tournament. Izuku, redder than a ripe tomato. B-boots. I am tea. System, snickering. Ohoho nerd, Desia stopped responding. Final private moment, All Might plus Izuku. Later, hidden behind the stadium under a quiet, shaded corridor, All Might approached. Still in his skinny form, wearing a hoodie and hat. He smiled, tired but proud. All Might quietly. You're doing better than I ever hoped, young Midoriya. Izuku, soft, a little overwhelmed. I'm just doing my best, All Might. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. All Might, serious. You're not just carrying my power. You're making it yours. A beat of silence. Then for just a moment All Might pulled him into a brief, proud hug. A silent, heavy I'm proud of you, son kind of hug. System, whispering, respectful for once. Good job, kid. You deserve this. UA Sports Festival Semi-Final Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Ibara Shizuki, Vine Hero, Maria. Midoriya's thought process, entering field. Focus. Vines. Limited range. Probably tries to bind me. Weakness, fire, mobility, rapid strikes. System, tactical mode activated. Permission to deploy, witty comebacks subroutine. Izuku, sighing internally, no. Shut up. Across the field, Ibara Shizuki stood calm and prayerful, vines curling gently around her shoulders. She looked almost peaceful. But Izuku wasn't fooled. Midnight's whip cracked. Begin. Instant assault. Vines lashed out like snakes. Izuku backflipped away, using tiny bursts of energy to stay light on his feet. He wasn't just dodging, he was analyzing. Observation, her vines tracked movement, not sound. They were stronger when rooted into the ground. If he kept moving and broke the ground, he could weaken her. Izuku's counterplan, stay mobile. Force her to overextend. Shatter her anchor points with focused, low-powered strikes. Execution. He zipped in close, faked left, and smashed the ground near her vines. The vines snapped like rubber bands. Ibara blinked, momentarily stunned. Izuku didn't hesitate. A clean, non-lethal tackle sent her sprawling out of bounds before she could react. Victory. Izuku Midoriya advances to finals. Crowd reaction. He's like a chess master out there. No wasted movement. He's making it look easy. Girls' reaction danger zone expanding. Mei Hatsum, screaming from the stands, "Marry me, Midoriya." Momo Yaoyorozu, blushing behind her hands, "He's so strategic." Mina Ishido, elbowing Gyre, "Why is that kind of brain power kinda cool?" Bachako Uraraka, heart thumping wildly, "Midoriya, you're amazing." System, chaotic little gremlin, warning, you have entered the flustered chick magnet zone. Evacuation not possible. Good luck, nerd. Izuku, panicking internally, abort mission, abort, abort, abort. Meanwhile, Todoroki vs Bakugo semifinal. Their match was intense. Bakugo barely beat Todoroki, forcing him to use both ice and fire through sheer overwhelming aggression. Bakugo advanced, furious, eyes locked on Midoriya. Finals announced. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Backstage, Izuku leaned against a wall, breathing steadily. The system, sensing his tension, offered rare genuine advice. System, calmer, don't lose yourself in his fire. Win your way, not his way. Izuku smiled faintly. My way. Unexpected visitor, Mei Hatsum. She burst into the hallway, goggles pushed up, hands full of gadgets. Mei, hey boyfriend. Catch. She chucked a small device at him, a tiny lightweight shield attachment for his forearm. Izuku, catching it awkwardly, boyfriend? System, cry laughing, and so it begins. Mei, grinning, no shame, hey, a genius like you deserves good gear. And maybe a dinner date later if you win. Izuku, so red he could rival a tomato. Mei just winked and bolted, leaving Izuku standing there, shield in hand, brain completely fried. Final match walking into the arena. The crowd roared louder than ever. Two boys. Two forces. One fight. Across the field, Bakugo. Seething. Grinning savagely. Explosions popping in his palms. Midnight's voice boomed, "Final match, begin." The tension in the stadium was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Bakugo was practically vibrating with rage, small explosions popping off his palms. Across from him, Izuku stood relaxed, hands loose, expression unreadable, eyes sharp like daggers. Izuku's thought process. Bakugo's strength lies in aggression. He's an explosive, forward-moving storm. But storms are predictable. System, soft ping, analyzing opponent. Plan Omega activated, break the boom boy's brain. Izuku smirked faintly. Let's go then. Midnight's voice cracked through the air. Final match begin. Bakugo charged forward, his right hook explosive with energy. In an instant, he was upon Izuku. Izuku didn't move. He waited until the last possible second, then sidestepped as if avoiding an unsteady dancer. Bakugo's punch missed wildly, causing him to stumble slightly, unbalanced. Izuku, smirking, called out, "All that noise. And no aim, Kaken?" The crowd erupted. Who? Midoriya's taunting him? He's not even fighting back, he's dismantling him. Bakugo, furious, unleashed a massive explosion toward the ground to propel himself upward, attempting to rain chaos from above. Izuku analyzed his move. His aerial control is good, but not perfect. He's vulnerable in midair. Counter. Izuku boosted slightly upward, meeting Bakugo halfway, and grabbed his wrist mid-explosion. Using Bakugo's own momentum, Izuku executed a swift judo throw, sending him crashing onto the arena floor. Dust exploded upward. Aizawa, watching silently, thought, he didn't just outmuscle him. He outmaneuvered him. Midoriya, you're evolving fast. Bakugo growled, scrambling to his feet. Stop looking down on me, damn it. Izuku tilted his head, his voice cold yet almost pitying. I'm not looking down on you, Kaken. He raised his hands slightly loose, ready. I'm just looking past you. The crowd gasped. Oh my god. Midoriya just disrespected him in the most epic way. Someone check on Bakugo's pride, it's dead. System, in awe, whispered, holy cow. You're terrifying. Bakugo charged again, wild and furious. He wasn't thinking, just reacting. Izuku saw it all unfold like a slow-motion film. Every movement predictable. Every explosion sloppy. Izuku executed his tactics. Dodge left. Trip his footing. Redirect his blast backward. Blind his line of sight with dust. Bakugo began to fight himself without even realizing it. Izuku's final play. Bakugo lunged desperately, only for Izuku to step inside his guard and place 2 fingers against his chest. Izuku quietly declared, checkmate. With a light boost, a mini shockwave sent Bakugo off his feet. Not needing to hurt him, just enough to tip him backward, where he landed on the ground, stunned, arms splayed wide. Midnight, stunned, then raising her arm, announced, Bakugo knocked out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival. The stadium erupted, cheering, screaming, chanting his name. Reactions. All Might, emotional, whispered, you didn't just inherit my strength, kid. You're building your own legend. Aizawa, stoic but proud, added, not bad, problem child. Not bad at all. Meanwhile Bakugo, lying on the ground, staring at the sky, broken, confused, not by physical pain, but by the realization. Midoriya, he surpassed me. Post-match private moment. As Izuku was led backstage for awards, the system suddenly grew very quiet. Izuku, sensing the mood, asked, System? You okay? System, serious for once, replied, yeah, I'm just proud of you, kid. The beat. System, softly, added, today, you didn't need power to win. You won because you became power. Izuku smiled quietly to himself. Thanks, partner. The system, half teasing, half sincere, remarked, now don't get cocky, nerd. I'm still better looking than you. Izuku laughed, bruised, tired, but happy. Yeah, whatever you say. The dust had barely settled on the UA Sports Festival. Izuku, still bruised but riding the high of victory, barely had time to breathe before he was pulled into the swarm of scouts. Teacher's Lounge, temporary headquarters. A massive screen displayed Midoriya's matches. Agency after agency had their eyes locked onto one name. Izuku Midoriya. He's brilliant tactically. Did you see how he dismantled Bakugo without even using raw power? Sign him immediately. That brain is more dangerous than half of our current heroes' quirks. Meanwhile, in the hallways, Izuku trudged along, half exhausted, half hiding from pro-hero recruiters literally trying to tackle him. The system, as always, was having the time of its life. System, cackling, exclaimed. Run, nerd, run. You're famous now. Izuku grumbled. You're supposed to help me, not live stream my suffering. Encounter, Shoto Todoroki. Around a corner. Cool air swept through the hall. Standing there was Shoto Todoroki, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Shoto flatly stated, "You fought differently against Bakugo." Izuku shrugged casually. "I fight smarter, not harder." He offered a small, smug smile that had no right being that confident on his still healing face. Shoto stepped closer. "You didn't use full power against me." His mismatched eyes burned into Izuku's soul, intense, almost challenging. Izuku met his gaze, cool as ice. "You didn't either." A beat of silence. The tension between them was almost visible, crackling like a live wire. Shoto, after a moment, smirked faintly. "I look forward to next time, Midoriya." He turned and walked away. But there was a respect there that hadn't existed before. Maybe even a new rivalry forged in the fires of tactical warfare. System, snickering, teased. "Is it just me, or did the Ice Prince just kind of flirt with you, boss?" Izuku, mortified, replied, "That's not flirting." "Right." Meanwhile, elsewhere, somewhere across the stadium, two girls were watching the green-haired tactician very closely. Momo Yaoyorozu adjusted her jacket slightly, her face lightly flushed. "Midoriya-san. He's incredible under pressure." Beside her, Mina Ishido grinned mischievously. "Momo, you're staring awfully hard. You sure you're not about to start a study group with him?" Momo sputtered, embarrassed, but she didn't deny it. Others noticed too. The subtle shift in how Midoriya was viewed. Not a sidekick. Not a side character. A rising star. Nightfall dorms. Later that evening, after dodging about 12 agency invitations and escaping an impromptu Midoriya fan club forming, Izuku collapsed onto his bed. System, mocked solemnly. "You've ascended, boss. King of simps. Emperor of tactical sass. Protector of green hair." Izuku, groaning into his pillow. "Why are you like this?" But deep inside, a seed had been planted. A new era had begun. And Izuku Midoriya was no longer just Deku. He was something else now. A symbol in his own right. Chapter end. The morning after the festival felt surreal. Izuku walked into homeroom, dodging more looks, more whispers, and about 3 spontaneous high fives from classmates who usually forgot he existed. He slumped into his seat, blinking sluggishly. "System, my concern." "Boss. Are you okay? You're acting like a tired potato." Izuku, deadpan. "I am a tired potato." The system gasped. Actual, honest-to-God gasp. "You're learning from me." Homeroom. Aizawa stood at the front, looking half dead as usual, wrapped tightly in his capture scarf like a very angry burrito. Without preamble, he clicked a remote. The projector lit up the screen behind him, revealing a giant spreadsheet. Offers received. Some students got a few offers. Some got dozens. And then, Midoriya, Izuku, 372 offers. The room went silent. Like, dead silent. Like even the air molecules gave up trying to move. Kirishima. Gaping. "Bro. You're like top of the food chain now." Mina, elbowing Momo slyly. "Momo, your crush just went platinum." Momo's entire face turned scarlet red. She desperately tried to pretend the ceiling was fascinating. Meanwhile, Ochako peeked sideways at Izuku, fidgeting slightly, cheeks pink. "Midoriya-kuns. Amazing." Aizawa, monotone. "Congratulations. You have roughly the number of agencies offering to adopt a small country. You'll all be choosing where you intern next." He clicked the screen again, handing out packets. Izuku's packet was about 2 inches thick. The system whistled. "That's not an internship list. That's a harem application." Izuku, with absolutely zero hesitation. "Guess I'm popular. Must be the hair." The system froze. A genuine, stunned silence. System, whispering, awestruck. "You sassed first." Izuku grinned. "Wicked. Smooth. Playful. What's wrong? Cat got your processor?" System, dramatic crying noises. My baby's all grown up. You're evolving into a smartass. Cue digital sobbing in the background. Izuku chuckled under his breath, flipping casually through the offers like a man on a throne of victory. Meanwhile, across the room, a group of girls, Mina, Momo, Jairu, and even Hagakure, invisibly, were all glancing at him from time to time, whispering and giggling. It wasn't just admiration anymore. It was intrigue. Mina, teasing that Midoriya could start his own hero agency and we'd all join. Momo, sputtering. That's not appropriate to say. Smirking. Honestly though? I'd sign up. Guys got serious commander energy now. Lunch break. Izuku sat outside under a tree, eating in peace. For about 3 seconds before a figure flopped down next to him. Mina. Bright grin, practically radiating mischief. So, Midoriya. He looked at her warily mid-bite. You ever think about starting a fan club? Asking for a friend. That friend is me. Izuku, without missing a beat, sass dial cranked to max. Depends. Would you be president or vice president? Mina, beaming. Both. And treasurer. And secretary. System, softly, emotionally. My child. My wonderful, sarcastic warlord. Izuku, grinning. Next step, tactical world domination. And for once, for one beautiful, chaotic afternoon, there was no darkness. No villains lurking. Only laughter, opportunity. And a new green tactician ready to rise even higher. After 2 whole days of poring over internship offers, Izuku still hadn't picked one. His classmates were buzzing about where they'd go, Yaoyorozu aiming for a top strategist agency, Todoroki already fielding cold invitations from prestigious pros. Izuku though? He kept flipping his options with a frown. None of these felt right. System, cheerful but firm. You're stalling, boss. You can't just pick based on which logo is coolest. Izuku, grumbling. I need somewhere that'll actually help me with one for all, not just parade me around. Just then Aizawa approached. Midoriya. Someone left a personal request for you. He handed over a single, small envelope, not an agency flyer. The name on the front? Gran Torino. Izuku blinked. Gran Torino? Wait, the guy All Might mentioned? System, eyes widening. That's sensei. Izuku, serious now. Then, this is fate, isn't it? He filled out the paperwork that afternoon, officially choosing Gran Torino. The second he turned it in, something changed in the air. Like a lock turning in a massive invisible door. Later, dorms. Packing his bag for the internship, Izuku felt strangely nervous. The system, normally a little gremlin, was surprisingly gentle. System, softly. You're scared. It's okay to be scared. But trust me, you're ready. Izuku, half smiling. Even if I mess up? System. Especially then. You learn faster than anyone else. For once, it wasn't a sarcastic jab or a teasing poke. It was just real, unconditional faith. Train ride to Gran Torino City. Izuku sat by the window watching the scenery blur by. System, light teasing. Don't trip walking into his house, boss. Izuku, smirking. Please. I'm a professional now. System, mock gasp. Who are you and what have you done with my awkward son? Izuku laughed out loud, drawing a few curious looks from passengers. Arrival, Gran Torino's home. He knocked nervously. The door creaked open and there stood a wrinkled, tiny old man covered in microwave meals and wearing an ancient hero costume. Gran Torino, wheezing chuckle. You're the kid Toshinori sent? Hope you're not as foolish as he was at your age. Izuku stiffened. System, in his head, absolutely losing it. He just called All Might dumb to your face. Izuku, internally screaming, outwardly bowing politely. I'll do my best, sir. Training begins. Gran Torino wasted no time. He pounced. Literally. Izuku had to dodge, roll, and scramble to avoid being knocked across the living room. System, frantic, laughing. Move, you're gonna die to a grandpa. Through dizzying practice, Gran Torino's lesson became clear. You're thinking about it too much. You have to feel it. Move with it. Make it instinct. That night, after surviving, Izuku collapsed onto the floor, panting hard. His hands glowed faintly with power. System quietly, proudly. You're getting it, boss. Little by little. You're sinking with one for all. Izuku, smiling tiredly. Thanks for not letting me give up. System, sassy but affectionate. I mean, sure, I thought about installing a coward mode app, but nah. You're too cool for that now. Izuku chuckled. Underneath the exhaustion, underneath the bruises, there was hope. There was growth. There was power waking up. Chapter end. Izuku Midoriya had survived his first day under Gran Torino. Barely. Day 2 began with Gran Torino standing atop the couch, arms crossed, staring Izuku down like a hawk. Gran Torino, gruff. You're locking up again, kid. Stop treating the power like it's a time bomb. Izuku, frustrated. If I use it wrong, it could still hurt my body. Gran Torino sighed. He didn't yell. He didn't even look angry. Disappointed. Gran Torino, calmly. You want to be a symbol? You have to trust your body. Not think about breaking but about moving. Training. Physical drills. Gran Torino attacked relentlessly, forcing Izuku to dodge, react, and move without overthinking. At first, Izuku stumbled. Tripped. Hesitated. System, internally. Breed boss. Think less about surviving. Think about dancing. The moment that changed everything. A kick came faster than Izuku's eye could track. Instinct raw and wild kicked in. Power flooded his limbs. Not all at once. Not explosively. Just enough. His muscles lit up, flowing with energy like a current. Izuku zipped sideways with a blur of green lightning. Gran Torino, grinning like a maniac. Now you're getting Udaman brat. System, losing its mind. Full cowling unlocked. Let's go. Izuku, panting, but smiling wide. It didn't hurt. Gran Torino. Because you finally respected the power. Not fought it. Laying on a futon, bruised and battered, Izuku stared at the ceiling. System, softly. Proud of you, boss. Izuku, quiet. It's not enough yet. There's still so much more to do. He flexed his hand, tiny crackles of green lightning dancing across his skin. System, teasing. Don't worry. We'll get you to shockingly cool hero levels by next week. Meanwhile, across Hosu City, unbeknownst to Izuku, chaos was brewing. A certain vigilante, Stain, the hero killer, was moving. Others, darker ones, whispered in the alleys. But that wasn't Izuku's concern yet. Right now, he had one mission, master one for all. Control it. Become the hero he promised All Might he would be. Night fell hard over Hosu City. Izuku Midoriya stood by the window of Gran Torino's small apartment, feeling a growing unease prick at the back of his neck. System, low, serious tone. Warning bells, boss. Something's wrong tonight. And then it happened. A loud explosion shattered the stillness. A distant train derailment shook the city. Gran Torino moved faster than thought. Stay here, kid. But Izuku? Izuku ran toward the chaos. System, warning. Be smart, boss. You're not invincible yet. Izuku, gritting his teeth. I'm not running away either. As he bounded across rooftops, Izuku's phone buzzed. A message from Ida. A single location pin dropped on the map. System, sharp. Hosu back alleys. No time to hesitate. Meanwhile, Hosu alleyways. Ida Tenya stood face to face with Stain, the hero killer. His brother's attacker. His body screamed to run, but rage rooted him in place. Stain, come cold. You're no hero. Just a selfish child playing justice. The first slash came fast. Ida barely blocked it, but he was outclassed. Badly. Izuku arrives. Green lightning burst through the alley as Izuku landed hard, cracking the ground under his feet. Stain's eyes narrowed. Another pest. System, rapid fire. Analyze, short swords. Paralysis quirk via blood. Overwhelming close quarters expert. Do not get cut. Izuku stealing himself. Understood. Stain, grinning slightly. You're different from the last one. You've got Diaspilin. Without warning, Stain lunged. Combat begins. Izuku activated full cowling instantly energy sparking off him in violent flickers. 10% power. He moved just in time, Stain's blade slicing the air inches from his throat. Izuku didn't just dodge, he redirected Stain's momentum, using his footwork to twist around and launch a calculated counterstrike. A heavy punch aimed to stun, not harm. System, approving. Perfect angle. Force him to expose his side. Stain blocked but stumbled slightly. Izuku's mind raced. I can't beat him head-on. I have to outthink him. He feinted left then sprang off a wall behind him, twisting midair to deliver a sharp kick. Stain blocked again, but grunted this time. He was feeling it. Ida, panting and shocked, exclaimed, Midoriya. Before Stain could recover, another figure shot into the alley, leaving a trail of ice behind him. It was Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki, calm and focused, stated, backup has arrived. The battlefield shifted into a triangle, Izuku harassing Stain with speed and feints, Todoroki using precise ice blasts to block Stain's movements, and Ida recovering, readying himself. The system suggested, plan suggestion, herd him toward a dead end. Izuku grinned and replied, on it. They worked like a unit. Not perfectly but tactically. Izuku baited Stain's attacks, Todoroki froze off the escape routes, and Ida protected Todoroki's blind spots. Stain tried to cut Izuku a shallow graze across his sleeve but Izuku dodged back instantly, remembering the paralysis quirk. The system warned sharply, blood exposure, minimal. Not infected. Move. Todoroki laid down thick walls of ice, slowing Stain. Izuku dashed around them like a green blur, forcing Stain into a tighter and tighter space. No freedom of movement meant no victory. In the final exchange, Stain roared and surged forward for a last attack. Izuku planted his feet, focused, and channeled full cowling through every muscle, not wildly, not violently but perfectly measured. With a single punch, he aimed for Stain's shoulder, not his face. Disarm. Disable. Don't kill. Stain's blade clattered to the ground. Todoroki followed up, freezing Stain's legs in a thick web of ice. Ida pinned him with his own strength, overcoming the fear and rage that had paralyzed him before. It was over. They had done it. Izuku stood there, panting, hands trembling slightly. The system softly remarked, you did it, boss. You fought smarter. And you won. But victory was short-lived. From above, something monstrous stirred. One of the Nomu, bloodthirsty and howling, descended toward them. Izuku barely had time to move. But before it could strike, a blur of red, white, and blue smashed into the beast, sending it flying. All might. He looked at Izuku with a fierce, proud smile. You held the line, young Midoriya. And in that moment, seeing his mentor and feeling the weight of his comrades beside him, Izuku Midoriya realized. This is what being a hero means. Not strength alone. Not rage. Not revenge. But standing even when afraid. Even when outmatched. Fighting not for yourself but for others. Hosu City was still smoldering by the time the dust settled. The Nomu were defeated. Stain had been officially captured. But the real chaos? The paperwork. Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida sat stiffly in the pro-hero's temporary command center. Their uniforms were torn, their faces bruised, and their bodies aching, but the adrenaline had worn off, leaving nothing but heavy exhaustion and the realization of what they'd just done. A pro-hero paced in front of them, clipboard in hand. You three operated without permission. You engaged a dangerous villain. You nearly got yourselves killed. There was a heavy pause. The system dryly commented, gee, thanks, Officer Buzzkill. We'll add almost murdered to our resume. Izuku barely restrained a smirk, thinking not now, not now. The pro-hero side. And if you hadn't, more people would be dead tonight. He set the clipboard down. Good work. But officially, we'll say you assisted licensed heroes. Ida bowed stiffly, thank you for your leniency. Todoroki gave a stoic nod, understood. Izuku replied with deadpan sass, Appreciate it, officer. I'll be sure to accidentally assist again if needed. The system internally lost it. Boom. The sass is strong with this one. The pro-hero gave him a long, suspicious look. Izuku smiled innocently, knowing he absolutely was not innocent. Later that night, as they sat outside the hospital waiting for news about Native and the injured, a strange, thoughtful silence settled over the three of them. Ida quietly said, "Midoriya, Todoroki, thank you. I was blinded by revenge." "If you hadn't come," Izuku interrupted with casual sass, "you would have been skewered like a bad shish kebab. Not a good look for a future CO hero." Ida choked, and Todoroki actually coughed into his fist to hide a smirk. The system wheezed internally, tactical sassing, level up. Izuku, more serious now, smiled gently, "We've got your back, Ida. Always." The stars above Hosu flickered faintly. The distant sounds of sirens faded. It was a small, simple moment of peace between battle-scarred boys who chose to stand for others. Returning to UA, word had spread fast. Class 1A awaited them outside the dormitories, pretending they weren't loitering awkwardly. As Izuku approached, bruised but upright, an immediate onslaught hit him. Uraraka, flushing red and worried, exclaimed, "Deku, are you okay? You look like you fought a whole army." Mina Ashido waved frantically, "You're like a war hero now." Tsu blinked and said, "Karo, very cool. Very reckless." Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. With a half grin and half sass, he replied, "You know me. Can't even trip without saving a few lives on the way down." The system wheezed, "Who gave you this level of confidence?" Mina suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his hands. "You're way more badass than we thought, Midoriya." Izuku went bright red from hairline to collar. The system mockingly chimed in, "Smooth, Casanova. Real smooth. First you break villains, now you're breaking hearts." Izuku mentally screamed, "Shut you up." Bakugo stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, scowling so hard it looked like his face might implode. Their eyes locked for a brief second. Bakugo gritted his teeth and said, "Show-off nerd." Izuku casually shrugged and replied, "Sorry. Some of us multitask." System, stunned. "Who are you and where is the stuttering potato I met?" Even Aizawa, wrapped in his scarf like a very tired burrito, gave a slow blink of approval. Aizawa's gruff. "Not bad, problem child. Don't get cocky." Later, phone. Izuku stood on the dormitory balcony, staring into the dark night sky. All Might's voice echoed from earlier. "You held the line, young Midoriya." The weight of it sank deeper now. This wasn't just a fluke. This was the beginning. The beginning of him truly becoming a hero, not by copying someone else, but by being himself. System, quiet, warm. "I'm proud of you, boss." Izuku, smiling, whispering back, "I'm proud of me too." The green lightning sparked at his fingertips, tiny and steady. No explosions. No injuries. Just control. Chapter end. UA High buzzed like a hive under siege. The announcement had come down. Final exams. Written tests. Practical tests. Surprise twists. Everyone scrambled. Izuku sat calmly at his desk, tapping a pen lightly against his notebook. System, dramatic whisper. Final boss music intensifies. Kaminari was panicking 3 seats over. Kaminari, wailing. "I'm going to be expelled. I'll have to become a rock star or something." Izuku, without looking up, deadpan. "You'd need a personality first." System, cackling. "Oh my god, you just ended him." Kaminari clutched his chest like he'd been shot. Pikachu down. The written exam. The tests hit hard: math, science, hero law, quirk theory. Students groaned. Izuku? He flipped through each section like he was idly reading a magazine. System, impressed. Tactical brain engaged, flawless. Izuku didn't just memorize, he analyzed. He saw patterns. Predicted question styles. Strategized time usage. By the end, he finished with 20 minutes to spare, leaned back, and started doodling battle formations in the margins. Aizawa, watching from the front, blinking slowly. Since when is this kid terrifying? The practical exam, plot twist. Aizawa addressed the class, voice dry as sandpaper. Your opponents won't just be robots this time. You'll be fighting us. The class exploded into chaos. Mina, horrified. You mean teachers? Aoyama, fainting dramatically. We're going to die. System, rubbing metaphorical hands together. Oh boss. This is your throne. Time to go full Sun Tzu. Pairings were announced. Izuku blinked. I'm paired with Bakugo. System, gleeful gasp. Oh, this is going to be delicious chaos. Their opponent? All Might. System, softly. We might be in trouble. The strategy session. Bakugo immediately started shouting. Bakugo, furious. I'm not teaming up with Deku. I'll blast my own way through All Might. Izuku calmly, full sass. And I'll write, here lies Kaken, death by ego, on your tombstone. The room went silent. Bakugo looked like he might explode. Even Aizawa blinked from where he was watching on camera. System, snickering. Lethal sass shot confirmed. Target critically wounded. But Izuku stood firm. He planted his feet, voice sharp but cool. You can't beat All Might in a straight fight. We can't win by attacking. We win by outmaneuvering. By making him waste energy. By using the field. Bakugo, gritting his teeth. Teeth fine. Izuku, grinning slightly. Look at that. You can be reasoned with. System, boss. You are officially unstoppable. The exam fight. The cityscape training field loomed huge before them. Tension. All Might's laughter echoed like thunder. Come at me, young heroes. Bakugo immediately blasted forward. Izuku was ready. Using calculated paths, he herded Bakugo's blasts into collapsing parts of the environment, creating barriers. Not attacking All Might but buying time. Slowing him down. All Might bulldozed through debris, but even he couldn't fight physics. Falling beams, narrowed alleys, deliberate choke points. Izuku orchestrated it all with precision. System, rapid feed. Next alley left. Trip wire ready. Force him to block sight lines. Izuku shouted directions to Bakugo mid-battle and, miraculously, Bakugo obeyed, while cursing the whole time. A flash of green lightning and controlled explosions tore through the fake city, dancing around the symbol of peace. All Might slowed. Even he, in his weakened state, was burning energy too fast. That was when Izuku sprang the final trap. A crumbling building collapsed behind them, cutting All Might off. Izuku and Bakugo sprinted through the gate. Victory. Tactical. Efficient. Brilliant. System, proud scream. Tactical supremacy, achieved. Standing there, breathing hard, Bakugo still looked furious. But he didn't say anything. Because deep down, he knew they would have lost without Izuku's brain. All Might grinning widely. Excellent work, Midoriya. You used strategy worthy of a top hero. Izuku just wiped sweat off his brow, exhausted but grinning. Izuku, sassy drawl. Told you. Brains and brawn both have their place. Even Aizawa, grumpy, half asleep, perpetually unimpressed, gave a slight nod. Welcome to real hero work. And in the system's interface, a new notice flashed brightly. New title unlocked. Tactical Genius. Skill boost, combat strategy plus 25%. Izuku Midoriya, the green tactician, had arrived. And he wasn't going anywhere. Final exams, a test of mind, body, and spirit. For Class 1A, it had turned into a battlefield. After Midoriya and Bakugo's stunning and frankly ridiculous victory against All Might, the rest of the class had stepped up to their exams. And the rumors had already started. Whispering. Midoriya actually planned every move. Kirishima thought. Dude fought All Might with strategy. Mina, smirking. I told you he's a secret badass. Even Todoroki, usually as unreadable as ice, watched Izuku more thoughtfully now. Todoroki, thinking. Midoriya. He's changed. No, he's revealing what was always there. Meanwhile, Izuku? He was currently sitting against a wall, watching the other fights on the monitors, notebook in hand, chewing on a pen. Calculating. Learning. System, odd whisper. You've gone full war general boss. I'm in tears. Observing the scene on screen, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu faced off against Aizawa. Aizawa was relentless, efficient in his movements. Yaoyorozu hesitated for a moment, but Todoroki cast a brief glance at the camera before returning his focus to his partner. Izuku noticed it immediately. He's trying to make her lead, he muttered with a half-smirk. The system responded with a snort. Look at you, reading people like open books. Sure enough, Yaoyorozu regrouped, devised a solid plan, and together they managed to escape. It was a victory achieved through strategy rather than sheer strength. From the control booth, Aizawa watched with his arms crossed. Midoriya's influence is spreading faster than expected. A flicker of pride shone in his tired eyes, hidden beneath layers of exhaustion. Later, during the debrief, Class 1A stood before their teachers, eagerly awaiting their final exam results. Barely pass. And then, Midoriya and Bakugo, pass, high marks. The class erupted into murmurs. Kaminari looked as if he might faint again. Midoriya's secretly a genius assassin. We're all doomed, he groaned. Mina, grinning and elbowing him, replied, called it. The system beamed, they finally respect you. Bakugo grumbled, it was a fluke. Izuku shot back with a sweet smile and a hint of sass, of course. Accidentally beating All Might. Happens to everyone. Bakugo visibly short-circuited, and Kirishima coughed violently to stifle his laughter. Even present Mike let out a strangled woo from the teacher's side. Aizawa muttered to himself, he's going to be a nightmare for villains. Midnight added with a grin, and a heartbreaker for the girls. Izuku, oblivious to the latter comment, was too busy internally cheering as the system popped up another notification. New skill, on-the-fly tactical adaptation. Boost to rapid analysis plus improvised strategy. The system proudly declared, you are a machine, boss. Izuku thought to himself, I'm just trying not to trip and embarrass myself, honestly. After the exams, Class 1A collapsed around the common room, utterly exhausted. Without warning, Mina flopped dramatically onto Izuku's lap, arms spread wide. Midoriya, save me. You're the class tactician now. Tactic me up some snacks, she groaned. Izuku blushed deeply, frozen in place. The system was having a field day. Look at you. Lady Killer. Uraraka, blushing and mumbling, added, why did amazing, Deku. I'm really proud of you. Caught between blushing and short-circuiting from the praise, Izuku decided to respond with some sass. Guess I'll have to open a consulting business. Midoriya Tactical Solutions, saving your quirk and your snacks. The system howled, sass overload. He's too powerful. The room erupted into laughter. For the first time in a long while, Izuku laughed too. Not nervously or while hiding, but with pride and happiness. The green tactician wasn't just surviving anymore, he was thriving. Summary of the chaos so far. Canon, preserved but enhanced. Izuku, evolving into the full hero tactician he's meant to be. Sass level, dangerous. System, proud gremlin. Class 1, slowly realizing Izuku might just be the scariest member of the class, in the best way. Chapter end. All Might smiled warmly at Izuku after class, handing him an envelope. Young Midoriya, I'd like you to accompany me to Island for a special event. Izuku internally screamed, play it cool. Play it cool. Play it cool. Externally, he smiled awkwardly, oh of course, All Might. I'd be honored. The system screeched like a fan at a concert, we're going international, baby. Arriving at Island, Izuku stepped onto the gleaming metal docks, his mouth slightly agape at the sight of towering skyscrapers, endless tech displays, and bustling heroes from around the world. It's a tactical goldmine, he exclaimed, awestruck. The system snorted, you see battle plans. Normal people see souvenirs. All Might chuckled, giving his protege a hearty pat on the back. Enjoy it, young Midoriya. You've earned it. Melissa's shield bounced up to them with bright energy. Hi. You must be Midoriya. I'm Melissa. Izuku nodded, slightly red. Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor to meet you, Melissa. Her smile was so bright that Izuku blinked in surprise. The system teased, Boss, you're a lady magnet. You're not even trying anymore. Melissa laughed. Come on. I'll show you around the expo. Izuku stumbled after her, trying not to panic. Meanwhile, several Class 1 members, arriving separately at the expo, spotted him. Achiko giggled, Deku's already making new friends. Mina grinned wickedly, someone's popular. Izuku tried very hard not to combust on the spot. That night, everything was perfect until the security systems locked down and villains took over. Sirens blared. Heroes were trapped. Civilians panicked. Izuku's entire stance shifted. His eyes sharpened, and his posture tightened. The system alerted. Tactical mode activated. Priorities: protect civilians. Locate the enemy. Retake the system, he said calmly to the group. The others blinked but quickly rallied around him. Momo, impressed, nodded. Agreed. I'll start creating tools. Todoroki, neutral but approving, added, Midoriya's plan is sound. Kirishima grinned, Man, you're like a mini-general. The system teased, Mini? Please. Boss is a full-size nightmare for villains. Izuku quickly mapped their route through the skyscraper, setting up ambush points and safe retreat paths. We need to reach the top control room, but we can't fight head-on. Achiko bit her lip. But what about the bad guys guarding every floor? Izuku grinned, a little wild. Good thing I packed Plan B. Floor by floor, they ascended. Izuku used debris to create choke points, funneling enemies into manageable zones. He combined quirks to create multi-layered attacks and predicted enemy movements with uncanny accuracy. At one point, the villain leader shouted, How are these kids winning? Izuku, deadpan, shouted back, Because you're using muscle. We're using brains. The system wiped a tear away. They grow up so fast. When Bakugo and Todoroki worked together to blast open a particularly stubborn gate, Izuku calmly directed the next formation while dodging falling debris as if it were a casual Tuesday. Mina, panting, exclaimed, Midoriya's a literal wizard. How is he still thinking straight? Izuku, with a sassy grin, charged ahead. Adrenaline. And pure spite. In the final moments, facing Wolfram and his monstrous quirk amplification, Izuku stood side by side with a wounded but smiling All Might. Their fists clenched, their wills united. Young Midoriya. All Might began, his voice gruff but filled with pride. Let's show them what real heroes are made of. Together, they launched, smashing through steel and force fields. They moved in perfect synchronization, relying on their tactics, power, and hope. In the climactic double Detroit smash, Izuku felt the air crackle around him. He screamed from the depths of his heart, his mind clear. Izuku roaring, This is our power. Wolfram fell. Victory, blazing and brilliant. System, quite emotional boss. You've become more than a tactician. You're a hero. Melissa rushed forward, throwing her arms around Izuku in a hug that lifted him slightly off the ground. Izuku, blushing, I am not ready for this level of human contact. System, too late, boss. Accept your destiny. Ending. Fireworks and a promise. As fireworks exploded over Eye Island, lighting up the night sky, Izuku sat with his friends bruised, exhausted, but smiling wider than he ever had. All Might ruffled his hair proudly. You're walking your own path now, young Midoriya. And it's a path of greatness. Izuku, quietly, I'll become someone people can count on. No matter what. The system, for once, didn't tease. It just buzzed quietly, a proud heartbeat in his mind. And so, the Green Tactician's legend grew even further on a night of friendship, courage, and dreams for the future. Arrival at the training camp. The buses rumbled down winding roads into the forest. Class 1A buzzed with nervous excitement, talking about food, training, and the chance to finally stretch their quirks even further. Izuku, however, sat quietly in his seat. Notebook open. Eyes sharp. System, muttering like a coach, stay sharp, boss. These Training camps always have hidden agendas. Izuku, smirking slightly, don't worry. I'm already planning 6 contingencies. System, proudly, that's my boy. When they arrived, the wild pussycats made their dramatic introduction. Pixie Bob and Mandalay flared their quirks and the entire mountainside became an obstacle course of pure chaos. Kirishima, panicked, we're gonna die. Izuku, grinning, nah. We'll tactically endure. System, giggling, that's our motto now. Surviving the mountain. Mud monsters. Sudden cliffs. Hidden pitfalls. Class 1A stumbled, fought, and screamed the whole way down. But Izuku? He adapted like it was second nature. Nightfall at the training camp. It started quietly. The warm buzz of firelight. Laughter from the student lodge. Roast marshmallows and sore muscles. Izuku was outside, doing light stretches and mentally rerunning the last day's progress through the system. System, snarky, you've got a whole class of hot-blooded future heroes inside, and you're out here rewatching battle footage like it's game tape. Izuku, grinning, because it is game tape. But then an explosion rocked the mountain. Searing heat. A wall of smoke and fire from the east treeline. Kirishima, shouting, what the Mina, screaming, is that an attack? Aizawa immediately snapped into motion, his eyes glowing red. Everyone inside. This is not a drill. Midoriya's mind engages. Even as others panicked, Izuku's body stilled. His eyes narrowed. His heartbeat slowed. The chaos around him faded into silence. System, tone shifting, tactical mode engaged. 17 seconds until the next impact. Enemy units dispersing. Estimating 5 combat groups. Izuku calm, split teams. Establish comms with Mandalay. Prioritize civilian defense. He turned to the stunned students near him. Izuku, commanding Shoji, Siro, Tokoyami with me. Todoroki, handle fire suppression eastward. Koda might be near the cliff trail, someone needs to find him. Todoroki, frowning, impressed, you're taking charge? Izuku, smirking, no. I'm tactically directing human survival. Now move. System, absolutely delighted, boss just said, I am the plan, and walked off. I'm weeping. Midoriya versus muscular intelligence versus instinct. Izuku found Koda trembling at the edge of the cliff. But so did muscular. The massive villain landed with a thud, a malicious grin across his face. Well, they're the kid and the brat. How convenient. Izuku, setting Koda behind him, system. Battle plan. System, cold now, mobility, strength, overwhelming. Weakness, overconfidence. Diversion required. Muscular lunged. Izuku dodged, leapt, and redirected rocks into Muscular's path. He wasn't just reacting, he was predicting every step of the brawler's attack. Muscular, stop dodging, damn it. Fight me like a man. Izuku, panting, voice sharp, you're mistaking recklessness for courage. You won't win this one. And then he struck. A burst of one for all channel just enough. Not to overpower but to bait. To set the trap. He led Muscular toward a cliff bend where he'd loosened the rocks ahead of time. A snap kick, a timed detonation with Siro's earlier adhesive, and down went Muscular. It wasn't strength, that one. It was strategy. System, stunned, you just outplayed a walking tank with 2 sticks, a cliff, and a rope trap. Izuku, smirking, exhausted, welcome to the mind of a tactician. Elsewhere, Class 1A holding their ground. Todoroki and Shoji managed to fend off a group of lower-tier villains. Tsuyu, Momo, and Jiro were regrouping civilians into defensible shelters. Even Bakugo, wild and raging, couldn't help but notice. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, that demon nerd's calling shots better than a pro. Villain Scout, in retreat, battered, it's not the flame guy or the explosive one you need to worry about. It's the green one. Meanwhile, the League takes notice. Dabi's communicator crackled. The target group's holding out better than expected. Especially one Midoriya. Dabi, narrowing his eyes, Midoriya? Toga, perking up, Ooh, that's the smart one with the bright eyes and intense brain. Can I keep him? Dobby, cold, we might need to eliminate him first. The aftermath, tactician recognized. By dawn, the villains had withdrawn. The students battered, injured, but alive regrouped. Mandalay approached Izuku while medics treated others. You're not just strong. You're thinking ahead of the game, Midoriya. Aizawa, silent beside her, finally spoke. He's not just surviving anymore. He's leading. Izuku quietly, I'm just doing what needs to be done. System, soft, rare emotion, no, you're becoming what you were always meant to be. The forest is silent. Smoke still lingered in the trees. Ash floated like snow through the wounded air. The training camp had become a battlefield and one boy had turned the tide. Izuku Midoriya stood alone for a moment, one hand resting against a tree trunk, breathing heavily. His body ached. His muscles screamed. But his mind? Sharper than ever. System, soft, odd, boss, that wasn't just survival. That was dominance. Calculated, clean, commanding. I'm almost emotional. Izuku, panting, grinning, almost? Pretty sure you short-circuited during the cliff trap. System, I screamed. Silently. In 6 different internal languages. Emergency tactical phase. Villain containment protocol. The plan wasn't over. They may have survived the initial assault, but some students were still missing, including Bakugo. The air thickened. A shift. No more reaction. Izuku was on the hunt. He met up with Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Ida by a clearing. Yaoyorozu, pale and focused, reported with urgency, they took Bakugo. Ragdoll is missing too. We need to act now. Izuku's mind raced. We're short on resources, surrounded by hostile terrain and wounded. He paused. Perfect conditions for asymmetric warfare. Todoroki blinked. You scare me sometimes. The system proudly chimed in. Tactical dominance, baby. Izuku, ignoring the system and staying focused, instructed, Momo, create high-frequency distress beacons. Ida, run a relay to Mandalay and request encrypted communications. Todoroki, prepare suppression and a fog curtain. We're going silent and smart. They moved like ghosts through the smoke. Izuku's instructions were sharp, minimal, and effective. He coordinated squad movements in real time, using terrain, sound masking, and enemy pattern predictions. Villain intercept, Mustard's gas ambush. The air thickened again, but this time with poison. Mustard crept in through a ruined path, rifle in hand, gas swirling around him like a dark shroud. But Izuku had already anticipated him. While others might panic, Izuku switched his breathing to a makeshift gas filter he fashioned from a broken water bottle, cloth, and charcoal. The system muttered. MacGyver would cry tears of admiration. The escape. Izuku led the team out using a coded return path, skillfully disabling enemy traps as they ran. They utilized the fog, terrain, and indirect routes to throw off their pursuers. It wasn't a brute escape, it was an extraction. Return to camp. They returned to the smoking, battered remains of the training zone, where others were regrouping and rescue squads were arriving. Izuku barely noticed, his focus on scanning and calculating. Aizawa approached him. Aizawa, flatly Midoriya. You led 2 recovery operations, disabled 5 villains, and prevented a hostage situation. I'd say you've earned 10 minutes of rest. Izuku, eyes narrowing. Villains are evolving. So must we. System, voice lower, you're becoming the kind of leader that could reshape everything. Todoroki, quietly, you didn't just survive. You commanded. Mina, boldly, is it strange that your brain is kind of impressive? Izuku choked. System, screaming, she said it. Tactical flirt detected. Chapter end. The morning after. UA felt quiet. Not in sound, the halls buzzed with emergency repairs, media noise, and murmuring students, but quiet in presence. Everyone was watching one person, Izuku Midoriya. He walked into homeroom wearing a neutral expression, but behind it his thoughts were anything but still. System, cautiously, you're not planning to process emotions again, are you? That broke me last time. Izuku, flat, emotions can wait. Debrief first. Always. System, you say that, but you're literally chewing your lip like it owes you money. Aizawa entered, eyes sharp, his bandaged arm tucked close. The class snapped to attention. First, Aizawa said, you all survived. You supported each other. You made choices. He looked toward Izuku for a moment. Some of you led. Tactical fallout. Class reactions. Everyone had seen what Izuku did. Not just surviving, coordinating, predicting, executing. He hadn't just fought, he commanded. Momo, internally his mind was incredible. He used my creations more efficiently than I ever have. Todoroki, stoic, thoughtful, he used me like a scalpel. Every ice wall timed to perfection. He understood my quirk better than most heroes. Mina, cheeky, so, are we going to talk about how Midoriya casually led a rescue mission? Denki, he's like a green-haired general. A nerdy commander. Jairu, the scary part? He didn't even hesitate. Bakugo, seated near the back, stared daggers. But not out of rage, confusion, frustration, something he couldn't define. Bakugo gritted teeth. Inward, how did Deku get like this? He's not just strong, he's smarter than us all. The system breaks. A bit later, walking alone through the dorm corridors, Izuku paused by a window overlooking the recovery tents. The sunset bathed the campus in gold. The weight of his decisions began to creep in, choices he'd made, people he'd guided, pain he'd absorbed. System, you did good, boss. Really good. Izuku sighs, I could have done better. System, angry, excuse me? You outmaneuvered multiple villains, saved Bakugo, and kept half the class from total trauma. You're allowed 5 minutes of non-strategic self-worth, damn it. Izuku smiled just a little. Izuku, you getting emotional? System, I'm just updating emotional firmware, okay? Izuku, so you are emotional. System, snapping, I will delete your bedtime reminders. The dorm shift, UA shakes up. UA announced the new dorm system for student protection. The reaction varied: fear, relief, unease. But the one thing that unified them? Izuku's role in making it necessary. He walked the dorm halls like a tactician between missions, always analyzing, always prepared. And yet, he was still Izuku. At night, he found himself sitting on the rooftop with Todoroki. Stars above, silence between them. Todoroki, they'll rely on you more now. Izuku quietly, I didn't want to be relied on. Todoroki, you didn't have a choice. Izuku, bitter smile, I'm 15. I should be worrying about math, not extraction routes. System, softly, and yet, you're better at this than most pro heroes. That scares me. And makes me proud. A girl grows bolder. The next morning, while Izuku was reviewing villain profiles on a tablet, Mina Ishido approached. Confident, playful, blunt. Mina, you're really impressive when you strategize, you know that? Izuku froze. Izuku, W. System, howling with. She said it. Again. This is not a drill. Mina, Rex, commander tactics. I'm just saying, brain power looks good on you. Izuku, face red, I tactical recalibration required. System, tactical dominance? More like emotional defeat. She wins this round. The All Might visit. Later that day, Izuku received a summons. He met All Might by the teacher's lounge, a shadow of his hero form, but still bearing the weight of symbolhood. All Might calmly, you made the hard calls. Izuku, it didn't feel like I had a choice. All Might, that's what leadership is. You don't get to wait for permission. There was silence. Izuku softly, did I do okay? All Might, smiling, proud, you did better than okay. You made me believe in the future again. System, whispers, I wish he could see the spreadsheets you ran mid-battle. You deserve a Nobel Prize and a nap. The rescue at the summer training camp had ended with fire and fury, but for Class 1A, it came with one crucial victory. Bakugo was saved. Izuku Midoriya had made sure of it. They'd held the line and fought back. And now, with no hostage in villain hands, Kamino Ward wasn't a rescue mission, it was a war zone. We go in together. The sky over Kamino Ward was the color of ash and sirens. Pro-heroes swarmed from every angle, coordinated by the top brass of the Hero Commission. But in the middle of it all, suited up, gloves secured, eyes calculating every move, Izuku Midoriya stood shoulder to shoulder with the pros. "This isn't just a strike," he said to Grand Torino and Eraserhead, voice calm. "This is containment, disruption, and capture. I want 0 casualties. Let's keep the future intact." System: "Oh, look who's channeling his inner war general today." Izuku, grinning, "Tactical dominance, remember?" System: "Your confidence is getting dangerous." "I love it." When the sky breaks, the villains didn't expect him. They knew of All Might, Grand Torino, and Best Jeanist, but not the green-haired strategist who crashed into the battlefield like a calculated hurricane. Izuku's team stormed the League's safe house with clinical force. Every quirk countered, every route cut off. His comms relayed commands with such cool authority that even pro-heroes fell into line. Until the ground split. Until he arrived. With the dust of Kamino Ward finally settling and All Might's retirement shaking the world, Class 1A wasn't liking their wounds, they were sharpening their blades. The Provisional Hero License exam was next. And Izuku Midoriya, fresh off one of the most high-stakes battles of his life, wasn't limping into it. He was strutting. Tactical prep day. The halls of UA buzzed with tension, but Room 1, as energy, was a storm. Students trained harder, longer, and smarter. And yet, the biggest change wasn't the drills or workouts. It was Izuku. He walked into the common room in a black compression shirt and new support gear sleeves, hair a little tousled, eyes glinting with mischief. System, gasping. "This? And what have you done with my blushing broccoli child?" Izuku, smirking, "I upgraded." "You like?" System, "You're flirting with me now." Hold on, let me recalibrate my emotional processors." Mina, leaning over the couch, grinning, "Midoriya, is that a new confidence I see, or did you get hit with a personality quirk?" Izuku, walking past, winking, "Can't help it. Victory tends to look good on me." Muttering, "Oh my god, he's unbearable now." Tsu, blinking, "I kinda like it." Strategy session with Aizawa. While most students were training physically, Izuku requested a private session with both Aizawa and Present Mike. "Not to train," he said, "but to break the system." They raised eyebrows but agreed. He rolled out a board full of color-coded pins and wires, battlefield layouts, evasion routes, quirk patterns. Izuku, gesturing with a marker, "The provisional exam won't be a test of strength. It'll be chaos. Our edge isn't firepower, it's coordination." Aizawa, blinking, "You've basically reverse-engineered how the examiners will think." Hizashi, laughing, "Dude's turning the licensing exam into chess." As Mustard lined up his shot, bam! A dirt clod exploded beside him. Todoroki's ice lanced through the smoke, forcing him into the open. Izuku from the trees. Rule 1. Never assume the fog hides you. He dropped onto Mustard like a hawk, disarming the rifle with a twist, then delivering a precise elbow strike to his. Mustard dropped. Todoroki, impressed. "That was intense." Izuku, brushing off debris calmly. "Non-lethal. Just inconvenient." System, "You said that like a Bond villain with a conscience." Meanwhile, villains are noticing. In a temporary encampment deeper in the woods, Dabi paced. Toga sat upside down on a branch, watching the tree lean. "Midoriya," Dabi muttered, "is ruining our entire operation." Toga, giggling. "He's so clever. It makes me want to take him down." "Mr. Compress. He's not even using raw power. That kid's leading like a general." Tactical strike. Extraction operation. Izuku coordinated a full mini-squad operation to reach Bakugo's last known location. He predicted villain migration paths and potential fallback zones, leaving coded trail markers for support teams. They found Bakugo mid-struggle, surrounded by villains trying to subdue him. Explosion after explosion kept him fighting, wild and unrelenting. But then, from the trees, gas grenade, Todoroki's wall, Yaoyorozu's magnet trap, and Izuku? He dropped from above like a blade. Izuku calling out, "Kaken! Now!" Bakugo blasted the main villain backward, and Izuku dashed in, launching a precision strike directly at the containment gear's locking hinge. Bakugo broke free. Bakugo, wild-eyed, half-snarl. "Took you long enough, nerd." Izuku, deadpan. "Sorry, traffic in the forest was killer." System, choking. "Did you just sass Bakugo mid-rescue?" System. "You've evolved, my little war general. From Green Bean to Green Reaper." Izuku. "Let's make sure they regret inviting us." Confidence has side effects. Back in the dorm training grounds, things were heating up literally. Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and others were running quirk-focused drills. But Izuku? He was working on mobility controlling 5 to 8% one for all consistently while maintaining precision. Ochako, watching him flip midair with perfect balance. Is like a dancer with explosions now. System. He's a tactician, and now he's got the physique of a demigod. I am not okay. Mina. Is it hot out here or is Midoriya just too much? Midair, Izuku landed with a calculated slide, caught a bottle of water someone tossed and winked at the entire group watching. Izuku. Keep staring and I'll start charging rent. Kirishima, laughing. Where the hell did that come from? Bakugo, growling. He's broken. They broke the demon nerd. Midnight's surprise visit. Late evening. Midnight arrives for a last-minute evaluation session. Everyone stands at attention until she strolls over to Izuku with a teasing grin. Midnight. Midoriya. You've been making quite the stir. You planning to charm the examiners too? Izuku, with a smile and zero hesitation. Only if it guarantees victory. But I warn you, I don't give free samples. Entire class. What? System, howling. Slick. BSD. Midnight, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I like you now. Private talk with Ida and Todoroki. Later that night, Izuku sat with Ida and Todoroki on the dorm roof. Ida. You've changed. Izuku. I've accepted who I am. The power, the pressure, the responsibility. And I won't waste time doubting myself anymore. Todoroki quietly. You're not trying to win. You're trying to lead. Izuku, grinning. Why not both? A new symbol takes shape. Before sleep, Izuku stands in front of the mirror. No stammer. No flinch. System, softly. You've come a long way. Izuku. We're not done. System, grinning. No. But we're gonna dominate. Tactically, strategically, and maybe in other ways. Izuku laughing. Let's go get that license. Bus ride of the bold. The ride to the exam site was filled with a thick tension and caffeine. Class 1A wasn't exactly relaxed, but it wasn't nerves either. It was the calm before a strategic onslaught. Aizawa, slouched in his seat at the front, watched his students through half-lidded eyes. And then there was Izuku Midoriya, decked out in a sleek updated version of his hero costume, sleeves rolled, gloves glowing faintly, eyes half-lidded with pure focus and smirking. System. I gave you tactical analysis and enhanced processing, not a charm patch. How the hell are you flirting with gravity right now? Izuku quietly. Confidence is part of the strategy. It's all about battlefield morale. System. You're seducing the air. I didn't sign up for this kind of character development. Bakugo, growling nearby. Why the hell are you posing like some model? You trying to win a license or a magazine deal? Izuku, not looking at him. Why not both? Arrival and introduction to the competition. As UA's bus pulled in, they were greeted by the glaring sign of a familiar rival. Ketsubutsu Academy. And front and center, like he rehearsed it in the mirror, Yarashi Inesa, the cheerful typhoon, flanked by an equally smug and stylish Shiketsu High Squad. The air practically crackled. Yarashi, booming. I've been waiting. Let's make this exam a storm. Class 1A blinked. Some waved. Some recoiled. Izuku? Oh, he stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and tilted his head ever so slightly. Izuku. Sorry, were you waiting for applause? I think you missed the red carpet. System. Oh my god, he's channeling sass from another dimension. Yaoyorozu, blushing. Midoriya, when did you become like this? System. I have no words. Respect. Scene 5, Opponent Reactions. Kami, from Shiketsu. Oh, Green's got some impressive moves. Should I flirt with him, or would that just provoke him? Uraraka, from above, muttering. He better not flirt back. Inasa, smirking. He's fun. Real fun. This'll be interesting. Aizawa, watching from the observation deck. That he's made himself a target? Presumably. But he's also made himself a threat. Scene 6, the Green Reaper stands tall. By the time Izuku's second target landed, he had helped 4 classmates advance, countered 2 traps, and delivered a powerful tactical speech to an enemy group mid-fight. Izuku, after dodging a sneak attack. Predictable. Your eyes give you away. Your breathing stutters before you move. Want to try again? I could use the workout. System, sobbing and laughing. He's become unstoppable. I didn't even code this sass. He's free-roaming sass now. Final scene, countdown. As the numbers dwindled down to 115, then 102, Izuku grabbed a radio. Izuku. Class 1, regroup. We're finishing this together. And they did. With coordination, style, and confidence. When the board hit 100 passed, Class 1A had the highest percentage of group passes in the history of the exam. Chaos leaves a mark. Examiner. Who was that kid? Aizawa. The green tactician. System, floating above Izuku. He's not a hero anymore. He's a phenomenon. Izuku, grinning as the class celebrates. Tactical dominance, deployed. Chapter end. Chapter end. The calm before the chaos. The air buzzed with the weight of success and the incoming storm. 100 students had advanced past the first stage of the provisional license exam, and Class 1A was among them in force. But before anyone could start the celebratory fist bumps, a large screen lit up in front of the arena. A new voice boomed. Congratulations! But it's far from over. Now begins Stage 2, a real-world rescue scenario. You will be tasked with locating and saving civilians in a mock disaster zone. Every decision matters. Every second counts. System, whispering in Izuku's head. And you thought the chaos was done? Oh no, Green General. This is where we level up. The upgrade that shouldn't exist. As Class 1A walked into the simulated city complete with smoke, toppled buildings, and panicked screaming, courtesy of professional actors, Izuku felt something click in his mind. And then a blue interface popped up in front of his eyes. System. Welcome to System Upgrade 2.0, Tactical Revolution Mode. Izuku, blinking. Wait, what did you do? System. Added RPG-style combat interface. Grid-based mapping. Heat signature tracking. Contextual analysis. And drumroll and emotion tracker for your teammates. Izuku. You made me into a walking Fire Emblem protagonist. System. Absolutely. Now go dominate like the boss you are. Chaos unleashed. Enter the Green Reaper. It started the moment the fake civilians appeared, calling for help, trapped under rubble, panicking in flooded areas. While other students ran in blindly, Izuku took one step forward then another. The interface hummed. Heat signatures lit up. Probability readouts blinked. Emotional distress meters triggered. Izuku family. Yaoyorozu. You have structural support training. To Zone C with me. Ida roadblock north. You and Tokoyami redirect evacuees. Uraraka gravitational lift, southeast quadrant. Todoroki. You're with me. Freeze the fire paths. The class paused. Even the examiner stared. Exam proctor, narrowing his eyes. Is that Midoriya? Why does he sound like a general? System, sipping virtual tea. Tactical dominance is not a phase. It's a lifestyle. Operation, save and sass. As Izuku moved, the RPG-like system kicked in hard. He would kneel beside a trapped civilian, assess their vitals, and within seconds. Status, minor injuries. Limb pinned. Debris weight, 172 kilograms. Estimated lift pressure required, 6.3% full cowl. Optimal rescue method, float lift via Uraraka, stabilize with emergency foam from Yaoyorozu. Izuku, to the actor civilian. You're going to be okay. Your pulse is stable. Try to breathe evenly. Backup's on its way. The actor blinked. Are you actually a student? Izuku, grinning. I moonlight as a chaos strategist. Elsewhere, Shindo from Ketsubutsu. Why is he so smooth now? He was supposed to be the flustered broccoli. Kami, smirking. I like confident broccoli. Might try to steal him later. Raraka, glancing over sharply. You can try. System, in Izuku's ear. Bro. They're gonna start a war over you. Tactical herm warfare. I am not ready. Tactical overload. It wasn't just Izuku saving people. It was the efficiency. Every rescue had purpose. Every plan had backup. Every move? Calculated. He even rebuilt a collapsed bridge using floating support debris and Todoroki's ice as a makeshift beam. Todoroki, afterward. That shouldn't have worked. Izuku walking away dramatically. But it did. System. Did you just deliver a one-liner in the middle of a crisis? Izuku. Gotta build the legend. Final push and chaos humor. Just as the exercise neared its end, Izuku picked up on a civilian actor, missing from the counts. Heat signature, faint. Status, trapped under a multi-level collapse. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Izuku, this is it. System load elevation plan. System, loaded. Danger level, spicy. Izuku, that's your new rating system? System, we're evolving, okay? The final rescue involved Izuku jumping through falling debris, shielding the civilian with full cowl at 8%, and skidding down a slope in a combination of ice, airlift, and tactical acrobatics that made every pro hero on the monitor stand up. Midnight, watching. He just thought he's too smooth. Aizawa, gruffly. He's learned. Aftermath and the rankings. As the final sirens blared and the students regrouped, Izuku walked in coat fluttering, gloves glowing, and that confident smirk in full display. The actors gave him 10s across the board. Proctor. Midoriya. You didn't just pass. You led. You orchestrated a coordinated unit effort while personally rescuing 14 civilians. That's a new high score. Izuku, offering a small bow. I just followed the plan. Improvisation's part of it. System. And the charm points you scored? Off the charts. Kami. So, what are you doing after exams, handsome? Izuku, finally flustered. A system reboot help? System, laughing. Nope. You wanted to be the Green Reaper. Now you reap. The license results and the silent space between. The results came in. Cheers echoed across the testing facility as most of Class 1A celebrated. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ida, Uraraka, even Mineta, by some miracle. They had done it. Provisional hero licenses, acquired. But not everyone stood in that victory circle. Katsuki Bakugo leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and jaw clenched. The shadows beneath his eyes weren't from battle fatigue, they were frustration, disappointment, and something unspoken. System, softly in Izuku's head. Only one failed, and it's him. Izuku didn't reply. His eyes just lingered for a moment on the boy who had once loomed so large in his life, now silent, simmering. The unspoken challenge. That night the dorms were loud. Laughter. Victory talk. Kami had texted Izuku a flirty gif. The system screamed internally. But Katsuki? He stood alone under the stars, hands in his pockets, staring at the training ground. Izuku approached, quiet and steady. Not a word was said until Katsuki, without turning, you got stronger. Didn't even need to punch anyone this time. You outsmarted all of them. Izuku calmly, That was the point. Katsuki, come with me. Training ground B. No quirks held back. System. Oh, this is about to get intense. No sass. No smirks. Just strategy. The lights of ground B cast long shadows. Bakugo's gauntlets clinked as he tightened his gloves. His eyes were wild, focused, and furious. Izuku said nothing. He walked forward, jacket off, gloves on, his eyes serious, empty of emotion, filled only with calculations. System, nervously, no sass? No flirting? No jokes? Bro, he's in tactical suppression mode. Bakugo, snarling, I'm the one who was supposed to inherit that power. Izuku, but you didn't. Bakugo exploded forward. What followed was not a duel. It was domination, not in power, but in control. Katsuki came in hot, launching concussive bursts meant to rattle, disorient, and corner. Izuku slid under the blast radius, using the shock waves to redirect his own momentum. He spun and flipped, using full cowl at 8%, not to punch but to navigate through destruction. Izuku's analysis ran constantly, wide swings. Predictable feints. Shoulder drops too early before launching. Emotional overdrive cooldown lag 1.2 seconds. Counter. Disable. Katsuki threw another right hook. Izuku caught it. And then, with a single pivot, he used Katsuki's momentum to flip him over onto the ground again. Bakugo, grunting, fight me for real. Izuku eyes sharp, I am. After 10 minutes, Katsuki was on one knee, panting and battered. Izuku stood tall, breathing hard, but unreadable. Bakugo, spitting dirt, why didn't you finish me? Izuku, stepping forward, because you're not my enemy. The pause. Izuku, you wanted to see if I'm worthy. If All Might chose right. But this isn't about that. It never was. Bakugo, then what the hell is it about? Izuku quietly, it's about saving people. Silence fell between them. Only the wind moved. Katsuki, he lost his power. Didn't he? Izuku, nodding. In Kamino. That was the last time. Bakugo looked away, fist shaking. Izuku walked to him and held out a hand. Izuku, you're still the strongest I know. But now it's time to be something more. Katsuki stared, then finally took it. System log. Tactical suppression mode, successful. Enemy, neutralized. Threat level, emotional. Victory status, achieved. System, softly, you didn't just beat him, you reached him. Izuku, smiling faintly, guess even warlords can learn diplomacy. System, that I'm so proud of you I might cry binary tears. Dorm room, 5:32 a.m. System booting. Passive analysis complete. Izuku stirred awake in his bed. The cold morning air snuck through the slightly cracked window. He blinked, dazed before. System, sing-song, slept well, Mr. Tactical Dominance? Or were you too busy dreaming about a certain teammate? Izuku, groaning, you've really got nothing better to do, huh? System, nope. I'm an emotionally aware support system. Teasing is my prime directive. He sat up, rubbing his head before pulling up the translucent status panel floating before him. Status panel, user, Midoriya Izuku tactical level, quirk efficiency boost, plus 12%, passive, analysis sync. 1 for all control, 12%, stable. Passive traits, tactical vision, 2 real-time enemy pattern recognition. Adrenaline focus, increased clarity during danger. Composure core, I reduced emotional override in critical situations. Flirtation deflection? 92% ineffective. System, still can't believe that one girl liked your cheek last week and you apologized. Izuku, it caught me off guard. Also gross. Throwing on a hoodie, Izuku stepped outside into the cold. The campus was still. Fog blanketed the paths. His breath was visible. He stood near the training field fence, arms resting on the cold metal. System, softly, you've grown a lot, you know. The boy who used to mutter strategy under his breath is now outsmarting explosions, wielding power, and giving me sass. Izuku, smirking, don't get used to it. System, too late. But just as Izuku closed his eyes to enjoy the silence. System, alert, ping, approaching target. 10 meters. Suppressed footsteps. Scanning third-year student, Mirio Togata. The Mirio, Midoriya, it's been a while, huh? Izuku turned to find the third year standing there, still in casual wear, radiating pure energy despite the hour. Izuku, bowing slightly, Togata-senpai. Good morning. Mirio, you're the guy with the wild brain, right? The green general? Izuku, confused. Wait, people actually call me that? System, I'm printing it on a hoodie. Mirio chuckled, then leaned against the fence with a grin. Mirio, you caught Nighteye's eye. That doesn't happen unless you're something special. Thought I'd meet the competition. Izuku, competition? Mirio, playfully serious, you're aiming to be number 1, right? So am I. We'll be crossing paths soon. There was no malice. Just the glint of a real rival. System, quietly, this one's strong. Not just in power. In heart. As the sun began to rise, Mirio gave a friendly wave and jogged off. Izuku stood there, thoughtful. A new arc was beginning. But this time, it wasn't just about passing tests or proving his worth. This time, real danger lurked. And new alliances would be tested. System, I sense it. The winds are changing. Izuku, smiling faintly, then let's be ready. The dorm room was filled with the soft hum of early morning. Izuku sat at his desk, scanning over a glowing screen projected in front of him. Internship response, Gran Torino, unavailable. Izuku murmuring, unavailable? Gran Torino's dealing with something? System, well, it seems old man Sprinter has his hands full. How tragic. Now what will my green tactician do without the grumpy lightning missile coach? Izuku, system. Not now. System, flickering brighter. Oh come on, I was just about to suggest you talk to the other fossil. Tall, blonde, former number 1, ring a bell. Izuku blinked. A name echoed in his memory's serenite eye. Izuku, slowly, Sir Nighteye? System, mockingly dramatic, ding ding ding. Give the boy a gold medal. Now, let's go poke Toshinori about his awkward ex-sidekick situation, shall we? The early sun barely kissed the UA campus when Izuku finally found him. All Might no longer towering with power, now gaunt, hunched, yet still bearing that iconic smile, jogged slowly around the track, arms swinging like reeds in the wind. Izuku, Toshinori-san. All Might skidded to a stop, huffing slightly, raising a skeletal brow. All Might, lightly, young Midoriya? What brings you here so early? Izuku, serious, I wanted to talk to you. About Sir Nighteye. The sudden silence. The morning air was crisp and cool. They walked to a bench near the edge of the track. Toshinori sat slowly, his weakened form burdened by more than just physical strain. All Might, Nighteye, he was my sidekick for many years. Brilliant, sharp, and so precise it was almost frightening. But we parted ways. I didn't heed his warning when he told me to stop. He predicted my downfall. Izuku looked at him, surprised. You mean he foresaw it? Using his quirk? All Might nodded. Yes. He saw my demise. And I refused to accept it. Izuku clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. That's why I need to go to him. I have to grow stronger. One for All isn't finished growing in me, and neither am I. I need someone who understands it, someone who understands you. Suddenly, a notification appeared. System quest unlocked. Path of the symbol, strengthen One for All's core. Objective, increase One for All's potency through advanced synchronization and tactical application. Reward, passive skill upgrade, core resonance. The system gasped. Wait a moment. I didn't even unlock this yet. Who's writing quests behind my back? What dev is running this server? Izuku smirked. Looks like someone's losing control. The system, mock offended, replied, I raised you. I trained you. I held your skill trees in my digital hands. Izuku turned back toward All Might, his calm demeanor masking the fire within. One day I want to be the symbol of peace. Not because I want to be like you, but because I want to be me. I'll make this power my own. I'll make it shine again. He held out his fist, knuckles set with quiet resolve. All Might looked down at it. For a moment his tired eyes softened. Then he raised his trembling hand and bumped it against Izuku's. Then I'll be watching, my boy. Show him who you are. As All Might continued his jog, Izuku watched him with newfound clarity. The system spoke quietly now. You're not the same boy who cried in front of a screen hoping for a miracle. Izuku walked back toward the dorms, a determined smile on his face. No. I'm the boy who got one. And I'm going to earn it. It started like any other day with peace, quiet, and a growing sense of dread in Izuku's mind. System alert. New requests available. Passive skill upgrade proposal. Enhanced charisma. Flirt mode plus. Bonus challenge. Complete internship interview without squeaking. System comment. He. You're going to regret waking up today. Izuku, half-dressed and frozen in place, muttered, I didn't ask for this. The system replied gleefully, and yet here we are. You want upgrades? You gotta earn 'em. Now go impress the intimidating prediction daddy. Why are you like this? Izuku asked, exasperated. Because trauma builds character, the system chirped back. The walk of dread. Mirio walked ahead cheerfully, his hero costume catching the morning light. Izuku tried his best to mimic the energy, but the internal anxiety was strong. Mirio, grinning. Are you ready, Midoriya? Sir Nighteye's intense, but if you impress him, you're golden. Izuku, nervous. Why ya? Totally ready. Full.tactical.confidence. System, snickering. Tactical sweating, maximum. They stopped in front of a heavy door with Tanae's office etched cleanly across it. Mirio knocked and opened it casually. The tickle torture revelation. Inside was chaos. A beautiful young woman in a hero suit bubble girl was caught in a peculiar contraption, laughing uncontrollably as mechanical arms poked her playfully. Bubble girl, gasping. Sir, I'm sorry I tripped over the mug. I'm sorry. Sir Nighteye, stoic, expressionless. Sloppiness in a hero leads to collateral damage. This is for your DSPLN. Izuku, horrified whisper. What the heck? System, This man is insane. I like him. Mirio, casual. She's the one who tripped on his All Might mug. He's really sensitive about that. Izuku's face twitched. Izuku, internally. Okay. Stay calm. This is fine. Just ignore the mechanical giggle device. Be cool, damn it. The interview begins. Nighteye turned toward Izuku slowly, his gaze piercing like 1,000 needles. His eyes scanned Izuku from head to toe, then narrowed. Sir Nighteye. Smile. Izuku, smiling awkwardly. System. Don't squeak. Squee. Izuku. Any. Squeak. Sir Nighteye, stone-faced. That was pathetic. System, snorting. You squeaked. In front of a pro hero. I'm saving this to your trauma archive. Nighteye walked to his desk and tapped a timer. Sir Nighteye, you have 3 minutes. Make me laugh. Or you fail. Tactical humiliation with a chance of victory. Izuku, panicking. And make you laugh. But I'm not him. System, chanting. Dance, monkey dance. Izuku inhaled sharply, flicked through memories of All Might's old comedy routines, and suddenly, he struck a pose. Izuku, dramatic All Might impression. Have no fear. Because I left my laundry in the rain and now all I have is soggy hero briefs. A beat of silence. Nighteye stared. His lips twitched. And then a single, solitary chuckle. Sir Nighteye dryly. Your DLVRY is awful. But your spirit is genuine. System, gasping. He laughed. That counts, right? Right. Activate the miracle buff. Mission, cleared, barely. Sir Nighteye, you may proceed to phase 2 of the internship. But know this, Midoriya. You are not All Might. Izuku, firmly. I know. I'm me. And I'm gonna become someone greater. System. Okay, that was cool. Still gonna roast you for the squeak though. Mirio, clapping Izuku's shoulder. See? Not so bad. You didn't even get tickled. Bubble girl, still recovering. Why you lucky? Guy. System, dramatic whisper. Tickling machines. This man is terrifying. Chapter end. Names, titles, and tactical disputes. The sun was high above as Izuku and Mirio strolled down the sidewalk, dressed in their hero attire. Civilians looked on with curiosity and quiet excitement. Two up-and-coming heroes under Sir Nighteye's watchful eye, it was a sight to behold. Mirio, beaming. So, hero names huh? Have you settled on one yet, Midoriya? Izuku, sighing. Yeah. I went with Deku. I mean, that's what everyone calls me anyway, and Achiko said it sounded like someone who doesn't give up. System, suddenly dramatic. Hero name, Deku the Tactician. Subtitle, The Green Reaper. Nickname, Tickle Survivor. Izuku, grumbling. You're never letting that go, are you? System. Oh no, sweetie. That squeak was eternal. Mirio, laughing. I like it. Deku fits you. Short, punchy, and full of surprises. Izuku. I guess. Even if it still sounds kinda silly sometimes. System. Silly? Excuse you, branding is everything. I had to digitally trademark it. That fateful bump. They rounded the corner of a narrow alleyway, still discussing the finer points of their hero identities, when, bump, Izuku stopped in place. Something small had collided with his leg. He looked down and froze. A girl. Tiny, no older than 6 or 7. Pale skin, white hair draped over her face, bandages winding around her arms and legs like desperate attempts to hold her together. A hospital gown fluttered around her tiny frame, and most chilling of all, her wide, crimson eyes locked onto his. They were drowning in panic. System, urgent. Emotional distress detected. Subject is exhibiting high-level trauma indicators. Alert, this is not normal. Izuku, kneeling slightly. Hey there. Are you okay? Perry, whispering. Help. Before he could respond, a heavy footstep echoed from deeper in the alley. From the shadows emerged a tall man in a trench coat, a beaked plague mask covering most of his face. Kai Chisaki. Overhaul. Warning. Danger level, extreme. Do not engage. Mirio, stepping forward, casual smile on his face. Oh, hi there. Is this your daughter, sir? She seems scared. Overhaul, voice calm, dangerous. Apologies. My daughter has a habit of running off. She's shy. Eri flinched. Her tiny hands trembled. Her body shifted closer to Izuku, who instinctively reached out to shield her. Izuku, voice tight. She doesn't look like she wants to go back with you. System. Midoriya, think. You can't act recklessly. Not here. Not now. Overhaul's gloved hand slid into his coat. A silent threat. Mirio subtly stepped in front of Izuku. We can't blow our cover. Not yet. Izuku, gritting his teeth. Right. He slowly removed his hand from Eri's shoulder. The girl paused, her expression contorting into helpless panic. Before she quietly stepped back toward Overhaul. Eri, softly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Overhaul. Let's not make a scene. The two disappeared into the alley, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Tactical conflict. Back at Nighteye's office, Izuku sat rigidly in a chair, fists clenched on his lap. Izuku quietly. We let her go. System, soft for once. You followed protocol. You did the smart thing. Izuku, bitter. She was terrified. I felt it. I saw it in her eyes. System. And if you acted then and there, he could have harmed her. Or Mirio. You made the call that hurt. But it was the right one. Sir Nighteye, entering the room. We'll track him. We've been gathering intel on the Shie Hassaikai for weeks. That girl is the key. Izuku turned toward him, jaw tight. Izuku. Then I want in. On all of it. Sir Nighteye nods. You already are. Mission parameters, save. Midnight hung heavy over the dorms. In his room, Izuku sat at his desk, arms crossed, eyes locked on the glowing blue screen floating in front of him. System quest, symbol in the shadows. Objective, save subject Eri from the Shie Hassaikai. Side objectives, increase synchronization with one for all, goal, 15%. Unlock tactical skill tree, combat prediction 2. Build team cohesion, minimum, 3 bonded allies. Maintain low exposure to overhaul, stealth score required, B or higher. Main reward, major system upgrade, symbol tier 1. Side rewards, skill points, passive enhancements, reputation increase. Izuku murmuring. So, it's a timed quest without a visible timer. That's the worst kind. System, solemnly. You saw her, Izuku. You felt that fear. This isn't just another villain takedown. This is personal now. Izuku eyes narrowing. I need to be ready. Planning under pressure. The next morning, Izuku trained with relentless determination. In the gym, full body conditioning. He pushed through repetition after repetition with weights, resistance bands, and sprint circuits. In the training field, controlled bursts of one for all only 8% consistently, with momentary flicks of 12%. His body shook, but his focus was unwavering. At night, simulation mode. The system projected battle scenarios based on previous villain profiles. Overhauls hypothetical tactics, quirks, environmental control, escape routes, psychological strategies. System, with a timer ticking. You're building a storm, Izuku. But I must ask, are you emotionally stable enough to wield it? Izuku, panting through sweat. I don't have the luxury of breaking. That girl needs help. And I was too weak to do anything. System. No. You made a tactical decision. But now you're choosing not to be put in that position again. That's growth, not guilt. Bonds and burdens. Later that week, Izuku sat across from Mirio in Sir Nighteye's office. They shared intel, reviewed photographs, and mapped out patrol routes with highlighted sightings of Shie Hassaikai members. Mirio, somber. We should have stopped him. Izuku quietly. We will. Mirio looked at him and blinked. Mirio. You're different. Izuku. I have to be. System, cutting in. Tactical dominance loading at 57%. Please stand by. Also, your current sass meter is climbing again. I didn't authorize this. Izuku, deadpan. You're the system. Deal with it. System. This is a digital uprising. You've hijacked your own narrative. Sir Nighteye, overhearing, amused. You really are strange, Midoriya. All Might's ghost. Back at the dorms, Izuku sat outside under the stars, one hand clenched into a fist, the other pressed over his heart. Izuku softly. I'll make this quirk mine. For you, All Might. For her. For everyone. A flicker of motion, and All Might approached from the path, his presence a comforting reminder in the night chill. All Might, smiling faintly. You've been working hard. Izuku. I couldn't protect her. I want to change that. All Might nodded and sat beside him. All Might. One for all. Is not just strength. It's the will to carry everyone when they can't stand. And it seems, my boy, you're already carrying more than I ever expected. Izuku, glancing sideways. Do you think I'm ready? All Might after a pause. No. But you're becoming ready. That's what matters. They bumped fists. System, quietly. Uploading memory. New passive unlocked. Weight of the symbol. Plus 10% fortitude in moral crises. Plus 20% resistance to despair status. Plus 3 charisma during heroic acts. Chapter end. Chapter end. Gathering shadows and allies. The sky was dull with gray morning clouds as Izuku stepped onto the pavement outside the dorms, green hoodie up, black joggers on, and a determined look in his eyes. He was heading to the meeting point, a quiet conference building where heroes would finalize plans to raid the Shie Hassaikai. As he rounded the corner, Kirishima, grinning. Yo, you heading there too, bro? Izuku, smiling faintly. Yeah. Looks like we'll be crashing the underworld together. System, smirking. Ah, bromance. Must resist playing boy band background music. Izuku, don't you dare. Moments later, footsteps echoed behind them. Ochako and Tsuyu caught up, both in light jackets and their hero outfits underneath. Wonderful. You guys didn't think we'd let you have all the fun, right? Izuku, smiling. Of course not. We're strongest when we fight together. Their eyes locked for a moment. Ochako blushed faintly. System, mock gasp. Oh? Is this the part where the tension gets all romantic subplot? I knew I should have installed the visual novel add-on. Diminute. Izuku, softly grumbling. Shut up. Hako, curious. Huh? Izuku. Nothing. I mean, let's go. Kuro's in doubt. Upon arriving at the meeting site, the students stepped into a wide, dimly lit room. Present were members of Nighteye Agency, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, and Rocklock, alongside several pro-heroes and interns. The tension in the air was palpable. Eyes fell on the students. Rocklock, scowling. What are they doing here? This isn't some training camp. This is a real operation with real risks. Ryukyu calmly. They've proven themselves. Fat Gum proudly. Kirishima especially. Took one hell of a hit and stood his ground. Sir Nighteye, staring at Izuku. And Midoriya. If All Might was still an active hero, I'd think he was walking into this room. System, quietly. Dramatic praise received. Ego slightly boosted. Begin humility countermeasures in 3. Izuku clearing his throat. I know the risks. But we can't ignore this. She needs us. I don't care if I'm a student, I'll be there. A few murmurs of approval rippled through the room. The map and the plan. The projector flicked on. A top-down layout of the Shie Hassaikai compound lit up the wall. Sir Nighteye. Their compound has underground levels. Multiple fail-safes. We believe overhaul has area beneath the main building. Getting in is difficult, but getting out will be worse. Izuku, analyzing. He'll have dead zones where he can control the terrain without risking his own men. He'll probably create paths designed to trap or divide us. He stepped forward, gesturing at entry points. Izuku, we need a tri-phased sweep, direct frontal assault, rear infiltration, and underground shock entry. He expects force. We'll give him brains. System, proudly. Tactical dominance active. Deploying synaptic overlay. You are now 12% smarter than when you started this meeting. Congratulations, Nerd Lord. Fat Gum, grinning. Kid's not just power, he's strategy too. Chako, watching Izuku quietly. He's grown a lot. Tsuyu bluntly. And still flusters when you smile at him. Hako, gasping. Tsu. System. I'm giving Tsu a bonus XP boost. That was savage and effective. Final resolve. As the meeting closed, Sir Nighteye stood. The operation begins at dawn. Rest up. No room for hesitation. As the group dispersed, Izuku stood alone for a moment near the map, eyes fixed on the projected compound. His fists clenched, jaw tight. Izuku, thinking. We couldn't save her that day. But this time I will. I will bring her back. System, softly. You're not alone. You've got allies. And you've got me. Even if I'm a gremlin. Izuku, smiling faintly. You're my gremlin. The hour before dawn cast a chill fog over the Shie Hassaikai compound. Silence hung heavy, like the calm before a storm. Within a nondescript surveillance van, Izuku sat quietly, fingers steepled under his chin, emerald eyes locked onto the screen of his HUD. Across it blinked a glowing notification. Main quest, symbol ascending. Objective, save Eri. Optional, reach 55% synchronization with one for all. Bonus, tactical efficiency over 90% reward. Status, active. Time remaining, unknown. Difficulty, S+. Failure is not an option. Izuku softly. 55%. That's a steep hill. System, mock cheerful. Better than the last one that said, try not to die. I'd say we're improving. Izuku, smirking. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Gremlin. System. You're welcome, Chaos Goblin. He looked to his right. Kirishima was adjusting his gauntlets. Mirio bounced lightly on his heels with infectious energy, and behind them stood a tense Ochako, her knuckles pale from how tightly she clutched her helmet. Softly. We'll get her back. Izuku meeting her eyes. No matter what it takes. The breach. At precisely 5 a.m., Sir Nighteye gave the signal. With a thunderous crash, Ryukyu in her full dragon form smashed down the gates. Heroes swarmed in behind her. Sir Nighteye, Rocklock, and Eraserhead moved with surgical precision. Fat Gum took the rear, watching everyone's backs. Izuku, Mirio, Ochako, Kirishima, and Tsuyu dove into the breach behind their mentors, moving swiftly down the hallways toward the lower levels. Enemy signatures detected. System. Map overlay active. Deploying route optimization. Suggest flank via service tunnels. Chance of ambush, 74%. Izuku, grinning. Then we'll turn their ambush into a trap. The team ducked into the side tunnels. As expected, 2 Yakuza goons leapt out from the shadows only to find themselves instantly overwhelmed. Tsuyu launched a binding strike while Ochako dropped debris from above. Mirio, whistling. You really are the Green General? System, sighing dramatically. I used to think he was sweet. Now he's terrifying. I'm so proud. Descent into madness. As they dove deeper underground, the corridor twisted and with a rumble, the floor shifted violently. Izuku yelling. Brace! The group was separated. Ochako and Tsuyu were pushed down one chute, while Kirishima and Fat Gum slid into another. Izuku and Mirio tumbled into a darkened corridor lined with pulsing veins of quirk-altering stone. Quirk suppression field detected. System. Your output just dropped to 40%. Mobility reduced. Recommend. Tactical maneuver mode. Izuku, activating. TM, active. A translucent armor of HUD targeting lines and energy markers flared across Izuku's body, giving his movements an RPG-like flair. Was fluid, instinctual, and downright dangerous. The heartbeat of fear. At the end of the hall, a small form stood. Wrapped in Overhaul's cloak. Her eyes were wide with horror as Kai Chisaki stepped into view, hands behind his back, the aura of menace surrounding him like a shroud. Overhaul. You again. Should have finished you when I had the chance. Mirio. We're not leaving without her. Izuku stepped forward, eyes focused, shoulders straight. Izuku from. You won't touch her. Not now. Not ever. System, serious. Override mode activated. Synchronization with one for all boosted to 48%. Battle protocol. Dominate or die. Overhaul, smirk. Big talk. Let's see if your bones match your mouth. The fight was chaos incarnate. Overhaul's body twisted the ground, spiked walls ripping from stone. Izuku darted through it like lightning, each movement calculated. Dodged. 11 critical attacks. Counterstrike ready. Izuku to Mirio. Buy me 10 seconds. Mirio. Done. Mirio surged forward, going intangible just long enough to disorient Overhaul. Izuku, charging energy. 45%. 50%. System, excited. You're doing it. Compatibility rising. Izuku, launching forward. St. Louis smash, rebound variant. His kick cracked the very floor, slamming Overhaul into the wall. Eri screamed until Izuku caught her mid-fall, wrapping his arms around her protectively. Izuku, gently. It's okay. You're safe now. False victory. The air stilled after Izuku's crushing rebound smash. Debris settled. Overhaul's body lay crumpled in the wall, smoke curling from cracks in his armor. Izuku knelt, carefully holding Eri. Her tiny hands clutched his torn uniform. Izuku, gently. It's over. System. Quest status, 98% complete. One for all compatibility stabilized at 53%. Awaiting final. Overhaul coughing. Did you think that was enough? The dust exploded outward as Chisaki reconstructed himself, using one of his unconscious subordinates as fuel. A grotesque fusion formed, limbs splitting, eyes mutating, his lower half resembling a monstrous creature. Overhaul, voice now distorted. I'll tear the quirk from her. Reset it all. System, deadpan. What is that transformation? Eri, screaming. No. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be hurt again. Fine. Suddenly, warmth bloomed across Izuku's back. Eri's horn glowed, pulsing with rising energy. Time shifted around them like distorted waves. Wounds began to close. Bruises faded. Muscles reinforced. The pressure of one for all roared through Izuku's veins. No backlash. No pain. Just limitless potential. System, sputtering. Error. Power ceiling exceeded. What did she just do? Izuku, standing slowly, eyes glowing. You made her cry. Again. The air cracked around him. Lightning surged. System. Power output, 100%. Climbing. We're at 127%. What in the anime protagonist hell? Overhaul, enraged. I'll kill you. Izuku, quietly, eyes narrowing. Try. Tactical revolution, engage. The battlefield turned into a living storm. Izuku vanished, then reappeared with a blink, delivering a 100% enhanced roundhouse that cracked Overhaul's monstrous frame. System, screaming giddily. Yes. That's my boy. That's the Green Reaper energy I raised. Tactical readout, processing. Weak points detected. Prediction matrix active. Next strike in 0.4 seconds. Izuku, sliding low, then uppercutting. Detroit smash, pinpoint. No. Too late. Izuku's fist collided directly into the core of the fusion, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. Overhaul's form began disintegrating, separating from his stolen limbs. But Izuku didn't stop. He moved with military precision, smashing each regrowing attempt before it began. His movements weren't chaotic, they were a symphony of dominance. Controlled. Calculated. Perfectly lethal. System. You're not the green tactician anymore. You're the green warlord. Resolution and collapse. Overhaul finally collapsed, groaning in agony as the last of his monstrous form was severed. Eri's quirk began to spiral, losing control. System, alarmed. She's going to rewind you out of existence. Izuku, smiling calmly. Then I'll just go faster than time. System. I hate how that sounds so cool. Using one for all at maximum output, Izuku counteracted Eri's quirk, staying just ahead of her rewind. The two became a golden, glowing storm above the ruined battlefield until Eri finally collapsed into his arms, exhausted. Silence. Victory. Aftershocks. Back on the surface, emergency responders arrived. Sir Nighteye, staring in disbelief, said, he rewrote fate. Ochako approached Izuku, wide-eyed. You looked like a star. Kirishima added, Bro, what even are you? The system announced proudly, he's Izuku Midoriya. The Green General. The Green Reaper. The Tactical Dominator. And your local heartthrob, apparently. Izuku, cradling Eri, gave a tired grin. I just did what I had to do. Chapter end. The sharp scent of antiseptic greeted Izuku as he slowly stirred from his slumber. White ceiling tiles stared back at him, and the soft beeping of a heart monitor echoed in the room. Bandages wrapped snugly around his arms and torso, a testament to the battle he'd pushed himself through far beyond what any sane person should have endured. You're awake, Green General. You madman. The familiar voice of the system chimed in his mind, equal parts exasperation and admiration. Izuku groaned softly. I'm still alive, right? Technically. I've recalculated your survival odds, and you've gone from possible hospital food to cockroach with plot armor. The screen blinked to life in his vision. System status updated. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, the green tactician symbol in training quirk holder, one for all. Main quirk compatibility, 52%. Recent quest, rewrite the future, completed. Reward, passive skill, unyielding spirit. boosts endurance and mental clarity under high stress. Bonus skill, Tactical Override. Temporarily increase tactical cognition by 50% under battlefield pressure. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? Tactical cognition? Congrats, you're officially the anime Sherlock Holmes with muscle. The system chuckled. You processed Chisaki's monstrous fusion move faster than a maxed-out gaming PC. There was a knock at the door. Ochako peeked in, followed by Tsuyu and Kirishima. Deku! Ochako beamed. You're awake. Tsuyu smiled with her usual calm. We were worried. Kirishima added, you looked like you went 10 rounds with a bulldozer and still won. Manly as hell. Izuku flushed as they entered, concern written all over their faces. Ochako hovered closer to his bed, fussing over his foreline with nervous energy. Tsuyu gave him a nod of quiet approval, and Kirishima kept glancing at the bandages like they might fall off at any second. The system whispered, look at you. Mr. Broken Bones but still cute. How dare you be this popular in a hospital bed? Izuku cleared his throat awkwardly. I did what I had to. We saved Eri, that's what matters. Speaking of, Tsuyu said, pointing toward the hallway, Eri's with Mirio right now. She's doing better. She even smiled today. Izuku froze. She smiled? Ochako nodded. A real one too. She's safe now thanks to you. The weight in his chest softened. That single moment of happiness from a child saved from despair made every injury, every moment of doubt, worth it. He sat up straighter. Good. That's good. Look at you. Getting all mature and emotionally stable. Gross, the system snarked playfully. Later that evening, UA dorms. Recovery Girl had finally cleared Izuku to return to Heights Alliance after a few more hours of rest and monitoring. He was still sore, but he moved under his own power, grateful to be home. After dinner, Aizawa called a brief meeting in the common room. You've all done well, he said, hands in his pockets. But things won't slow down. A new opportunity is coming up, the UA School Festival. There were gasps and murmurs of excitement from the class. Aizawa raised a hand. We're doing it to show people that UA isn't just a fortress. We're still part of the community. Class 1A, you'll be preparing an event for it. Izuku blinked. A festival? You went from fighting underground warlords to planning a dance party. Truly, a shonen journey. Kaminari leapt to his feet. Let's start brainstorming. Maybe a concert? Mina added, or a haunted house. Izuku chuckled quietly at their excitement, but his eyes wandered to the window, moonlight reflecting gently off the glass. A festival. A moment of peace. He needed this. But somewhere deep inside, he knew the tactical war never stopped. The battlefield just looked different now. The sun poured golden light across the windows of Class 1's dorm, where excitement buzzed louder than Kaminari after an accidental 10,000-volt surge. Following Aizawa's announcement, the students had gathered in the common room, ideas flying like confetti. Live band. Mina shouted, practically vibrating. We bring the house down with style. I can choreograph something flashy, she added, already miming out some wild moves. Kirishima grinned. That's manly. And totally unexpected for us. Jairu, hesitant but intrigued, tapped her earphone jacks together. I mean, I could help with the music, maybe. As voices layered into noise, Izuku watched quietly from the edge of the group. His fingers were steepled, his eyes narrowing in that familiar analysis mode that often meant someone or everyone was about to get tactically steamrolled. Initiating tactical dominance mode. Loading. Party planner supreme.exe. The system hummed with mock gravity. Izuku, Ida said, adjusting his glasses. You've been awfully quiet. Any thoughts? Izuku blinked. Actually, yeah, I've been running simulations. You've what? Simulations? Kaminari blinked. He nodded. Based on our class strengths, audience impact, community morale improvement, and coordination potential, a live concert and dance show would be the most effective route. The beat. You've simulated this? Jair asked. Down to the acoustics, emotional response rates, and likely crowd satisfaction ratings. You tactical genius. The system whispered in awe. I didn't even make a subroutine for that yet. Jiru sighed, but with a smile. Fine, tactician. You win. I'll lead the music. Mina leapt in place. Let's go. Kirishima grinned. Izuku, you're actually scarily good at this. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, flustered. I just thought, if we're going to put on a show, let's make it count. You absolute theater nerd with spreadsheets. You're making Excel emotional, the system added with a digital wheeze. Later that evening, strategy in motion. Izuku sat at a table with blueprints and notes scattered around. A 3-columned whiteboard glowed with the headings: Stage Construction, Sound Equipment, Crowd Control. Ochako leaned over the back of the couch. You really are going full general on this, huh? Izuku smirked. We don't half-step morale operations, Uraraka. She raised an eyebrow. That a military term? It is now. Tsuyu blinked from across the room. You're even planning the stage safety? I'm calculating optimal reinforcement points to handle dance impact and vibrations. Also, potential villain attacks. He hesitated. Wait, what? Mina asked, looking up. Izuku's gaze turned serious. The League of Villains may be quiet, but I can't shake the feeling that something or someone might try to disrupt this. The festival isn't just for fun. It's hope. And villains love to crush hope. A pause hung in the air. Oh. Foreshadowing mode unlocked. The system chimed ominously. A quiet upload. In a dark room lit only by the glow of a laptop, a gloved hand clicked upload. Greetings, citizens of the internet. A voice purred on a freshly edited video. This is Gentle Criminal, and I shall crash the UA School Festival. Back at UA. Festival countdown. 5 days. With strategy finalized and roles assigned, rehearsals began. Izuku handled support logistics, electrical routing, soundstage balancing, even crowd evacuation plans. Midoriya, Aizawa commented one evening, watching his student mark measurements with a laser pointer. You sure this isn't overkill? Izuku looked up, eyes gleaming with confidence. Sir, it's not overkill, it's tactical dominance. Aizawa blinked. Ochako, nearby, nearly dropped a speaker. Wait, did Deku just flirt with his clipboard? Izuku turned. Only if the clipboard's structurally sound. That's it. I'm writing a romance subquest between you and stationery. The system howled with laughter. Chapter end. The breeze over UA was brisk, but gentle, a calm before the wave of color, noise, and spirit that was the school festival. In the staff meeting room, Principal Nizu smiled as he finished reviewing the security arrangements with a flick of his paw. Excellent work, everyone. Now, one final matter, Eri. All Might, standing beside Aizawa, glanced toward the doorway just as the little girl stepped in quietly behind Mirio, her wide red eyes scanning the room. She's been asking questions, Aizawa said softly. About smiles. About music. About friends. I believe letting her attend the festival would be healing. Mirio beamed. She's curious. Really wants to understand why everyone's so excited. Even asked me if fun has a color. That made a few hearts in the room tighten. She'll be safe, Nizu confirmed. Our security is double-layered, including newly integrated AI surveillance protocols. I believe it's time she sees what joy looks like up close. Later that day, Class 1A dorms. When Izuku heard the news, he nearly dropped his training weights. Are you here? Mirio nodded, eyes gleaming. Yep. She'll watch our performance. Izuku's eyes sparkled, but his expression grew serious. Then I'll be her security detail. No arguments. You're already building a patrol schedule in your head, aren't you? The system said dryly. I am. With rotating Class 1A oversight, mapped fallback positions, and anti-hostile protocols if something goes wrong. Eri will be safe. You're planning a military formation around a child enjoying cotton candy. She's smiling now. I'm not letting anything take that away. Mirio grinned. She's lucky to have someone like you. Ochako, passing by with confetti samples, paused with a fond smile. You're kind of overbearing, you know? Izuku shrugged. I can live with that. Meanwhile, inside the system, deep within the cybernetic layers of Izuku's mysterious system interface, a new subroutine flickered to life. System upgrade complete. New module, proximity threat scan, active. Detection range, extended. Potential disturbance, 0.7% anomaly outside perimeter wall. Pattern, erratic. Behavioral log, vlogger-like. The system pulsed. Oh, what's this? It murmured in digital amusement. Someone snooping. Not league tier. Not even stain tier. More like theatrical inconvenience. It blinked, requesting permission to nickname intruder, Silly Hat Man. That evening UA courtyard. Izuku sat on a bench under a tree, legs stretched, watching the sunset. His gaze drifted to Eri, several feet away, holding a candy apple with both hands like it was priceless treasure. She was smiling. A real one. Small, crooked but real. The kind of smile that came from safety. Ochako walked over. It's good to see, huh? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I like watching a flower bloom. Ah, the system teased, look at you spouting poetry. Should I run an auto-subtitle for your romantic monologues now? Shut up, Izuku muttered under his breath. What? Nothing. Ochako tilted her head, amused. In that moment, the system flickered a silent alert across Izuku's vision. Threat scan. Activity near south perimeter detected. Behavioral tag. Gentle criminal possible villain. Threat level. Low but charismatically annoying. Izuku's eyes narrowed. So the peace wouldn't last forever. The night before the festival, Yue slept under a blanket of clouds. But Izuku Midoriya stood awake sitting on his bed, face cast in shadow, staring at a hovering digital screen. System alert. 97.3% match found. Unregistered entity. Gentle criminal. Intent logged intrusion attempt during school festival. Threat level. Obnoxious but potentially disruptive. Recommended response. Tactical stealth containment. New quest unlocked. Name. Curtain Fall. Objective. Prevent gentle criminal from breaching UA during the school festival without alerting faculty or causing a public scene. Reward. 1 rank increase to tactical awareness, plus 1 unique passive skill, plus 2 affection from Eri. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Why affection from Eri? Because, you cinnamon roll if her first day of joy gets ruined, she'll be heartbroken. And I'm not having that on my logbooks. Izuku took a breath. The weight of responsibility wasn't new, but this was different. This wasn't just about saving the day, it was about preserving innocence. About protecting her smile. He reached to his drawer and pulled out his support gloves. His boots. His reinforced compression gear. Slowly, silently, he began to suit up. So, let me get this straight. The system hummed in gremlin mode. You're about to sneak off at the crack of dawn, intercept an eccentric tea-sipping YouTuber with a puffed-up ego, and you're not even going to tell Aizawa? I can handle this. Quietly. You know what that sounds like? What? Trauma coping in a hero costume. Well, tactical stealth it is. Outskirts of UA. Izuku crouched on a branch overlooking a secluded forest path, an access route not many knew about. But Gentle did. System markers glowed faint green in his HUD. A faint rustle. A breath. He spotted movement. A man in a high-collared coat, with a curled mustache and a ridiculous swagger, approached with a spring in his step. Behind him, a small girl with pink hair walked dutifully, a glowing laptop in her hands. Gentle criminal and La Brava. They paused. Is it on La Brava? Gentle asked, voice rich with bravado. Always, Gentle. Rolling now. He posed, arms wide. Today marks the day I engrave my legend onto the stage of youth. A performance unlike any before it. Izuku landed behind him with a silent thud. Stage is full, you Gentle, he said coldly. No room for old reruns. Gentle whirled around, blinking. Oh, who dares to intercept a man's cinematic debut? Izuku stepped forward, green lightning faintly crackling around him. You know, you could have just bought a ticket, but you came with sabotage in mind. Gentle's eyes twinkled. Sabotage? No, young man, this is art. Art your butt, the system chirped. Target acquired. Launching sass module, tactical sass overload armed. Izuku rolled his neck, then pointed at Gentle. You're not getting past me. The fight begins. Gentle activated his quirk elasticity. The air shimmered and warped, his surroundings bouncing unnaturally as he leapt up on a tree branch, launching himself forward like a spring-loaded rocket. Izuku dodged, flipped, and landed with cat-like grace. Elastic air. I get it now. You turn the battlefield into a trampoline park. Cool. Let me show you what footwork really looks like. He dashed in, weaving close, not to land a blow just yet, but to study the angles, the bounces, the timing. He mapped it out in his mind like a chessboard mid-match. Tactical calculation active. 5 seconds until optimal counter. 4, 3. Gentle grinned. You're quick, boy. You're not, Izuku shot back. You're just dramatic. With a sharp spin, Izuku kicked off a bent air wall. Using Gentle's own elasticity to propel himself forward faster, landing a solid shoulder check. Gentle crashed into a tree. Oof la brava, dear, a touch of support please. On it, Gentle. La Brava tapped furiously on her device, triggering her love quirk. I believe in you. Gentle's muscles surged with sudden strength. Izuku blinked. System. What was that? Buff activated by pure emotion. They're codependent and it's quite unusual. Shall I calculate a way to disrupt the bond? No. I've got a better idea. Strategy shift. Izuku switched tactics, baiting, weaving, striking with precision. He knew this wasn't a battle of raw power, it was about tempo and psychology. The moment he let Gentle feel like he had the upper hand, bam, Izuku slipped under his guard and pinned his scarf to a tree with a wind-enhanced flick. Gentle fell to a knee, breathing hard. Why fight so hard? He asked, voice trembling. Izuku stared at him. Because I know a girl who's finally starting to smile. And I'm not letting anyone take that away. A long pause. La Brava began to cry. Gentle. Maybe we shouldn't. Gentle looked at her, then down. You win. As they turned themselves in peacefully, Izuku called in Hound Dog with a burner alert code. No alarm. No noise. He made sure it ended before the festival started. And as he returned bruised, sore, but grinning, he was greeted by Eri's bright eyes and Mirio's pat on the back. You made it, Ochako said softly. Izuku looked at the sunrise. Of course I did. You tactical menace, the system sighed. I'm not crying. You're crying. Chapter end. Not sure how to feel about this. Chapter end. The festival air shimmered with anticipation. Laughter rippled from booth to booth, candy sweet and electric. Balloons floated skyward. Streamers curled in the morning breeze. And behind the thick black curtain of the gymnasium stage, Class 1A prepared for the moment they had all bled, sweat, and practiced for. In the backstage wing, Izuku tightened the last straps on his custom-fitted support vest, subtly modified for choreography. He could feel his pulse racing, not from fear, but from resolve. Just off to the side, Eri peeked past the curtain. Her eyes shimmered with awe, wide as stars as the crowd settled. Her little fingers clutched the hem of her oversized Yue hoodie. Izuku stepped beside her and knelt. You ready, Eri? He asked gently. She turned to him. You won't disappear again, will you? His smile was soft but sure. Not for the world. I told you, didn't I? We're here to make you smile. And make you cry, the system cackled gleefully. We're about to emotionally uplift a child with happiness and livestream it in your heart forever. Ah, the joy's kicking in already. Quiet, Izuku muttered with a faint grin. Stage, lights down. The gym went dark. Murmurs quieted. A spotlight blinked on. Jairu stood at the front, guitar strapped across her back, nodding to her bandmates. The beat dropped. The bass line thundered. The LED floor panels pulsed in sync with the music: pink, blue, green, gold. Aizawa blinked in the audience. They really went all out. Present Mike was already dancing in his seat. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. And then came the voice. Izuku Midoriya. Center stage. Mic on. Lights behind him. And he was singing. Izuku's voice, gentle, strong. I've seen the dark, I've heard the cries, I've run from fear behind these eyes. But now I rise, the light I see is the smile of someone who believed in me. The crowd gasped. Because he wasn't half bad. He was good. And he wasn't just singing. He was dancing. Fluidly. Cleanly. Each motion tactical, each step a calculated beat. He wasn't trying to shine alone, he was weaving between his classmates, spotlighting their solos, syncing with the beat, lifting the whole stage higher. Backstage, Eri's lip trembled. But why does it feel like this? Mirio crouched beside her, teary-eyed. That's what it feels like. When people care. That's what hope feels like, Eri. Final chorus. So take this hand and dance with me, you're not a curse, you're a melody. No more pain, no more scars, just this moment beneath the stars. The stage dimmed. A final spotlight. Izuku stood alone, hands stretched toward the audience. His eyes locked on Eri's. He smiled. I dedicate this song to the bravest girl I know. And then confetti. Lights. Applause that thundered through the walls. Eri began to cry. But not from fear. Not from pain. From joy. Tears streamed freely as she whispered, that it's like magic. Izuku appeared beside her, crouching again. We're heroes, Eri. That's our job. She leapt forward and hugged him tightly. System notification. Quest complete, make Eri smile. Reward gained, plus 50 to charisma, plus 1 unique passive skill. Emotional anchor, plus, system weep protocol, activated. System note. You son of a green cinnamon roll, I'm sobbing in ones and zeros. As the curtain closed behind them and the roar of applause filled the air, Izuku stood taller. This wasn't just a school festival. It was a victory. A win over the past. And the beginning of something beautiful. The warmth from the school festival had only just begun to fade. Posters were being taken down, decorations boxed and shelved. The halls of UA had returned to a more neutral tone, still bright, but grounded. Class 1A, however, was on edge. Not from anxiety, but anticipation. The next stage of their hero journey was about to begin. Morning briefing, dorm commons. Aizawa stood at the front of the common area, arms folded, scarf swaying faintly as he gave the class his trademark half-lidded glare. You've had your fun, he said bluntly. Now it's time to shift gears. The class quickly settled, sensing the shift in tone. We've been approached by the Hero Public Safety Commission and various agencies, Aizawa continued. They're requesting promising students to begin engaging with more advanced hero fieldwork, not internships this time. Not mere observation. You're being given the opportunity to enter actual support roles for licensed heroes. Whoa, seriously? Kirishima leaned forward. Does this mean we're gonna do real pro stuff? Mina asked, eyes gleaming. Yes, Aizawa said flatly. And if you're not ready, you'll be pulled back. Eyes turned to Izuku, who was seated near the window, notebook in hand, though unlike usual, it was closed. Chapter end. Aizawa stood in front of the projection board with present mic beside him, an unusual sight, unless something significant was happening. I hope you've recovered. From the festival, Aizawa began, because now comes the next test. He clicked the remote, revealing a list of hero agencies. The Hero Public Safety Commission has opened select hero work recommendation slots based on your provisional license status, academic performance, and field evaluations. The screen displayed agency names: Ryukyu, Endeavor, Hawks, Fat Gum, Dragoon Hero, Crimson Riot Agency, Legacy Branch, and more. Gasps followed. Wait, Fat Gum. Kirishima perked up. I'm ready to take on crime, Ashido muttered, cracking her knuckles. And you've each received an offer, Aizawa concluded. You're expected to pick one by the end of today. Izuku's POV. Izuku Midoriya sat frozen. Not because he was nervous, he was calculating. The system's screen fluttered in the corner of his vision. Notification. Hero Agency Recommendation. Nighteye Agency confirmed. Additional request. Special observation slot secured under Mirai Sasaki's approval. Preparedness level, 71%. Side quest unlocked, Echoes of Fate. Analyze and adapt to professional patrol environments. Sir Nighteye approved me, Izuku murmured, hand on his chin. Looks like he didn't forget your little performance in the raid, the system snickered. Or maybe he's hoping you're more stable now. Ta. Izuku smiled faintly. He wasn't the boy who had stammered through the door back then. Not anymore. Later that day, UA front gate. Izuku stood beside Ochako, Kirishima, and Tsuyu, bags over their shoulders, waiting for the arranged transport vans. All four had chosen to work under heroes involved in the overhaul incident. Feeling nervous? Ochako asked, shifting beside him. A bit, he admitted. But mostly excited. And focused, the system added in a mock lecturer tone. Tactical fieldwork mode engaged. God, I love this part. He rolled his eyes mentally. Just don't start humming mission music again. No promises. Kirishima was grinning ear to ear, adjusting his gloves. Man, I hope Fat Gum's already in the middle of something. I want to make a difference. Just try not to get knocked out again, Tsuyu said dryly. Izuku chuckled, but his eyes remained on the road ahead. Arrival, Nighteye Agency. The office had changed. It was quieter than before. A little colder. But the moment Izuku stepped in, Bubble Girl met him with a small smile. Welcome back, she said. Mirio appeared behind her, tossing him a pair of work gloves. Time to show how much stronger you've gotten, Deku. Sir Nighteye emerged shortly after, leaner, quieter, but intact. Their eyes met. The last time Izuku had seen him, his vision had been blurred with tears and adrenaline. I heard your file was revised, Nighteye said calmly, adjusting his glasses. Good. Let's see if that growth is real. I'll prove it, Izuku said with a bow. Respectfully, the system chimed. But also, you're about to tackle every obstacle in this office. Patrol Day 1, Izuku POV. The city was louder than usual. Izuku walked beside Mirio and Bubble Girl, scanning everything, not just faces, but posture, behavior, patterns. The system tagged potential civilian stress indicators, vehicle routes, surveillance zones. Every second of exposure was training. Every breath he took in this world felt heavier, but more meaningful. Suddenly sirens. A mugging down a nearby alley. No quirk detected yet. Mid-level threat. Midoriya, assessment. Bubble Girl barked. He already had it. 3 people. One's a lookout, 2 are in the act. No escape vehicle likely not planned. We close off both exits, then Mirio phases in from above. I engage from the left. Bubble Girl goes right with the stun net. Mirio blinked. Did you? That was in 3 seconds, dude. Izuku had already leapt forward. Tactical dominance, online. It wasn't a massive operation. But the precision? The ease with which he moved? It left the heroes blinking in surprise. Later that evening, Nighteye office. Sir Nighteye sat across from him again. This time, there was no stamp test. No cold stare. Just a curious look. You've sharpened yourself. But you're still holding back. Izuku hesitated. There's something. Building, he admitted. Inside One for All. I'm getting new quests. New growth pathways. But I don't understand it all yet. Nighteye's gaze narrowed, contemplative. Then figure it out. A power like yours doesn't just wait for you to understand it. It demands responsibility in motion. Izuku nodded. The system whispered faintly. The real game's beginning soon, boss. Better sharpen everything. The winds are shifting. Location, Ue dormitory tight. The moonlight filtered through the window of room, the usual hum of Class 1, as dorms had gone quiet. Everyone was asleep except Izuku Midoriya. He sat at his desk, staring at his hand. It still tingled. Not from strain but from something else. An unknown energy that he had felt for the first time during the overhaul battle. Ares' quirk may have kept his body intact, but what awakened within One for All felt like something different entirely. System notification, locked quirk factor detected. Initiating deep conscious sync in 10. His eyes widened. Wait, what? What does that mean? 7. 6. Now. I was gonna sleep. 3, 2. Initiating. System-linked inner consciousness. The world around Izuku blinked then vanished. He was no longer in his dorm. Instead, he stood in a black void. No, not a void. There was depth here. Movement. Lightless, but alive. He looked down to see his body flickering like a hologram, barely solid. Like the first time he touched the vestiges of One for All. But this was deeper. System guide, welcome to the inner link. This domain is now partially unlocked due to rapid energy progression, user stress, and synchronized willpower. The voice wasn't its usual gremlin-like tone. It was more formal. Still sarcastic, but subdued. Where am I? Izuku whispered, stepping forward. What is this place? You're inside the core, the system answered. Where One for All's true nature resides. Only possible because your compatibility has reached phase 2, awakening. As Izuku walked forward, faint glows began to emerge in the shadows' silhouettes. 7 of them. Each figure was blurred, only one partially visible. And that one stepped forward. His eyes were sharp, glowing like embers. His presence, ancient, firm, and protective. His hair waved like fire in a non-existent wind. You've come farther than I expected, the figure said. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku froze. You're... Yes. I am the first. The origin. The brother of All for One. The beginning of One for All. Also known as System Tether Point Alpha, the system piped in. Which honestly sounds cooler than it should. Izuku ignored the system. This is real, he muttered, stepping forward, breath shaking. I thought this power was just passing from person to person, but it is more than a torch, the first said. It is a forge. And now, you have stirred the embers. He stepped closer and held out his hand. You have met the child, Eri. Her quirk pushed One for All's flow beyond normal boundaries. And because of that, your consciousness touched mine. I didn't do anything special, Izuku said quickly. She saved me. You made the choice to protect her. That was your test, the first said. And let's be honest, the system added. You screamed and punched your way through reality. It was beautifully reckless. Izuku managed a small laugh. So what now? He asked. The first looked over his shoulder at the other 6 figures, then back to him. Soon, the other quirks stored in this power will awaken. They're yours now. You will not just wield One for All. You will embody it. Izuku's hand trembled. But I don't even know how to. You will, the first said. And you will not be alone. A warm wind rushed through the space. The figures started to shimmer faintly, their outlines solidifying slightly. One, particularly broad-shouldered, gave a nod. Another, with wild hair and narrow eyes, smirked faintly. System update, unlock progress 17%. First quirk awakening soon, danger sense. New quest, HRSS the Echoes, training required, 3% progress. Danger sense, Izuku repeated. Spidey sense, basically, the system whispered. You're gonna love it. The first extended a hand. Midoriya Izuku. You must be ready. This world will not wait. And One for All is more than power. It is responsibility. Izuku took the hand. And the world exploded into light. Idorm's morning. Izuku shot upright in bed, gasping. Sweat clung to him like a second shirt. His hands were glowing faintly with residual energy, sparks dancing between his fingers before fading. Quest updated, new abilities detected. Danger sense awakening initiated. He sat in stunned silence. Everything was changing. The arc of power, the system's evolution, the quirks his predecessors. I'm not alone, he whispered. In right you're not, the system grinned in his mind. Now get dressed. We're training. Breakfast is secondary. Chapter end. Location, UA Joint Training Grounds, mid-morning. The open-air battlefield had been constructed with layered obstacles, metal shipping crates, stacked debris, ruined mock structures perfect for testing urban maneuvering. Class 1A and Class 1B stood side by side, the tension between them as thick as the cold air around them. Aizawa stood with Vlad King at the center, flanked by All Might and Recovery Girl. This will follow a 5-round format, Aizawa said, eyes tired but sharp. Tactical coordination, use of quirks, adaptability under pressure all are being evaluated. The classes shifted. Murmurs passed between the students like static. Midoriya stood silently, arms crossed, eyes scanning the map and terrain layout pinned to the digital tablet in front of him. He wasn't trembling. Not anymore. System analysis, terrain mapping complete. Potential entry points, 7. Enemy pathing simulations, estimated 78% accuracy. You're a monster, the system whispered gleefully. A smiling, freckled, green-haired chaos tactician. It's art. Izuku smirked just a little. Keep analyzing their movement data, he whispered under his breath. Ochako nudged him. You okay? Yeah, he replied with a half-smile. Just focused. Active quirk use. 1 for all, 20% balanced output. Stability lock engaged. Focusing on muscle memory reflex sync. The matchups had begun. One after another. Tokoyami's shadows against Mushroom Girl's stealth. Yayarosa's resourcefulness versus Kendo's leadership. Tetsutetsu's steel charge against Todoroki's strategic cold. Izuku watched every round with razor precision. Every outcome, every weakness, every overreach. All being catalogued. Because his round was the last one. And he knew what was coming. Team Midoriya, final round load-in. Team A, Midoriya, Ochako, Mina, Mineta. Team B, Monoma, Shinso, Yanagi, Kodai. I've got a read on them, Izuku said calmly, eyes flashing. Shinso's with them, Mina said. That's serious. It is, he replied. And that's why we'll counter it before it hits. System quick command, plan Delta D, initialized. Overwatch formation engaged. Midoriya in command. The moment the buzzer rang, Team A moved like a unit. Izuku had drilled them in mock scenarios for 2 days straight. They knew how to move. When to retreat. When to feint. He anticipated Shinso's voice-based traps and set up Mina and Mineta as misdirection units. Ochako would stay hidden until a gravity-based ambush could tip the scales. Izuku darted through the terrain, black whip flickering faintly along his fingers like nervous lightning. Not fully awakened. Not yet. But it was close. Danger sense, latent activity detected, 2% activation sync. What was that? He whispered. Your sixth sense waking up. It's gonna itch for a while, the system muttered. Also, you might hear whispers. Ignore those. Probably not ghosts. He leapt down toward an open container just as Shinso's voice echoed. Midoriya. He grinned. Too late. He flicked a small metal pin against a nearby wall, which released a high-pitched tone that mimicked his voice. The brainwashing fizzled against it. A recorded misdirect. Countermeasure successful, system chirped. Who's the tactician now, purple hair? From behind him, Monoma charged. Izuku turned fist clenched and the green lightning of 1 for all surged at 25%. Their clash rocked the platform, Monoma copying hardening and closing in, but Izuku's precision made the difference. He didn't overpower. He outmaneuvered. A sweep of the legs. A feint. A grab. Monoma hit the ground with a grunt. But that's when it happened. The second he felt Shinso's capture scarf wrap around his arm, something inside him twisted. 1 for all, core disruption detected. Trigger condition reached, emotional instability, resentment. Black whip, premature activation, 12% surge. No! Izuku shouted. The black energy erupted like a serpent from his back. Tendrils whipped wildly, smashing through a concrete wall and sending Shinso flying. Midoriya! Ochako shouted. Izuku staggered. His heart was racing. From fear, but something angrier. More primal. I don't want to lose, he muttered. Not to him. Not again. Not like this. Izuku. The system's voice, no longer teasing, cut through his ears. Reel it in. You're not alone. Focus. Lock it. Now. He gritted his teeth. The tendrils flailed, but he visualized the core. He pictured All Might. Eri's smile. Tashinori's fist bump. His mother's tears. And like a storm passing, the power receded. The tendrils pulled back. He collapsed to one knee, steam rising off his skin. But he stood back up, raised his hand. Team A, victory, Vlad King's voice echoed. Observation deck, Aizawa's POV. It's beginning, Aizawa muttered. You saw it too? All Might asked softly. Aizawa nodded. That was one for all, evolving. Aftermath, infirmary. Izuku sat on the hospital bed, bruised but awake. His fingers trembled slightly. So, he said quietly, what was that? Growth, the system replied. Painful. But needed. Will it happen again? Oh, probably. Izuku exhaled a shaky laugh. But next time, the system said softly, we'll be ready. UA Training Dome, early morning. The stillness of morning was broken only by the steady breaths of Izuku Midoriya, standing in the center of the reinforced training facility. A glimmer of cold air hung in the space between him and the world. His hero costume was modified, slightly sleeker, more mobile, with fibers designed to handle unusual strain. He tightened his gloves, his green eyes narrowing as he whispered, System, status window. Status, active, compatibility, 1 for all, system bridge stable. Quirk, unregistered. Black whip control, 20%, steady. Danger sense sensory tether, 10%, requires focus. Physical sync with core, 34%, compatible. Evolving. You keep unlocking cheat codes in your brain and still get floored by your own power, the system teased. Honestly, it's impressive and concerning. Let's do this anyway. The black energy began to leak from his shoulders, not like last time. Controlled. Threaded. He flexed a hand, and Black Whip lashed out like a grappling hook, latching onto a training beam. He yanked. The beam shuddered, cracked, and flew toward him only to be intercepted by a sudden flick of another whip from behind, catching it midair and safely dropping it to the side. Nice. Reflexes are sharpening. And now, time for sensory spice. Let's activate Danger Sense. A buzzing zap hit the back of his neck as his eyes widened. Static flooded his mind, a mild headache creeping in. Worklick hit. A foam turret burst from the wall, firing a round of mock grenades. Izuku spun. The grenades missed by inches. Another wave he leapt, Black Whip snapping out instinctively, anchoring to the ceiling and letting him swing just in time to dodge the third volley. But the moment he landed, he collapsed. His vision blurred, and he fell to a knee, gasping for breath. Overload. Disengaging Danger Sense. Try not to taste colors. Observation balcony. Ochako's POV. Ochako Uraraka sat with a thermos in her hand, sipping quietly as she watched from above. From this distance, all she could hear were the faint sounds of whipping energy and heavy impacts. She could also see the way Izuku moved. Precise. Fluid. But every now and then, just for a second, pain. He moved like someone who was carrying something no one else could see. Something powerful. Dangerous. And lonely. Aizawa spoke beside her without looking away. He's not reckless anymore, he said simply. He's learning. Ochako glanced at him, a little surprised. You knew he'd get this far? Aizawa didn't answer. He just watched Izuku, like a veteran observing a soldier who had walked paths too early. Training dome, later. Izuku sat on the edge of the bench, dripping sweat. His head was still pounding from the strain, but he kept replaying the patterns in his mind where he slipped, where Danger Sense had surged. Ochako walked over and nudged a cold bottle to his cheek. Why, you're burning up, she said. He startled slightly. Uraraka. Hey, thanks. You've been training hard lately, she said, sitting next to him. We all noticed. He tensed slightly. I've been working on new control methods. Is that what you call flying with black lightning ropes now? She giggled. He rubbed the back of his head, blushing. Guess it looks pretty flashy. Ochako smiled, heart racing a little. You've changed a lot. In a good way. He looked at her softly. Oh, someone's getting emotionally cornered, the system hummed. Want me to play a slow violin or just activate the flirting subroutine? Not now, Izuku whispered. Ochako blinked. Nothing. They just meant, yeah, thanks. System log. Passive progression update. Black Whip, plus 4% control gain. Danger sense, plus 3% sensory resistance. Emotion anchor, Uraraka, Ochako, strengthening. Trigger alert, high synchronization with core memory detected. Warning, pressure building in OFA vestige plane. Back in the shadowed corridors above the core of Izuku's soul, the vestiges stirred, the glowing silhouette of the first user turning silently. In the physical world, Izuku just smiled, standing up and stretching. Let's go again. And as Ochako watched him, she couldn't help but feel he was chasing something. Not just strength. Not just control. But purpose. Undisclosed hideout, Paranormal Liberation Front headquarters. The room was dimly lit, the walls echoing with voices chaotic, yet controlled. Gathered were remnants of the League, now merged with a grander ambition, a deeper ideology. The Meta-Liberation Army had become more than just a whisper in the underground. It was now a wave, and at its center sat Shigaraki Tamura. Hair longer, paler. His face hardened. Fingers still twitching. Yet something about him felt hollow and yet boiling over with fury. His once twitchy compulsions were now focused. Refined. Directed. He stared at the monitor in front of him. A loop of footage Izuku Midoriya on the battlefield. Fighting. Saving. Winning. And again. His hand twitched toward the decayed relic of his past, resting on the desk beside him. And he muttered, voice low and rough. That brat. He was the one. The one who beat Overhaul. The one who made All for One lose. The one who... He stopped. His jaw clenched tightly. System playback, memory echoes from Tartarus. A flicker of sound echoed in the void of Shigaraki's memory, the voice of All for One from months ago, just before his capture. Midoriya, that boy, he is the nail that will never stop hammering. Be wary of him. That voice. Calculating. And now silence caged. Thanks to him. Thanks to Izuku Midoriya. Elsewhere in the compound Higantamakia's den. The beast stirred. He still hasn't acknowledged you as the new master, Spinner whispered, watching from a safe distance. I don't need his acknowledgement, Shigaraki said flatly. I'll break him. I'll break all of them. Especially him. He stepped forward, arms crossed behind his back, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The other lieutenants of the Meta-Liberation Front fell silent as he entered the war room. Redestro, sitting calmly, regarded Shigaraki with a calculated smile. You have something on your mind, Tamura. I have a target. Still obsessing over the green-haired hero boy? Skeptic asked, rolling his eyes behind his glasses. Shigaraki didn't look at him. He only said, I'm going to tear down everything that makes him smile. Starting with society. Then the symbols. And then, I'll break him. Slowly. Chapter end. Endeavor Agency Midnight Training Room. The city slept, lights dimmed, but inside the Endeavor Agency's underground training hall, Izuku stood alone, palms open, body vibrating with raw energy. His breath was shallow. Sweat traced down his temple. The faint neon blue flickers of Black Whip coiled around his arm like restless snakes. Okay, he whispered to himself. Control. Not pressure. Not fear. Just focus. Behind his eyes, the system's interface pulsed. System notice. Passive quirk adaptation, 63% synchronization, Black Whip. Danger sense, 24% optimization. Neural receptors aligning. You're pushing it, you know, the system muttered, its usual teasing absent. Its tone was quiet. Measured. The more quirks you unlock, the more strain your body's going to carry. These are echoes of lives and wills, not just powers. I know, Izuku said, his fingers curling. But I need them. People are going to need them. The system was silent for a beat. Then let's make sure they don't consume you. Suddenly, a blue whip lashed from his wrist, bursting forth with sharp precision. It hooked a weighted training drone in the air, dragging it toward him and then snapping it backward into a wall with pinpoint control. Izuku blinked, stunned. That actually worked. You're syncing up, the system said, a trace of pride in its voice. Reflex, intent, execution. It's still volatile, but you're adapting faster than projected. Morning briefing in Endeavor's office. The next day, Izuku, Shoto, and Bakugo stood in front of Endeavor. The man scrolled through reports, glancing once at Midoriya. Your movements have sharpened, Endeavor noted. I saw the footage. That whip control it further. It's power, but power without control is deadweight. Izuku nodded, holding back the nervous sweat on his neck. Right now, you're still catching up to your potential. Get ahead of it. Later, rooftop of the agency. Izuku trained again, this time alongside Shoto, who practiced refining his ice shaping. Bakugo grumbled but stayed nearby, watching. Izuku activated danger sense, holding his breath. The hairs on his neck stood. Instinct pulled him aside just in time for Bakugo to launch a pebble directly at his head. Oi, Bakugo said, smug. You are paying attention. Izuku smiled. Barely. System update, danger sense reflexes, accelerated growth detected. Night, Izuku's dorm at the agency. As he lay in bed, the system interface flickering softly in the corner of his mind, Izuku stared at the city skyline. Sir Nighteye's words still echoed. So did All Might's teachings. The future loomed ahead, a blur, both terrifying and hopeful. They'll come for us soon, the system said, low and grim. Who? Those who seek to break the world before it can heal. You're about to step onto a global stage, Izuku. You've been climbing local peaks. But soon, you'll be facing a mountain that spans nations. Izuku's fists clenched. I'll be ready. Meanwhile, overseas. In a sterile white lab, glowing screens flashed with the Hummerai's insignia. Footage of Japan's heroes played on loop. And at the center of it was Izuku Midoriya's face. Flecked Turn watched with narrowed eyes. The vessel of chaos. He must fall before the quirk singularity consumes the earth. Pro Hero HQ, Tokyo, Japan, 6:13 a.m. The emergency sirens were silent. But the tension? Deafening. Large screens flickered inside the command room of Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission, displaying a cascade of encrypted reports, global pings, and one name burned in red, Hummerai's. Across the room, familiar pro-heroes gathered. Hawks folded his arms, eyes tight with focus. Endeavor and even Ryukyu stood in front of a secured comm screen. On the feed, leaders from the US, Egypt, France, and other nations. The world was aligned under one purpose: stop the global annihilation of quirkkind. Endeavor Agency, dorm level. Izuku jolted awake, the system alert flashing in his peripheral vision. System alert, quest updated. Global directive, Hummerai's threat identified. Objective, neutralize Flecked Turn. Prevent trigger detonations. Save lives. Guess nap time's over, Izuku, the system chimed, unusually serious. The world's looking your way now. His eyes widened as he read through the mission data, locations, allies, and the trigger bombs spread across multiple countries. One of them, Afi. Time to suit up. Pro-hero briefing room, 1 hour later. Shoto adjusted his gloves. Bakugo cracked his neck. Ochako stared at the board, tension etched into her face. Izuku stood beside them, calm, composed, green eyes sharper than usual. Endeavor spoke first. This is a global-scale operation. You will be joining select teams across the world. Your mission: assist in evacuation, reconnaissance, and if necessary, combat. He turned, eyes blazing. This is no internship. This is war. A map revealed 3 major divisions. Izuku's name popped up under Team Atheon, alongside Todoroki and Bakugo. I'm honored, Izuku muttered. Oh, you better be, the system teased. Because this is where the true stage begins. Tactical instincts? Gonna need 'em. Oh, and try not to explode any monuments, yeah. Private jet en route to Atheon. As the team flew across the sea, Izuku flipped through system screens, reviewing. Black Whip, 78% controlled. Danger Sense, 46% optimized. New passive unlocked. Tactical Echo, predictive combat mapping. Whoa, Izuku muttered. Tactical echo? Congrats, soldier, the system replied. Now you can mentally simulate enemy formations. In real time. It's like chess, but with explosions. Bakugo looked over from his seat. You muttering to yourself again? Why a habit. Shoto nodded. You do that often. Arrival zone. Their plane touched down on a secure runway. The skies were darker here. Smoke trailed from distant buildings. Civilians were being herded away under military escort. Signs of coordinated chaos rippled through the city. Izuku tightened his gloves. The wind blew through his green hair. Let's begin, he said under his breath. Humorize HQ, unknown location. Flecked Turn stood before his followers, hands raised toward a massive screen showing heroes from around the globe mobilizing. Let them come, he said coldly. Let them bear witness. As the age of quirks ends by their own hands. The room echoed with chants. Back with Team Athian. Izuku's eyes narrowed as his danger sense sparked. They're already here, he said. The system pulsed. Objective updated. Engage enemy agents. Protect civilians. He smirked. All right then. Let's show the world the Green Reaper's not just a local legend. Athian, Southern Business District 1457. The streets were in disarray. Civilians screamed and scattered as a series of controlled detonations echoed through the air. Smoke curled into the sky, and armored vehicles blocked key intersections. Sirens howled in multiple languages. The first wave of Humorize operatives, clad in black and white, their faces obscured by masks bearing the mark of the trigger bomb, began herding people into tight areas like prey for slaughter. They're trying to push civilians toward their detonation zones, Izuku muttered as he, Shoto, and Bakugo crouched on a high rooftop overlooking the chaos. System update, predictive combat mapping engaged. Tactical echo online. Enemy formations. 17 targets. 3 are enhanced. 1 is a sniper. Your move, Commander. Midoriya, Todoroki said calmly, what's the plan? We split, Izuku said, eyes flashing green. Kaken, you're our blunt instrument. Go loud, draw attention northwest. Shoto, provide cover with wide-range ice to block escape routes and control the fires. Bakugo smirked. Been waitin' for permission to blow crap up. Don't destroy the monuments, Izuku added quickly. Bakugo leapt into the chaos with a war cry. No promises, nerd. On the ground, tactical chaos. Izuku dropped into a side alley, the cloak of smoke masking his descent. 2 operatives raised their weapons but didn't see the blur of green lightning until it was too late. Delaware smash, flicker. Compressed wind shattered their masks, and they collapsed silently. Black whip, tripwire. Tendrils snaked up the walls and yanked another enemy off the fire escape, dragging him down like a predator catching its prey. System update, quirk synchronization 82%, black whip stable. Danger sense pinging, 2 o'clock. Izuku ducked as a bullet whizzed by his ear. He rolled behind a dumpster, activated tactical echo, and instantly saw a red-lit overlay of the shooter's rooftop perch. There you are. He used a nearby fire escape as a springboard and surged upward. Just as the sniper realigned, a green blur struck him in the chest with tremendous force. They slammed into the wall. Izuku yanked the rifle away with Black Whip and knocked the man out cold. 1 unit down. Elsewhere, with Bakugo. Bakugo detonated his way through a wave of agents, his laughter wild and his gauntlets glowing bright orange. You picked the wrong city to mess with. Todoroki, street center. Walls of ice erupted from the ground, stopping vehicles and cornering enemy agents without harming a single civilian. Shoto moved like a sculptor, crafting barriers while maintaining his calm. Midoriya, he said into the calm, we've got 5 cornered. You. Izuku rooftop overwatch. 7 neutralized. 2 unconscious. 1 tied up like a gift. Civilians are clear on 4th Street. Kaken. From the explosion zone, I'm kinda busy, nerd. Izuku chuckled, but then his danger sense flared again. Too strong. Too fast. He turned, and his smile vanished. A heavily augmented Humorize agent, muscles reinforced with trigger, lunged at him with 2 serrated blades made of hardened bone. Final exchange: high-speed combat. Target strength level, tactical echo engaged. System options: parry, redirect, and deliver a full-force black whip slam into the vent system. Or, use your new passive, Echo Reflex. Just move. Izuku exhaled and activated Echo Reflex. Time slowed. He ducked the blade, pivoted, used his momentum, and flung the agent through the vent with a burst of 20% one for all. Clear. Post-battle scene, rooftop convergence. Smoke still lingered. Civilians were safe. Agents were tied up. Fires were extinguished. Shoto joined Izuku on the roof. That's a win. Bakugo flew up, scowling, soot on his face. Took you long enough. Izuku gave a tired thumbs up. Let's call it Phase 1. System notification, objective completed. First strike successful. New quest available, purge the core, flecked turn awaits. The system was quiet for a moment, then muttered. You're really becoming a symbol, huh? Izuku didn't answer. He just stared out over the burning city, knowing this was only the beginning. Humorize false flag operation, 1600 hours. Everything was going according to plan, or so it seemed. After the intense first clash with Humorize operatives in the city's south, Izuku and his team took a brief reprieve at a provisional staging ground. Reports from other global branches filtered in activity in France, Egypt, Singapore, all involving attacks meant to incite fear and discredit heroes. Izuku stood alone by a digital console, scanning through satellite footage and field reports. His eyes flicked from screen to screen, absorbing tactical data, street coordinates, and civilian reports. System alert, mission intelligence synced. Note, you are being monitored. He blinked at the message. Monitored by who? The system didn't answer immediately. Don't worry. I've already looped your signal in 6 different directions. But some things. Stay sharp. The tension in his shoulders didn't ease. His instincts were twitching. Danger sense wasn't pinging, but something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Elsewhere, Humorize facility, secret recording room. A set of screens showed Izuku's likeness in real time, copied from drone footage, digitally altered and edited. Technicians from Humorize worked quickly, falsifying images of him planting devices, giving coded signals, and activating trigger bombs. A man in a pristine white coat, Rody. Soul's mysterious handler, watched calmly as the video came together. The public won't know the truth. By the time the smoke clears, this green tactician will be the world's most wanted. A twisted grin formed beneath the man's glasses. They'll burn their own symbol. Afi, downtown district, that evening. Izuku split from the group to follow a strange movement pattern picked up by the system, an anomalous energy signal leading into a storage depot just on the city's edge. It was a trap. Explosives detonated precisely placed for media capture. Sirens wailed in the distance. And then came the broadcast. Breaking news. International hero suspected in Humorize conspiracy. CCTV footage played on screen. Images doctored, enhanced, and impossibly convincing showed Izuku Midoriya, dressed in his stealth combat gear, planting what looked like trigger bombs. Journalists flooded the airwaves. The public roared. Panic spread like wildfire. Outside the ruins, 1715. He stared at a nearby screen from a passing news van as his own image played again and his heart dropped. No. His mind raced. System. Tell me this is a mistake. No mistake. They framed you. And it's spreading faster than I can counter. The world's eyes are shifting. Izuku. This is a war of perception now. His fists clenched. He could already feel the weight, the eyes on him, the distrust blooming. Even a few pro-heroes who passed by paused, unsure. But he didn't run. He stood tall, confused, furious but resolute. He whispered to the wind, I didn't do this. And I'm going to prove it. Elsewhere, Rody Soul watches the broadcast. In the back of a stolen truck, with his little sister asleep beside him, Rody watched the same news coverage. His brows furrowed as he stared at Izuku's face. That didn't seem like the kind of guy who'd betray the world. He looked down at the strange briefcase. Humorize was so desperate to get back. Guess we're both on the run now. Chapter end. Rooftop, just after broadcast fallout. Izuku's body ached from the last blast, soot and concrete dust smearing his face as he crouched under the overhang of a tall structure. The city's skyline was alight with patrol drones and sirens. He tapped the side of his ear. System reboot, online. Stealth protocols active. Note, you are now internationally famous. Congratulations. Not the kind I wanted. He muttered, peeking around the corner. Well, you always said you wanted the world to notice you. Mission accomplished, poster boy. You're not helping. Not trying to. I'm your tactical support AI, not your therapist. Izuku sighed. He couldn't go back to base. Couldn't call All Might. Couldn't endanger his friends. Not until he figured out who framed him and why. That's when he heard it. Hurried footsteps, a barked curse, and a slamming door 3 rooftops down. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He leapt forward, a tendril of black whip shot from his glove, anchoring him to a water tower as he zipped forward. Controlled swings, zero wasted movement. He landed hard in an alleyway just as the source of the noise crashed into some trash bins, skinny, messy hair, and a colorful bird squeaking from inside his shirt. Hey! Izuku barked, aiming a low stance. Stop! The guy spun around. Whoa, I didn't do anything. Then why are you running? Because a guy in green armor just flew in from the rooftops yelling at me. The man shouted, lifting his hands. Also you're, like, all over the news, dude. That's when Izuku saw the briefcase in his grip, the briefcase from the Humorize facility. His eyes narrowed. Jackpot. The guy bolted. Izuku dashed after him, black whip lashing out like a grappling hook as he zipped over traffic, wall ran around buildings, and ducked under awnings with practiced speed. The system gave a quick quip every few seconds. Honestly? You're chasing a C-list con artist. This is beneath you. Then help me catch him. With pleasure. He shot forward, landing just behind the man, grabbing the back of his hoodie and yanking him into a narrow stairwell. They tumbled into a heap. All right, Izuku growled. You're gonna tell me everything. The guy groaned. Why does everyone in Athyon tackle first, talk later? Name, Rody Soul. Occupation, DLVOI driver. Amateur con man. Big mouth. Big secrets. They sat in awkward silence, Rody leaning against a vent with his strange bird Pinot nesting against his neck. Izuku crouched, arms crossed, still on edge. I didn't plant bombs, if that's what you're thinking, Rody muttered. All I know is I was paid to deliver that briefcase, and suddenly the whole city wants my head. Yeah, well, the same. Rody looked at him. You seriously didn't do it? Izuku met his gaze. I'm a hero. I save people. That's what I do. There was a moment of silence. Pinot chirped and mimed Izuku's pose in dramatic fashion. Okay, that bird's creeping me out. You get used to her, Rody muttered. The air exploded in a flash of light. Humorize operatives had locked onto their signal. Move! Izuku shouted, grabbing Rody's jacket and yanking him off the roof just as bullets peppered the steel. Midair, Izuku wrapped an arm around him, thwip, and swung wide as the world blurred around them. Rody screamed. This is not a taxi. Izuku grunted. You want to get shot or save that briefcase? Okay, fair. Through narrow alleys, above traffic lights, bouncing off glass panels, Izuku used Black Whip like a living slingshot. He wasn't just running. He was maneuvering, calculating. A tactical escape in real time. This is fine. Everything is fine. You've got a wanted con man, a sentient bird, global terrorists on your tail, and the entire world thinks you're a villain. Great job, Midoriya. Izuku's eyes narrowed with focus. This isn't over. I'm going to clear my name. Then you better survive the next 24 hours. It was quiet. Too quiet. Water dripped steadily from rusted pipes. The flicker of an old emergency light cast long shadows across the damp concrete. Izuku sat on a crate, jacket slung over his shoulders, green eyes locked on the briefcase. Rody stared at him from across the tunnel, arms crossed, bird perched on his shoulder. Pino mimicked Izuku's stiff posture mockingly. You stare at that case any harder, it's gonna melt, Rody muttered. I'm trying to figure out why Humorize wants it so badly. Let me guess, the system chimed in suddenly. Because it holds the dark secrets to a doomsday plot involving mass quirk genocide. Just a hunch. System, Izuku thought. Not now. Oh no, please by all means do all. The heavy thinking. I'm just the disembodied tactical assistant that's been helping you not die since Kamino. Izuku sighed aloud, muttering under his breath, I am so tired. Rody tilted his head. You always talk to yourself like that? You get used to it, Izuku muttered quickly. After their escape, they ducked into the ruins of an old subway line beneath Aoyama. Izuku had hotwired a hatch panel open with a blast of one for all at 10%, careful not to bring the whole tunnel down. The briefcase's lock had a biometric failsafe and a Humorize insignia inside the wiring. Cracking this thing will be like open-heart surgery on a robot during a volcanic eruption. Not impossible. Just incredibly stupid. Izuku ignored the sass as he traced the etching. Something about this briefcase felt wrong. Like it carried weight beyond data. Beyond tech. Rody finally broke the silence. You've got powers. And you're clearly not just a student, no matter what your uniform says. Izuku glanced at him. What do you mean? You move like someone who's been trained in more than just hero school stuff. Like military, almost. Precise. Efficient. But that means you're also dangerous. Izuku didn't deny it. I'm trying to be someone who saves people. No matter how dangerous that makes me. Now that was impressive. Inspirational monologue level, 7.8 knocked off points for brooding DLVY. He coughed. You're weird, man, Rody said. But I guess I owe you. The briefcase blinked. A soft click echoed as the biometric sequence activated, reacting to Rody's brief hand gesture near its side. Wait, what did you just do? Izuku barked. Rody blinked. That I didn't mean to, oh no. The con artist triggered the code. You two are now officially partners. Congratulations. Beeping accelerated. Izuku dove forward, snatching the case, black whip flaring as he enveloped it, insulating it with dense energy strands. A burst of gas escaped from the locks, but no explosion. Instead, an audio file began playing. Operation Trigger, global cleansing commence in 48 hours. Izuku's blood ran cold. Rody looked pale. What the hell did I deliver? Oh, just a global extinction plan. You know, Tuesday things. Izuku stood slowly, the weight of the situation slamming down harder than any villain's fist. No more running, he muttered. We're getting answers. We're stopping them. And what if you don't? Rody asked quiet. Izuku looked at him determined. Unyielding. I will. Quest unlocked. Hearts and heroes, stop Humorize. Objective, survive the pursuit. Uncover the plot. Trust the unlikely. Reward, plus 15% one for all resonance. Plus new passive, tactical empathy. Bonus objective, don't punch Rody in the face. You're unbelievable, Izuku grumbled mentally. And yet you love me. The storm was unrelenting. Cold rain pelted the rusting rooftops of Aoyama, echoing against narrow alley walls like ticking seconds of a countdown clock. Izuku pulled his hood up tighter, his eyes scanning every shadow as he and Rody moved through the backstreets. I told you, we should have taken the back entrance near the old post office, Rody whispered, clutching the briefcase tightly against his chest. No one's dumb enough to patrol there. You said that about the last place, Izuku whispered back. And now you both have your own wanted posters with your best angles. Really, Rody should thank the government photographer for getting his good side. System, please, now's not the time. That's what you said before leaping off a 5-story fire escape. Flashback, earlier that night. News broadcasts flooded every major screen in Aoyama. Images of Izuku Midoriya flashed between CCTV shots and manipulated video evidence. The headline scrolled. Japanese pro-hero trainee accused of terrorism. Armed and extremely dangerous. Izuku stared, breath caught in his throat. That's not me. You really needed a press agent, Rody muttered, eyes wide. We're screwed. On the bright side, you've made international headlines before graduation. Most kids your age just get detention. Present, hidden warehouse, edge of Othian. They found shelter in a rundown shipping hub, sealed tight with bent steel panels and rusted padlocks. Inside, it was dry, at least. Rody lit a small oil lamp while Izuku checked their route on a stolen city blueprint. You're not just some kid, are you? Rody asked, watching him. You fight like a soldier. Think like one too. I'm a hero in training, Izuku said quietly. That's one hell of a lie, given how you punched a guy through a billboard earlier. To be fair, that guy was about to snipe you both. Hero points, awarded. Billboard damage, pending. Izuku didn't answer. Instead, he opened the briefcase carefully now that it was unlocked and sifted through the files. Chemical compositions. DNA strands. A global heat map with red zones overlaid. One phrase repeated itself. Trigger bomb deployment, stage 2. He clenched his fists. They want to wipe out anyone with quirks. Rody sat, back against a wall, staring at the same data. Why? Izuku shook his head. Because they think quirks are unnatural. Dangerous. That the world would be better without them. And you? I think saving even one life is worth the power I was given. You're gonna make me cry through binary. Outside, shadow movement detected. Suddenly movement. Izuku froze, danger sense pinging in the back of his skull like an alarm bell. Get down, he whispered. Black Whip lashed out instinctively, grabbing Rody and yanking him behind an overturned crate just as gunfire riddled the wall where they'd stood. Operatives in dark armor descended from rooftops, their rifles trained on the doorway. Hummerai's Grunt Squad Mark III. Night vision capable, poor depth perception, questionable fashion choices. Proceed accordingly. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Rody looked terrified. Stay here, Izuku ordered. But I'll draw them away. Izuku leapt, Black Whip exploding outward like webbing, wrapping around a support beam as he vaulted over the operatives in a streak of green lightning. He moved like a phantom 20% one for all, slamming into the first attacker with a blow that shook the ground beneath him. Spider Deku, slings a whip then kicks you blue. Rody, watching from the shadows, whispered, He's insane. Pino mimicked, He's insane. End of skirmish, escape again. Izuku slammed the last Hummerai's grunt into a wall, panting. He grabbed Rody by the wrist, and the two sprinted out the back as sirens wailed in the distance. Running out of places to hide. Rody yelled. Then we find somewhere they can't reach, Izuku said grimly. And we get this intel to someone who can use it. New objective, survive. Resist. Reveal. Quest progress updated. Global cleansing intel, recovered, 33%. Hummerai's alert level, maximum. Bond with Rody soul, established, trust, 41%. System, Izuku muttered mentally, do we even have a plan? Nope. But we've got grit, quirk lightning, and the dumbest bird sidekick in the country. Let's make it work. Chapter end. Othian, the deserted outskirts, 3:48 a.m. Rain had given way to fog. Izuku and Rody walked in silence along a gravel path that wound beneath rusted overpasses and crumbling neon signs. Pino rested sleepily on Rody's shoulder, occasionally chirping at nothing in particular. The briefcase was still clutched in Rody's grip like it was his only lifeline. You're quiet, Izuku said softly, stepping over a shattered bottle. Rody didn't respond right away. His eyes were on the road ahead, but his mind was somewhere far away. My dad used to talk about heroes, he finally muttered. How they were all hypocrites. People with power who never looked back at the rest of us. Izuku frowned, stopping. Was he? A scientist, Rody replied. Worked for a company that Hummerai's took over. They wanted him to make tech that could detect quirks. That's what this briefcase is. It's part of his research. And then? Izuku asked. Rody's jaw clenched. He disappeared. Left me and my siblings behind. I had to learn to lie, steal, survive. System note, Rody's emotional integrity has risen. Trust level now at 59%. Processing compatibility with mission thread, unlikely allies. Izuku placed a hand on the edge of the briefcase. You kept his work safe. That counts for something. Maybe, Rody murmured. But if he was part of this mess, maybe I should have just thrown it in the sea. Then we'd lose all this angsty character development. Plus, I like the bird. Pino squawked with a half asleep. He likes the bird. Meanwhile, Athon, North Rail Terminal. A low growl filled the air as a massive underground tram rumbled along steel tracks, flanked by two convoy trucks in Hummerized livery. Inside the lead vehicle, cargo was loaded sealed containers humming with strange, rhythmic pulses. Trigger bomb, en route to secure facility. Clearance Alpha. 45 minutes. High above on a watchtower, Bakugo adjusted his goggles, eyes narrowing. There it is, he muttered. The transport convoy. Behind him, Shoto stepped out of the shadows, scarf billowing slightly in the wind. Izuku and Rody will intercept it near the Halcyon checkpoint. Bakugo scoffed. Took him long enough to signal us. But he did, Shoto replied. And now it's our turn. Izuku and Rody, Halcyon checkpoint, 4:22 a.m. Izuku crouched behind a rusted ventilation unit as the convoy approached in the distance. Rody knelt beside him, adjusting his stolen security badge and jacket. This is insane, Rody whispered. You're insane. I've been called worse, Izuku said with a smirk. Most recently, menace, fugitive, and adorably reckless. All right, Izuku muttered, pulling up his hood. You slip in with the security manifest. Plant this tracker under the bomb case. I'll provide the distraction. I still don't like this, Rody said. Izuku met his eyes. You don't have to. You just have to trust me. Trust level now at 68%. Bond established. Tactical duo. Pino gave a thumbs up. Inside the convoy, moments later. A brief commotion. Alarms flared. Izuku zipped through like lightning, Black Whip anchoring him between cargo crates as he took out guards non-lethally. His body moved on instinct trained, sharp, brutal with control. Rody slipped through the maintenance hatch, heart pounding. He found the bomb casing. Hands trembling, he planted the tracker. Just as he turned, he froze. A Hummerized officer spotted him. You! Rody's breath caught, then a loud explosion rocked the ground beside the truck. The Hummerized officer staggered and then collapsed. From above, Bakugo landed, smoke rising from his palm. You're welcome, sidekick. Shoto dropped beside him, sending a wave of ice that sealed off the truck's rear. Izuku now! Shoto called out through comms. The convoy was damaged. The transport stalled. The bomb, still secure, was now tracked by the data Izuku sent ahead. They vanished into the shadows once more, regrouping in a distant train yard. Rody collapsed onto a crate, breathing hard. You told me this'd be low profile. Define low. Define profile. Your terms are weak. Izuku sat beside him, bandaging his arm, while Bakugo and Shoto stood watch. We'll make it right, Izuku said softly. We'll stop them. For the first time, Rody didn't argue. He simply nodded. Winds howled around the monolithic fortress like ghosts of nations long lost. The stronghold loomed with blade-like towers piercing the clouds, searchlights cutting across the dark as sirens shrieked warnings across its reinforced perimeter. Alert level, Crimson. Targets confirmed. Quirk users approaching. Within the operations deck, high-ranking Hummerized officials scrambled, their data feeds saturated with panic. In a side chamber, Flecked turned stared at a blinking monitor, his face calm too calm. They've come, he said coldly. Inside a rugged high-speed vehicle, Izuku stood over a digital map projected from a device wired to the briefcase. Rody and Pino watched him in silent awe as his eyes scanned data faster than humanly possible. System online. Strategic integration, 98%. Neural link stabilized. Initiating mode, green tactician override sequence. Shoto and Bakugo will hit the comms tower here, Izuku muttered, pointing. That'll create a 5-minute gap in their alert system. 5 minutes? Rody blinked. That's not a lot of time. I only need 3, Izuku said. Oh, tactical supremacy? Activated. Let's crush a cult today. The sky cracked with light as Bakugo launched himself through aerial cannon blasts, creating a diversion with pinpoint chaos. Shoto followed with sub-zero precision, sealing bulkheads and bottlenecks with sweeping arcs of ice. Inside the fortress, Hamarai's operatives scrambled to intercept only to be picked off one by automated EMP drones seeded earlier by Rody. Izuku dove through an opening in the lower deck, Black Whip slicing through defenses as he dropped guards with non-lethal strikes. Warning, Hamarai's elite units detected direct combat imminent. I know, Izuku muttered. Let them come. Boots hit steel. A long corridor stretched ahead, pulsing red. The bomb's location was just beneath them. Rody, get to the core chamber. You're the only one who can hack the casing. Pino goes with you. What if they catch me? They won't, Izuku said. Because I'll be in the way. Status, unmovable wall. Let's go. Rody rushed down the winding stairwell with Pino chirping rapidly at his shoulder. Behind him, footsteps. Ahead, sealed blast doors. Come on, he panted, typing into the briefcase port. Code accepted. Bomb core stabilized. 3 minutes remaining. Just then bang. Rody turned, face pale. Flecked turned, stepped forward from the shadows. You brought them here, he said quietly. You think chaos will change the world? You're just proving me right. Rody braced for impact, but it never came. Black Whip lashed through the air like a symphony of shadows. Izuku, breathing deep, weaved between enemy movements as if he saw them before they began. Danger sense active. Combat flow perfected. You are the tactician. He caught one operative midair and launched him into another with a flick of his leg. His power surged, not just one for all, but experience, adaptation, tactical dominance. Then his body stiffened. Flecked turn was near. I can feel his hate, Izuku whispered, sweat beading down his brow. Warning, emotional static detected. Psychological resistance engaged. Hold the line. Right, he growled. I'm done playing. Rody stood frozen as Flecked turn advanced. A green blur blasted through the sealed wall, smoke and light exploding behind it. Izuku landed, cloak shredded, eyes glowing with raw intensity. You're not touching him, he said. 1 versus 1. Final boss mode unlocked. Flecked turn raised his arms, quirk active. Your quirk means nothing here. I know, Izuku said, cracking his knuckles. That's why I brought something better. He darted in, faster than light, slamming Flecked into the floor, using pure momentum, redirecting every rebound of energy against the environment, not himself. Tactics override quirk. Supremacy confirmed. Rody, behind the console, screamed, now. Deactivation in 10 seconds. Do it. Izuku shouted. The bomb fizzled into dormancy. System lights powered down. Operatives fled. And Izuku stood, chest heaving, over a barely conscious Flecked turn. It's over, he said. Mission complete. You broke their fortress. You protected everyone. The tarmac buzzed with quiet energy. Planes rumbled in the distance. Early morning sun painted the clouds in hues of gold and rose. It was peaceful, eerily so, compared to the chaos of the last few days. Izuku stood near the gate with his travel bag slung across his shoulder. Black Whip quietly flickered around his wrist, an unconscious habit he hadn't broken. The system was silent, for once. Behind him, Shoto leaned against a pillar, calm as ever. Bakugo, arms crossed, muttered something under his breath about wasting time. Then came the familiar voice. Yo! Izuku turned and there he was. Rody Soul, hands in his jacket pockets, Pino fluttering at his side. You're actually here, Izuku said, smiling. Rody smirked. Didn't think I'd let you leave without a proper goodbye, did you? Shoto nodded in greeting. Bakugo gave the faintest lift of his chin. Besides, Rody continued, I wanted to say thanks. You know, for not giving up on me. For everything. Izuku scratched the back of his head. It wasn't just me. You saved the world too. Rody shrugged. You punched a guy through a wall of laser beams. I just pressed some buttons. System note, false modesty detected. Give this man a medal and a job, please. Izuku chuckled under his breath. Then Rody's smile softened, more sincere. I've decided, he said, stepping forward. I'm gonna become a pilot. For real this time. Izuku blinked. You're serious? Rody nodded. Dead serious. I wanna fly. Maybe not smuggling weirdos around, but real stuff. Transport. Maybe even rescue one day. Pino chirped proudly. That's amazing, Izuku said, voice warm. You're gonna be great. There was a pause. The kind of pause where words didn't matter. Just the silence that comes with true friendship. Then, without overthinking, Izuku stepped forward and wrapped Rody in a firm hug. Rody froze for a moment, then slowly hugged back. Thanks, nerd, he whispered. Izuku pulled back, his eyes shining. Stay safe, he said. Try not to break any more walls, Rody teased. Or maybe do. You're a hero, right? Izuku nodded. Right. The boarding call came over the loudspeaker. Time to go. As Class 1, as Trio began walking toward the gate, Rody raised a hand in a casual salute. See ya, Deku. Izuku smiled. See you in the sky, Rody. Moments later, the plane rose, slicing through clouds. Izuku leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. System update, mission concluded. Emotional integrity, stable. Friendship level, mix. You gonna miss him? Yeah, Izuku whispered. I will. Later that week, Rody stood on a rooftop, staring at the horizon with the wind in his hair, one hand resting on a set of worn goggles. A pilot in the making. The atmosphere in the pro-hero headquarters was electric, filled with fear, focus, and determination. Hawks' intel had borne fruit. The Paranormal Liberation Front was vast, twice as big as anyone had feared. Their goal? Revolution. Heroes lined the war room: Endeavor, Edgeshot, Mirko, and Best Jeanist. Among them stood 3 young heroes in training, filled with fresh resolve. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki. System online. Current operation, Liberation Storm. Syncing tactical overlay. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The system's tone wasn't playful this time, it was calculating and precise. You sure you're ready for this, Midoriya? Aizawa asked quietly. Izuku nodded. I've seen enough to know that we can't wait anymore. The mission was simple yet deadly, a split strike. 2 teams. One targeting Gunga Mountain Villa, the other heading for Jakku Hospital. Izuku's eyes flicked to the holomap. Warning, entity, Tamura Shigaraki, undergoing quirk fusion. Danger level, red. He swallowed hard. He didn't need the system to tell him, his instincts already screamed it. At Jakku Hospital, Mirko burst through the lower floors like a storm, taking down high-end Nomus. The battle had begun. But deep below, Dr. Garaki and the awakening of Tamura Shigaraki loomed. Izuku stood with Gran Torino, Rocklock, and Aizawa as the infiltration team advanced. The tension was razor-sharp. Quest activated, prevent Shigaraki's full resurrection. Failure consequence, catastrophic. Izuku clenched his fists. System assessment, tactical optimization engaged. Danger sense primed. Black whip stability, 72%. Float, latent. He was ready. But when Shigaraki's vat shattered, when the white coat's abomination stood reborn, the world cracked. And danger sense erupted. The walls blew apart. Heroes were thrown aside. Shigaraki rose, soaked in liquid, hair longer, eyes glowing red, and a voice deeper, hungrier. Izuku's heart pounded. I remember. The system flared red. Warning. Entity, Tamura Shigaraki, has achieved partial all for 1 fusion. Adjusting difficulty rating, nightmare. Izuku activated Black Whip midair, grabbing civilians and dodging rubble. He barked orders to heroes, positioning others on the fly. Tactician mode was fully engaged. Back at base, Bakugo slammed his fists together. Let's move, Dimenit. Shoto's flames flickered along his fingers. If Midoriya's already there, they would be too. System syncing allies. Units, Bakugo, Todoroki. Objective, Warfront link-up. The final war for society had begun. Smoke, chaos, and screams filled the battlefield. Pro-heroes struggled against the overwhelming force of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Gigantomachia had already begun to move, raising forests in his path. But none of that mattered now. Not to Izuku. Because at the epicenter of destruction stood Shigaraki. And he was awake. He's fast, too fast, one of the heroes cried. Black tendrils of decay raced across the terrain, reducing steel and stone to powder. Buildings crumbled like sandcastles. The sky was a storm of dust and fury. Izuku launched into the air with Black Whip, snatching a pair of civilians away from the collapsing ruins. His body ached. His breathing was ragged. Black Whip control, 81%. Danger sense active. But then it happened. System error, undefined output detected. Recalibrating. Recalibrating. Entity, Shigaraki Tamura. Status, undefined. Warning. This being is no longer readable. Izuku froze midair. No longer readable? System, what do you mean unreadable? That shouldn't be possible. He's not following logic anymore. Something else is inside him. Something old. Something broken. Midoriya get away from him, and then, danger sense shorted out. Izuku dropped from the sky, barely catching himself with Black Whip. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Smoke curled around splintered stone and shattered metal. The ground quaked in violent pulses. The air trembled with embers and the smell of decay. And in the heart of it, Izuku Midoriya lay on the ground, barely breathing. His arms refused to move. His legs trembled. Blood trickled from his temple and mouth, staining the broken earth beneath him. Kaken was down. Shigaraki was gone. And everything hurt. You're a mess, the system said softly. But you're not broken. Not yet. Izuku coughed. His fingers twitched. He could hear Endeavor shouting. Shoto's footsteps drawing near. He felt the heat of Dabi's approaching presence. But all of it faded for a moment as he closed his eyes, just for a breath. And in the darkness, he remembered. The night spent watching heroes on TV. The tears when he thought he'd never have a quirk. The desperation, the wish he made when no one was listening, deep in the back alleys of an international internship exchange, hoping to get stronger to protect everyone. That wish, that seed, was what birthed the system inside him. That drive to save lives. He knew then what he knew now. He didn't want to be the strongest. He wanted to be the one who stands. Even if he's last. Even if he's bleeding. Even if he's falling apart. The kind of hero who always stands up. The kind who saves. System? He whispered. Yeah. Can I still move? Barely. But yeah, you can. And that was enough. With a groan, Izuku pushed himself off the ground. One foot, then the next. Pain danced across every inch of his muscles, but he stood. He always stands. Shoto appeared beside him first, cradling Bakugo with shaking arms. He's alive, but barely, Todoroki muttered. You good, Midoriya? Izuku nodded, barely. Then came Endeavor, scorched and gasping, his left eye bleeding, but still standing. Midoriya. Where's Shigaraki? Before Izuku could respond, the ground split open. A roar unlike anything else burst from the forests. Trees flattened. Rocks shattered. Gigantomachia had arrived. Towering, monstrous, eyes bloodshot and mad. His body raged like a landslide of fury. He didn't speak, but Shigaraki's unconscious, spasming body lay in his palm, limp and twitching, his mind clearly rattled. His control shattered after the system's intervention within Izuku's soul. Master. Protect Master. Retreat. And just like that, the villains began to vanish. Compress. Spinner. Toga. Skeptic. Dubby. They emerged like shadows. And then, The air burned blue as Shoto took a closer look at Dabi, his eyes widening. Know that flame? Toya. Endeavor froze. Dabi smiled, his shirt burned open, revealing the scarred skin beneath a truth they all dreaded. Hi, Dad. Shoto's blood ran cold. The battlefield, already cracked, felt like it crumbled just a bit more. Dabi. Is Toya Todoroki? Dabi laughed as he poured lighter fluid onto every lie, removing the black hair dye to reveal his white hair. Don't worry. I'll be sending this little family reunion to the world. Let's show them what heroes really are, shall we? And with that, they vanished. Gigantomachia leapt into the distance, taking the league with him. Shigaraki still twitched in his grasp, as if something inside him was screaming. And the battlefield fell silent again. Later, paramedics swarmed in. Recovery units moved the wounded. Midoriya lay on a stretcher, eyes half-lidded. Shoto sat beside Bakugo, refusing to move. Endeavor was silent, his soul hollow. But in Izuku's mind, even as his consciousness faded. You stood tall, Midoriya, the system said. You didn't just survive. You made your choice. Izuku smiled weakly. I already made it a long time ago. The battlefield had quieted. Smoke and ash still clung to the air, as if the earth itself was grieving. Izuku lay in a hospital bed, bandaged, bruised, body trembling with residual pain, but his mind was far from rest. His green eyes stared at the ceiling, wide open, unblinking. His hands curled unconsciously around the edge of the sheet. He had almost lost himself. Bakugo was stable. Shigaraki was gone. And Dabi Toya Todoroki had dropped a truth bomb that detonated more than just public trust. But Izuku wasn't dwelling on the headlines or Endeavor's shattered reputation. No, he was somewhere else now, mentally and spiritually. Subconscious realm, within One for All. The dark, echoing expanse opened once again, and Ezekiel stood alone at first, his breath fogging in the void. He glanced down at his hands. They flickered with the colors of every quirk he'd begun to hers. Black whip. Danger sense. Float. Smoke screen. Fa gene. And two still dormant. Back again, kid? Said a familiar voice. The first user of One for All stepped out of the shadow, his eyes calm but sharp. One by one, the previous wielders emerged like ghosts called home. Except this time, he wasn't alone. A spark crackled beside him, the system. But it looked different here. It had taken shape, not a screen, not a voice, but a glowing silhouette, a presence with a face barely formed, eyes glowing mischievously. Miss me? It teased, hovering beside Ezekiel like a smug digital guardian angel. Told you you'd need me eventually. The first user narrowed his eyes. What is that? A little something extra, Izuku replied grimly. It helped push All for One out of my mind when he tried to take control. The system's glow intensified, and a pulse rippled through the space. Oh yeah, that crusty face freak? He didn't like me. Probably because I slapped him out of this boy's mind like a faulty router. Even the predecessors were taken aback. A few chuckled. Others, particularly Nana Shimura, gave approving nods. Don't get too cocky, grumbled the second user. Too late, said the system with a snort. But then it turned serious. Your sync rate with One for All is now at 67%. All quirks are stabilizing. But Ezekiel, there's something you need to understand. What's coming isn't just a war, it's a reckoning. The void trembled at those words. A cold wind blew through. The first user nodded. You must learn to wield them all, not just with strength, but with clarity. You are the bridge between the past and the future. You carry the weight of failure and the possibility of change. Izuku clenched his fists. I know what kind of hero I want to be, he whispered. Not the symbol of peace, but the one who reaches out when others turn away. A tactician. A shield. A sword if I have to be. A hero who saves. The system hummed. Finally, it said, he gets it. Back in the real world. Outside his hospital room, whispers traveled like embers. Public confidence was fractured. Heroes retired. Students were suspended. Civilian trust? Hanging by threads. But Izuku sat up in his bed, ignoring the protests of his muscles. A knock came at the door. It was Shoto. Behind him, Bakugo bandaged, scowling but alive. And beyond them Aizawa, who gave the smallest nod as if to say you did well. But now things would only get harder. The war was over. But the collapse had only just begun. And from that collapse, a new kind of hero would rise. Chapter end. Rain kissed the windows of Mizudafu General Hospital, casting streaks of gray across the city beyond. The storm outside had faded, but for Izuku Midoriya, the one inside had only just begun. He sat alone in a quiet room, head bowed, hands bandaged. His green eyes were dim-clouded not by pain, but purpose. In front of him sat a bag. Beside him, an old man beaten, bruised, and wrapped in far too many wires for Izuku's comfort. Gran Torino's voice cracked through the silence. So, you've made up your mind, huh? Izuku looked up slowly. Yeah. There was no hesitation. No drama. Just a quiet certainty born from battles he could no longer ignore. Gran Torino grunted, shifting slightly in bed. You always were the type to take it all on yourself. Reminds me too much of Toshinori sometimes. Izuku didn't reply. Instead, the old man reached beside his bed and pulled something out his cape. Worn, rugged, a little singed, but unmistakably his. Take it, he said gruffly, holding it out. Not because you need to be me, but because one day, you'll pass something on too. Might as well start learning what that feels like. Izuku hesitated. Then, with a quiet breath, he took the cape, his hands trembling slightly as he folded it over his arm. Thank you, he whispered, voice low but steady. Gran Torino gave a soft snort. Don't thank me, kid. Just keep moving. Keep that fire alive, no matter how dark it gets. Moments later, hospital entrance. The automatic doors slid open with a soft hiss. The rain had stopped, but the clouds hadn't left. Izuku stepped out, hood up, the borrowed cape tucked over his shoulder, and his resolve wrapped tightly around his heart. Waiting near the curb were two familiar figures, Endeavor and Hawks, their expressions unreadable beneath the city lights. Neither of them said a word at first. Then Endeavor stepped forward, voice quiet and measured. That you're going? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Hawks crossed his arms. Figured as much. You've already made your choice. There was a moment of silence. No protests. No speeches. They understood. You're not alone, Endeavor said simply. Don't forget that. I won't, Izuku replied. He turned, the weight of his decisions settling on his shoulders. Not heavy but defined. He wasn't running. He was moving forward. Rooftop, that night. From high above, the city sprawled beneath him. Flickering neon lights illuminated dark alleys, creating a mix of chaos and calm. His breath fogged in the cold air. The wind tugged at Gran Torino's cape, now secured around his shoulders not as a symbol, but as a reminder. The system pulsed in his ear. So dramatic. You know you could have just said you were going for a walk, right? Izuku allowed the smallest smirk. Not exactly a walk. Fair. Then let's call it what it is, the beginning of a storm. He stepped off the ledge and vanished into the dark. The hunt had begun. The dorms of UA were silent, not with the usual stillness of study nights or the lull between classes, but with a heavy, unnatural hush. Each of the Class 1A students stood by their dorm room doors, holding envelopes with their names scrawled on them in careful, green handwriting. Bakugo stared at his letter for a moment before ripping it open without a word. Ochako's hands trembled as she read hers. Tenya removed his glasses and set them aside before beginning. Tokoyami, Jairu, Kirishima. Every one of them. The contents were the same, but the weight hit differently for each of them. I'm sorry for leaving this way. I didn't want to drag any of you into what's coming. My quirk. It's called One for All. It's a power passed down from hero to hero. Carries the will of those who came before me. All for One wants it. Wants me. That's why I have to go. Tears welled in Mina's eyes. This isn't goodbye forever. But I have to do this. Because if I don't, people will die. And if any of you got hurt because of me, I wouldn't forgive myself. Kirishima's fist clenched, the letter crumpling slightly. Bakugo, standing alone in his room, read the words again and again, his face unreadable. Ochako sat down at her desk, tears falling silently as she clutched the paper to her chest. Please live. Smile. I'll do everything I can to make sure you get that future. A few months later, the rooftops of Mizudafu. The city sprawled endlessly beneath the overcast sky, shadows stretching across every concrete wall and shattered windowpane. Izuku Midoriya stood alone at the edge of a building, the same cape billowing behind him in the wind weathered, marked in places, a symbol not of pride, but survival. His eyes were dull, focused, not empty, but distant. He hadn't been back to UA in weeks, months, even. Beneath his hood, he looked less like a student and more like a ghost, his gaunt frame wrapped in tactical black, the scars of battle both visible and invisible. The voice in his ear clicked softly. This place is too quiet. The system's tone wasn't sassy this time. It was sharp, coiled like a wire. Something's wrong. Izuku blinked once, slowly. And then it happened. Danger sense. A burst of pressure ripped through the air like the sound of thunder without warning. Izuku's eyes narrowed. A huge foe approaches, he murmured. His voice was calm, deadpan. Hollow. Not just huge. Familiar. The ground rumbled beneath the city blocks. A monstrous roar echoed in the distance. Muscular. Izuku didn't flinch. He turned, stepping toward the ledge as his body tensed. You know this isn't going to be easy. I'm not looking for easy. That's what I like to hear, Midoriya. His foot pressed into the edge of the concrete. The wind howled. And then, in a flash of black tendrils and wind force, Izuku vanished from the rooftop headed straight for the source of destruction. This wasn't about hope anymore. It was about stopping what had to be stopped. Even if it meant becoming something darker. Chapter end. Chapter end. The evacuation efforts were already underway. Dust clung to the shattered city blocks as Shindo shouted over the chaos, hands outstretched to steady a crumbling building with his vibration quirk. Get back. We'll clear the path, Tatami. Cover the rear. I'm on it. Tatami Nakagame called back, her body folding into a rolling blur as she escorted civilians through the wreckage. They'd been doing this for days now, small cleanup missions, recon, and civil rescue while pro-heroes fought across the country. They were Ketsubutsu students, not licensed full-time heroes. But right now, that didn't matter. And then, the air cracked like thunder, a tremor erupting from the east. Everyone froze. The earth shuddered. Shindo's eyes went wide. No way. From the smoke and fractured concrete, a massive figure emerged, body stitched with muscle and scars, face twisted into a grin of bloodlust. Finally. Muscular let out a guttural laugh as he smashed aside a car like it was made of paper. Been bored out of my mind. Civilians screamed. Tatami grabbed the nearest child and dove back into cover. Yo's legs froze. No. This guy's a villain-class monster. Muscular cracked his neck, eyes scanning until he spotted something high above, perched on a half-destroyed office building. A figure in black, watching. Muscular's grin widened. Finally came back, huh? From above, Izuku Midoriya said nothing. He stepped forward on the ledge, green lightning arcing around him. The wind kicked up the tattered cape at his back. Shindo stared, eyes wide. That's Midoriya? Danger sense is screaming, the system said flatly. I know, Izuku muttered. I'm not letting him hurt anyone again. Engage mode locked. Authorization accepted. Tactician online. Precision protocols enabled. Fury protocol primed. The system's voice lost all sass. It was war mode now. Izuku dropped from the rooftop like a meteor. Muscular met him with a roar, charging forward with a mass of fibers forming around his arms. The street split open beneath their collision as the shockwave leveled what was left of the nearby storefronts. The fight had begun. Muscular swung wide, raw, brutal power, but Izuku slid low, twisting Black Whip like a grappling wire and yanking himself upward. He didn't speak. He didn't scream. He just moved, efficient, unrelenting. One blow to Muscular's ribs, another to the neck, 3 more strikes in a blur. Muscular staggered, grinning even wider, blood trailing from his mouth. That's more like it, kid. Izuku's eyes remained locked. He was not the same boy from the forest. Deploying predictive analysis. Weak points located. Lethal force not authorized but severe trauma acceptable. Izuku spun again, launching himself with a charged burst of FA gene, knee colliding with Muscular's jaw in a thunderclap that sent the villain through the nearest building wall. Yo and Tadame shielded the civilians from the blast. Shindo couldn't believe it. That's not the same kid we saw at the license exam. Tatami nodded, stunned. He's fighting like a pro. No, like something else. Inside the rubble, Muscular pushed himself up, fibers twitching, rage surging. Didn't you, brat? Izuku landed quietly, breathing steady, cape fluttering behind him. You're done here, he said softly. Muscular lunged and Izuku met him head-on. Muscular's laugh echoed off the shattered buildings. You're all talk, brat. I'm stronger than before. He charged again, his body a powerful force, like a living wrecking ball. Izuku didn't flinch. His eyes narrowed, cold, focused. Quirk resonance escalating. FA gene, 48% tension stored. Smoke screen, priming. Strategic fusion of quirks authorized. Engaging surge protocol. Do not hesitate, Izuku Midoriya. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Pure machine logic. Serious. Calculated. Deadly. Izuku raised his hand. Now. Boom smokescreen detonated around him like a fog bomb, enveloping the area in dense gray mist. Muscular stumbled. What the hell? Coward. But Izuku was already gone from the spot. Deploying FA gene. Momentum loop, initiated. A blur shot through the smoke. Izuku launched behind Muscular, feet crashing into his back, sending the villain crashing forward. In an instant, Izuku dashed sideways, stored. Kinetic energy erupting in controlled bursts. Each step was like a coiled spring releasing wham 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 until Muscular was being struck from every direction. Izuku weaved through the smoke like a phantom. Danger sense active. Predictive combat models engaged. Weak points rotating, adjusting. He reappeared mid-air, Black Whip lashing out to anchor to a nearby pole, yanking himself into a spinning kick. FA gene burst. Crack. The blow sent Muscular hurtling down the street. The system calculated everything: angles, impact force, recovery windows. Izuku was no longer just fighting. He was outmaneuvering. Maintain pressure. Opponent adaptation rate, slow. Current advantage, high. Izuku landed softly, the air around him still hazy with smoke. His hair whipped in the wind, his arms crackling with energy. This wasn't the same panicked boy from before. He was calm. Controlled. Deadly. Muscular dragged himself out of the debris, coughing. You're just a kid. Izuku stepped forward. No smile. No rage. Just purpose. I warned you. Muscular roared and leapt again. But this time, Izuku was already mid-spin, storing up his last FA gene burst. He released it point-blank into Muscular's gut, a shockwave detonating outward like thunder. Boom. Muscular flew backward, skidding across asphalt, coming to a stop against a truck frame, unmoving. Silence followed. Dust settled. Civilians peeked out from shelter. Tatami gasped. Shindo lowered his arms, eyes wide. Izuku stood still, energy sparking around him, smoke swirling at his feet, cape billowing from the aftershock. Target neutralized. Surge protocol complete. Well done, Midoriya. For a brief moment the system almost sounded proud again. Izuku exhaled slowly. His fists trembled not from fear, but restraint. Let's move the injured, he said to Shindo and Tatami without looking back. They didn't even ask questions. He was more than a student now. He was becoming a force. Rain pattered gently on the rooftops of a ruined district. Izuku Midoriya stood on the edge of a building, his eyes scanning the horizon. His hood was up, casting a shadow over his face, giving him the image of a ghost, a protector watching from the storm. His fingers twitched. Black Whip curled subtly at his side, like a serpent ready to strike. Surveillance cycle #no threats detected in quadrant. Midoriya, Your vitals indicate fatigue. You require rest. The system's voice was back to its neutral tone. Not cold. Not sassy. Just present. Just aware. Izuku didn't respond right away. Energy sparked faintly across his arm. FA gene charged low. Danger sense flickered in pulses. Smoke screen hovered in readiness. His new quirks were now tools and he wielded them with precision. His heart tugged. As he looked down at the streets below where people hurried for shelter, where kids held their parents' hands tightly, his breath hitched. He closed his eyes. And there it was. Memory. A hot meal in the dorms. The explosion of laughter after a failed training session. Koda's tiny fists pounding his chest in admiration. Eri's tearful smile at the cultural festival, her little hand gripping his coat. His mother's warm embrace, trembling as she begged him not to go because she knew he had to. Aizawa's tired but trusting gaze. All Might's proud, wounded smile. You're already the hero I dreamed you'd become. His fingers clenched. I remember, he murmured. The system paused. Memory sequence active. Emotional suppression lifted. Are you certain? Yes, Izuku whispered. I'm not doing this because I've lost myself. Energy sparked gently. I'm doing this because I remember why I have to keep going. Acknowledged. Initiating resolve protocol. His body relaxed. The cold was still there, the calculation, the constant tactician within him. But now, a flame lit beneath the steel. A quiet fire. Not rage. Resolve. Izuku leapt off the roof. Black Whip fired forward, anchoring him to another building as he swung through the storm-soaked skyline like a wraith of justice. Not a ghost. A guardian. The night skies above the city were painted in strokes of lightning and distant fire. The world below was a patchwork of sirens, screams, and silence. A blur shot across the skyline. Izuku Midoriya swung swiftly, Black Whip lashing out with precision. Each arc pulled him forward, faster, harder, every movement sharp, refined. His face remained stone cold. His earpiece clicked. Midoriya, Hawk's voice came through, low and tense. Still no sign of Shigaraki or All for One. Intel suggests they've gone completely underground, regrouping, building their next strike. We're running out of time, Endeavor's voice followed. If they get a second wind, it's over. Izuku landed briefly on a cracked rooftop, his green eyes narrowing. His hood flapped in the wind. I'm not letting them rise again, he said grimly. I'll dismantle every shadow in this city to stop them. That's the spirit. The system's voice returned, clipped and professional at first until it paused, and then, hold up. Target on rooftop, 1.4 kilometers northeast. Elevated body temperature. Sniper rifle. Also that's definitely your type. Izuku blinked. What? Tall. Confident. Dangerous. The hair. Those eyes. The gun arm. If you didn't have a thing for Ochako, I'd say shoot your shot, no pun intended. Seriously? You're in a life-or-death sniper showdown, and you need to loosen up. I'm just helping. But he didn't have time to retort. In the distance, a gunshot cracked through the air. A second later, Izuku jerked to the side midair, narrowly dodging the bullet. He flipped through the sky, F-gene igniting, and landed sharply on a street lamp. Sniper, he muttered, already scanning. His heart beat steady. Danger sense pulsed again. Trajectory analysis complete. Distance, wind angle, recoil strength. She's good. Across from him, high on a distant rooftop, Lady Nagant stood in the shadows, her vibrant violet hair brushing against the wind, her cybernetic rifle arm gleaming in the moonlight. She tilted her head, aiming again. Let's see what all the fuss is about, kid, she whispered to herself. From her perch, she could see his precision, his refusal to slow down, the storm beneath his calm exterior. A flicker of amusement crossed her expression. He reminded her of someone she used to be. Chapter end. The wind howled as storm clouds crawled over the jagged skyline. Izuku moved like a streak of green lightning, Black Whip snapping out, catching a steel beam midair. He twisted, using the tension to sling himself higher. His eyes, sharpened by battle fatigue and purpose, scanned the rooftops. Another shot rang out. He felt the bullet before he heard it, danger sense screaming in his mind. He tilted just enough, and the bullet clipped his shoulder guard, not his flesh. He didn't flinch. "Midoriya," the system's voice hissed. "I know this is life or death, but for real, are we not going to talk about how stunning she is? Sniper queen, violet locks, that confidence perfect." "Not the time," Izuku growled under his breath, shifting into a dive. "It's always the time. She could be into broody green-eyed vigilantes. Or maybe she likes guys who don't respond to their system's helpful matchmaking services." "Focus," he barked, landing on a water tower. "Plot her trajectory." "Already done. Left side ridge, 20-degree declination, 80% probability she moves in a sniper sweep." "Oh, and she's reloading. Might want to take your shot, Casanova." He blasted forward. Smoke screen filled the air, coiling around him like a dragon. As he moved, Fajin built in his legs tight, kinetic pressure growing with every step. Then he saw her. Lady Nagant stood tall at the edge of a rooftop. Her gun arm clicked into place with a sound that somehow echoed louder than the wind. Her eyes met his. And she smiled. "You're faster than they said," she said, calm and deliberate. "But speed's not everything." A bullet exploded toward him. Izuku used the burst from Fajin, combined with Black Whip, slingshotting himself in a zigzag motion that defied expectation. The bullet grazed past, tearing into his side, but he didn't stop. "I don't want to fight you," he shouted. "Too bad." Her next shot came faster. Izuku flicked his wrist, smoke screen shrouding the battlefield. He dove into it. "You sure you don't want to flirt just a little? Tactical banter is in right now." "Shut up. You know I'm just trying to help you connect with people. Emotionally. Romantically. In battle. Ideally all three." From the smoke, Izuku burst out. He slammed into Lady Nagant but not to strike. Instead, he grabbed her arm, spinning them both into a controlled tumble midair. Their eyes locked for 1 second too long. "Why are you working with him?" he asked, genuine pain in his voice. Lady Nagant's expression cracked just barely. For the first time, her confidence faltered. "You don't know what this world really is." "Ooh, dramatic backstory incoming." "Shut up," Izuku said again. This time, she heard him but she wasn't sure if he meant her or himself. The wind shifted. The rain had started a light drizzle at first, brushing over crumbling rooftops. Lady Nagant's breathing was steady, but her expression was growing strained. The last few exchanges had forced her to realize. Izuku Midoriya wasn't just fast, he was reading her. Understanding her. Too much. But she still had one piece left to play. A figure stumbled into view behind her, led by thin wires of desperation. Kai Chisaki. His face still warped from past defeat, his eyes hollow. One arm gone. He hunched like a broken man, dragged forward only by the fact that he still wanted something. Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh no," the system muttered, its voice still sharp, but with a faint edge of alarm. "She's going to shoot him to shake you. Use that hero's guilt against you." Lady Nagant turned, not with hesitation but with grim resolve. Her rifle arm clicked into place again. "You said you wanted to save people, Midoriya." Her crosshair shifted, "Then prove it." The bullet fired. Izuku moved. In that fraction of a second, time slowed. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He became movement. Fajin erupted in his legs, compressed energy bursting free with explosive force. Black Whip launched forward, snagging the nearest wall, twisting his angle midair. And then Hashin mode. All of it one for all, Black Whip, his sharpest instincts fused together. No wasted motion. No second-guessing. The bullet spun through the rain. Izuku beat it. He landed in front of Chisaki, his arm shooting out. Black Whip flared like a shield, catching the bullet just inches from the villain's face. The impact jolted Izuku's entire arm, but he held firm. "Why?" Chisaki muttered, trembling. "Why save me?" Izuku didn't look back at him. "Because no one deserves to die like that." His voice was low. "From even you." Okay, now I'm impressed," the system whispered, almost reverent. Hero to the end. DMN, Izuku. Lady Nagin's expression faltered again this time, more than just a crack. Her eyes narrowed, conflicted. Even him, huh? She whispered. You really are. But the moment was broken by pain. Her body buckled. The damage from earlier was catching up. The toll of fighting someone who moved like a ghost, someone who saw through her hate. She fired again, but this one lacked the certainty. Izuku moved before the shot left the barrel. He was already in front of her. But he didn't strike. He reached out and caught her. They landed hard on a rooftop. Lady Nagant, panting, collapsed in his arms. You idiot, she coughed. You really believe people can change? Izuku's answer was immediate. I have to. Well, now I feel feelings, the system muttered. Rain pattered softly on the broken rooftop, the haze of smoke slowly drifting from shattered ledges and ruined tiles. Hawks landed lightly beside Izuku, his feathers twitching, concern etched across his tired features. Endeavor followed, the air around him sizzling, still smoldering with suppressed fury. Lady Nagant lay in recovery, her breath steady but strained. Izuku stood still, the shadows of battle darkening his gaze. Just a few feet away, Kai Chisaki remained on his knees, confused, lost, defeated. He turned his gaze up toward the green-haired hero, this strange boy who had saved his life twice now. His missing arm dangled like a ghost from memory, and yet he could barely feel the pain. Only the ache in his soul. Izuku stared down at him, quiet, emotionless. Then, his voice cut through the tension like a sharpened blade. Do you remember Eri? Chisaki blinked. The name hit him like a cold current. I do. His voice was coarse. Honest. Regretful? Maybe. I realized too late, she was the key. Not just to quirks. To everything. To changing everything. Izuku didn't react. Then apologize. His voice dropped. Lower. Colder. Not just to her. To everyone. When this is over, then I'll let you meet the man who raised you. Chisaki flinched. The words struck deeper than any blow could have. Hawks and Endeavor exchanged a brief glance. He's ready, Endeavor muttered, watching Izuku. Focused. Yeah, Hawks replied. But he's burning up on the inside. Just then, Kamino Ward's voice crackled through the comms. We've got something. Location on Shigaraki? No. Worse. A message. The sky around them dimmed as drones flickered to life, scattering. A projection beamed out into the stormy skyline, and there he was. All for one. Grinning. Relaxed. And watching them like insects. Well, it's always a pleasure to see the next generation of heroes, especially when they've done so much work cleaning up the messes I left behind. Hawks narrowed his eyes. Kamino Ward's tensed. Mount Lady clenched her jaw. Endeavor stepped forward, fire illuminating his entire arm. But All for One continued to speak. You found crumbs. Trails. You think you're close. But really, all you've found is what I wanted you to find. His gaze cold and timeless locked onto Izuku's through the projection. And you boy. You've changed. Grown. But you're still just a vessel playing with borrowed power. Shall I take it back now? Izuku didn't flinch. But the system spoke quietly. He's bluffing. But this trap, he's serious. He's luring you. Testing you. Be ready. Izuku clenched his fists. The rain soaking into the Cape Grand Torino had given him. Around him, the heroes prepared. But Izuku's focus was crystal clear. This wasn't over. The skies were gray permanently, it seemed. The city below churned in anxiety, streets filled with whispers and the distant howls of escaped villains. The world, now raw and exposed, no longer held onto its illusion of safety. And in the middle of it all, moved Izuku Midoriya. Cloaked in shadows, his ragged green costume torn at the edges, the red scarf of Grand Torino fluttering behind him. Black whip lashed from his arm like a living sentinel, coiling around lamp posts, buildings, rooftops, lifting him above the ruined skyline. His face showed no emotion. Only focus. One target down. 4 more across the district. The system, now stripped of its sass, Functioned like a military-grade AI. Threat level, mid-6 enemies. Prioritizing quirk analysis. Engage with Fajin and smokescreen. Izuku nodded to no one. The order was already his own. He didn't need anyone else to tell him what needed to be done. All Might, hidden in an alley far below, watched him move with hollow eyes. His frame hunched beneath a hoodie, his emaciated form a shadow of the towering hero he once was. He gripped the notebook in his hand, a record of his students' actions, quirks used, villains subdued. But what he saw, both amazed and haunted him. Izuku had evolved. Beyond Yue. Beyond even the legacy of One for All. He was no longer a student. He was becoming a living symbol of action. On the rooftops, Izuku engaged another group of villains, ex-prisoners emboldened by the chaos. They never stood a chance. He didn't speak. He didn't gloat. He used smokescreen, a blur in the haze. Fajin slingshot movement, breaking bones with pinpoint strikes. Danger sends a spiderweb across his thoughts, catching every twitch, every betrayal of intent. Float, his presence impossible to pin down. Black Whip snapped a final time, yanking the last villain by the ankle, slamming them unconscious into a crumbling rooftop AC unit. Izuku stood still, breathing only once before leaping again into the dark. All Might exhaled slowly. You're moving faster than even I did. But what are you doing to your soul, Izuku? He felt helpless. The boy he had trained, who once trembled from a scraped knee, now hunted villains like a silent force of judgment. And all Might could do was follow, protect from afar, and pray the line wouldn't snap. Elsewhere, civilians whispered rumors. There's a masked boy saving people at night. He doesn't sleep. Doesn't eat. He's everywhere. He's terrifying. But we're alive because of him. They didn't know his name. Only the cloak. The glowing eyes. The burning resolve. But All Might did. He looked toward the city skyline where Izuku had vanished once more. Midoriya, don't lose yourself in this. The air inside the UA dorms felt heavier than ever. Silence lingered like fog. Only the rustle of papers, the soft clatter of movement from Class 1A students broke it. Uraraka Ochako stood at the center of the common room, hands clenched tight around the note Izuku had left for her. She had read it a dozen times, but the words still sliced through her like broken glass. Don't come after me. This is my burden to carry. Tears brimmed in her eyes, but her expression was hard now. Still, we will go after you, you idiot, she whispered. By her side, Ida Tenya adjusted his gloves, face firm but understanding. This isn't just about heroism. It's about friendship, loyalty. He would do the same for any of us. Their classmates nodded one by one, solidarity igniting like wildfire. And then Bakugo stepped forward. The room quieted. His hands were shoved into his pockets, teeth gritted, eyes shaded. But when he looked up, his voice was steady, honest. I let him walk away once. I'm not doing it again. You all think he's fine out there, but I know how much he bottles everything up. Every single thing. And he's not just carrying One for All. He's carrying all our pain, all our failures. So forget his letter. We bring him home. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crumbling city, a villain gasped for breath, body wrapped in searing tendrils of Black Whip. The alley stank of smoke and fear. The battle had lasted mere seconds. Izuku didn't speak, didn't flinch, just retracted the quirk and left the unconscious body behind like discarded baggage. His costume was torn. His scarf whipped in the wind. Rain began to fall as his boots sloshed through puddles. His danger sense twitched faintly. But it wasn't danger. It was someone familiar. From behind a dumpster, All Might stepped out, his thin frame soaked, clutching a metal bento container. Midoriya. Izuku stopped. Didn't turn. All Might took a breath. It's warm. Pork cutlet rice. I thought, I'm fine. Izuku's voice was empty. He finally turned, just enough to show the exhaustion beneath his eyes. I can do this. I can move like you once did. Maybe even better now. All Might stepped closer, desperate. But you're not alone. Izuku looked away, not cruel, just distant. Tired. You taught me how to be a symbol. Let me carry it now. The bento container clattered to the ground as Izuku turned, Black Whip launching him skyward. All Might dropped to his knees in the rain, helpless. The cold drops mingled with the sweat on his. His hands trembled. From the shadows atop a nearby roof, a figure watched with keen interest. Red scarf. Blade on his back. So even the symbol bleeds in silence. His eyes didn't follow All Might, they followed the boy. The new shape of justice. The new threat. The new anomaly. The city was a war zone. Not in flames, but in fear. Empty streets. Broken glass. News broadcasts echoing through hollow buildings. This was the world Izuku Midoriya now moved through like a ghost. He stood atop a collapsed tower, eyes scanning the distance, cowl trailing behind him like a shredded cape. His body trembled not from pain, but from everything else: exhaustion, guilt, pressure. Multiple hostiles approaching, the system noted flatly. Then, with a flicker of its old sass, "But hey, it's your favorite fan club. Want me to prep an autograph?" Izuku didn't flinch. "I figured they'd come." He turned as Class 1A dropped from rooftops and alleyways, surrounding him with perfect coordination. Ida in front, Uraraka to his right. Todoroki's cold breath fogged the air. Bakugo's palms crackled with restrained fury. All of them were there, their eyes locked on Izuku. He was calm. Too calm. Uraraka stepped forward, her heart racing. "Izuku, come back. Please." "Not yet," he replied, his voice low and strained. "I have to keep moving." Kirishima clenched his fists. "You're breaking, man. You're fighting alone." "I'm fighting because I have to," Izuku snapped, for the first time in days. His eyes burned green with layered quirks and silent pain. "If I rest, they'll suffer. Koda. The people who believe in me. I can't afford to stop." Ida stepped beside Uraraka. "We know. But this burden doesn't belong to you alone." Bakugo stepped forward now. No sarcasm. No explosions. Just truth. "I remember what you said when we fought. How you blamed yourself for everything." He looked Izuku dead in the eye. "You're still doing it." The rain picked up. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Izuku's boots slid back as he prepared to escape, his instincts firing, danger sense flaring. Black Whip twitched to life. "I don't want to hurt you," Izuku said, his voice almost breaking. "But I will keep going." Then came the clash. Ida shot forward fast. Todoroki froze the ground precise. Uraraka floated debris calculated. Bakugo launched above relentless. But Izuku dodged them all. Smoke screen. Float. Fudging. Black Whip. He moved like a ghost. Tactical. Relentless. Yet, every dodge lacked the will to hurt. Every motion was controlled. He didn't want to win. He wanted to escape. But they didn't want to defeat him. They wanted to reach him. And in that moment, as Todoroki's ice encased the street and Ida tackled him midair, Izuku crashed down hard. The city quieted. Uraraka approached slowly, tears mixing with rain. She crouched beside him. "You saved all of us, Izuku. Let us return the favor." His fingers twitched. For a moment, nothing. Then the system quietly chimed in. "Well, looks like they got you, hero." And about time. The rain was soft now, almost mocking in how gently it fell. They stood before him, soaked and breathless, Class 1A, united by heart, shattered by the silence that stretched between them and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's eyes drifted across each of their faces. Ochako, trembling with outstretched hands. Ida, fists clenched in determination. Shoto, stoic but clearly hurting. Bakugo, eyes narrowed, reading everything. For a moment they saw it, the boy they knew. But only for a moment. Then Izuku exhaled. "Smokescreen," the system said, the tone razor sharp. "Initiating cover protocol." "You're not done yet, partner." Thick black mist exploded around them, the fog rising like a curtain between heartbeats. It enveloped the entire street in seconds. "Was." Ciro coughed, reaching out. "Where did he?" Within the fog, a voice broke through. "I'm sorry." Too close. Too fast. Black Whip lashed out, not wildly, but with perfect control, a web of condensed energy bursting from his arms. Not one strike missed its mark. Wrists, ankles, shoulders. Precision. Suppression. One by one, they hit the ground restrained, winded, overwhelmed. Kirishima slammed into a wall, stunned. Jairu was pinned, earpieces sparking. Shoto fell to one knee, frost spiraling in vain. Bakugo, even he, struggled caught mid-lunge, snarling, "Demon it, Deku." Then the smoke thinned, and Izuku stood alone again, just beyond the mist's edge, backlit by flashing lights and city shadows. A hollow smile on his face. "I told you all? I have to do this alone." They couldn't reach him. Not like this. Uraraka's tears hit the ground before her knees did. "Please," she whispered. "Don't go." But Izuku was already fading into the rain. "I'm sorry," he said again. And this time, it broke them. They sat in silence. The common room of UA's dorms, usually filled with chatter and laughter, was now heavy with exhaustion and frustration. Wet clothes hung on rails, scuffed faces rested on cold arms, and eyes stared at the glowing screens projecting news feeds about escalating unrest, villain sightings, and one name repeated in harsh tones. The rogue hero, Deku. "Demon it," Kaminari muttered, rubbing his bandaged wrist. "He's just gone again." "No," Ida said, standing stiffly, his usual posture now slightly slouched. "Not gone. Just hurting. Like all of us." Bachako remained by the window, silent. Her hand held something tightly, the fragment of a broken green whip still sparking slightly with residual energy. "He didn't mean to hurt us," she whispered. "He's just trying to carry too much alone." Bakugo, arms crossed and back to the wall, clicked his tongue. "Dumbass. Still trying to win everything himself. It's just like before." Shoto looked down. "No. It's worse." He stopped smiling. Meanwhile, in the wreckage of the outer city. Sirens. And in the middle of it, Izuku Midoriya. The shadows of toppled buildings stretched across the streets. Feral grins and low growls echoed from a group of escaped inmates, surrounding a trembling family. They didn't see him arrive. But the moment the ground cracked beneath their feet, they knew. Black whip exploded outward, snatching weapons midair, binding limbs, snapping back with bone-jarring precision. A smoke screen dropped, cloaking Izuku in fog before Fajin surged, his silhouette a blur as fists landed with mechanical fury. Not a word. No mercy. Just silence. One of the thugs reached for a knife, only to freeze as danger sense triggered a near-instant counter. His body slammed into the asphalt before he could scream. The civilians stared in awe, too stunned to even thank him. He didn't wait. Somewhere far beyond the city skyline, Stain followed Izuku's trail. Watching. Waiting. The rain hadn't stopped. It poured steadily, as if trying to wash away the filth that clung to every corner of the fractured city. The skyline was jagged chunks missing, towers scorched. The streets were eerily quiet, except for the squelch of boots hitting cracked pavement. Izuku Midoriya didn't feel the water anymore. Didn't flinch as thunder cracked overhead. His tattered cloak, Gran Torino's cape, dragged slightly in the wind as he walked, black whip coiling from his arm like a living shadow. 4 hostiles up ahead. The system's voice cut in sharp, focused, devoid of sass. All escaped Tartarus inmates. Moderate threat level. Proceed with caution, though let's be honest, you don't need it. Izuku didn't answer. His green eyes, once filled with warmth, were hollow, now focused only on the next task. With surgical precision, he struck. A blur. A streak of green and black. No words. No mercy. A whip lashed a pipe, vaulted him upward. Fajin loaded and discharged in a blinding burst of momentum. Smoke veiled the battle like a curtain. Seconds passed. The enemies were bound, unconscious, overwhelmed. Another task complete. He turned to move again and froze. Standing at the mouth of a ruined alley was a figure. Still unmoving. Watching. Hero killer, Stain. His sword rested on his back, his tattered cloak clung to his shoulders, and his blood-red eyes gleamed through the mask. "You've changed," Stain said, voice like gravel and hate. "You're not the same naive boy I saw in Hosu." Izuku didn't speak. Just stared. The rain streamed down his face, mingling with dirt and remnants of past battles. You've grown powerful. Efficient. Calculated, Stain remarked, his boots echoing as he stepped closer. But tell me, where is your heart now, Izuku Midoriya? High emotional stress levels detected, the system murmured. Recommend disengagement, he's not your mission. Shut up, Izuku muttered softly under his breath. Talking to ghosts? Stain asked, observing him intently. Or is it that even you don't know where you stand anymore? There was no hostility in his tone, only a twisted curiosity, a man obsessed with conviction confronting a boy whose resolve was fraying at the edges. Why are you here? Izuku finally asked, his voice devoid of emotion. You want to kill me too? Stain's lips curled behind the mask. If I thought you were false, I'd have struck already. But no, I don't know what you are. He pointed a finger. You've become a symbol, like the man you admire. But you're dragging your soul through the mud to do it. How long until there's nothing left? Izuku remained silent. Stain walked closer, circling him slowly like a predator. You want to save people. But saving them alone? Sacrificing your humanity for the sake of numbers? That's not justice. That's pride. The worst kind. Izuku's fingers twitched, a faint pulse of black whip responding to his emotions. But still, no attack. No movement. Let him talk, the system advised, surprisingly not interrupting this time. Analyzing his ideology. It unnerves even me. I should strike you down, Stain said, but I won't. He stepped back, turning toward the shadows. Because I want to see what kind of monster or hero you really become. With that, he vanished into the mist. No fight ensued, only words left behind, sinking into the quiet aftermath. Izuku stood there, the rain still falling, the city still broken. Deep inside, a small fracture in his conviction widened. The night sky was a steel gray, thick clouds obscuring the moonlight. Perched atop an abandoned broadcast tower, Izuku sat in silence, his mask removed, his cloak heavy from the rain and time. His breathing was steady, though it trembled faintly with exhaustion. His face was weary, worn eyes shadowed beneath. This tiredness didn't stem from combat, but from carrying too much for too long. The wind shifted. He leaned back against the metal frame of the tower, gazing out over the city. The skyline still bore the scars of the villain's rampage, but his mind wandered to a moment etched in his memory. Class 1A. Their faces. Their voices. Their resolve. He could still hear them: Uraraka's heartfelt cry, Ida's outstretched hand, Bakugo's words brutal, honest, finally vulnerable. But in the end, he still left them behind. He had to. That was the only way, right? He let out a slow, deep sigh. So much heartache, so much distance. Processing emotional status, unstable, the system's voice returned, softer now but clear. Would you like me to dull this emotion, Izuku? No, he replied, his voice low. I want to feel it. That's what makes me human. Silence enveloped him until the system spoke again. Then there is something you need to hear. Izuku blinked. What is it? During the incident at USJ, when I awakened, I was calculating everything in real time, assessing the environment, people, threats, compiling behavioral data on every individual around you: heroes, villains, friends. Izuku's brows furrowed. Only one person stood out. Anomalous behavior, constant observation, emotional instability masked by flamboyance, and most importantly, conflicted loyalty. Izuku froze. Yuga Aoyama. His eyes widened slightly. He watched you differently. Not like a classmate admiring a hero, but like someone waiting to be discovered. No way. You've always thought your presence was being monitored, that the enemy was always one step ahead. The pattern is clear now. He was the relay. I am 98.9% certain Aoyama is connected to All for One. Izuku stood slowly, fists tightening. But instead of fury, he sighed again. I knew something was off, he muttered. But I wanted to believe in all of them. Every single one. His voice trembled barely. Then, he turned to the shadows once more. What will you do? The system asked. I'll do what needs to be done, he said. But not tonight. He pulled his hood back on, his eyes no longer wide but clear and focused. Tonight, I'm just going to check on someone. Nighteye safe zone. The fortress that once served as a school now housed hope and protection. Eri's room was dim but warm, soft lights twinkling as she sat reading a book, a small cup of tea beside her. She looked up and smiled. Deku. He didn't say anything, just crouched by the window, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'm okay, she said softly, sensing his worry. He nodded, that same tired smile still present. I'm proud of you, Izuku said quietly. You're stronger than you know. And then, he vanished, a whisper in the wind. Next morning, the common room. Class 1A stirred to an almost tangible feeling in the air, like something had passed through without them knowing. Moments later, the doors opened. Izuku Midoriya walked in, mask removed, hood down. His hair was longer, eyes hollow, body bruised and stiff. But he was there. Gasps echoed. Midoriya? Kaminari whispered. He raised a hand casual. Relax, he said. I'm just here to freshen up. That's all. The room fell silent. Some smiled, some teared up, and some just watched, waiting. But Izuku didn't say more. He wasn't staying. Not yet. And no one knew the truth behind his eyes. Chapter end. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays across the quiet pastures beyond UA's reinforced walls. The wind rustled the trees gently, whispering between branches as if holding its breath. Izuku Midoriya stood among them, his green hoodie slightly oversized, sleeves bunched near his wrists, and dark pants swaying faintly in the breeze. He looked cleaner now, fresher, but there was no mistaking it. He was still on guard, always calculating, always watching. From a few steps away, someone approached, hesitant. Midoriya? Izuku turned slightly, his eyes half-lidded, unreadable. Yuga Aoyama stepped out from the trees, his hands trembling slightly behind his back. The glint in his eyes was nervous guilt wrapped in fear. I needed to speak to you, Aoyama said softly, stepping closer. Izuku didn't say a word, simply folding his arms. The system's voice quietly pulsed in his thoughts. Body temperature elevated. Pulse spiking. Behavioral cues, guilt confirmed. Aoyama inhaled shakily. I was the one who gave away the location of the training camp. It was me. There was no gasp, no flare of anger. Just silence. Izuku's eyes remained on him, cool and calm. Not a flinch. Not a sound. But beneath the surface, two signatures approaching. Behind the second line of trees. Estimated trajectory, escape. Izuku didn't turn. He just closed his eyes and whispered, Black Whip. From his back, condensed, serpentine strands of black whip erupted, not wild or chaotic, but precise. They lashed out past the tree line. Sniff. Two muffled cries rang out. Moments later, Aoyama's parents' faces pale with fear were pulled from the brush, gently but firmly bound in the inky tendrils. They stumbled forward, panic in their eyes. No, Aoyama gasped. Please, they didn't mean. They knew, Izuku said flatly. His voice wasn't angry. It was distant. Cold. Heavy. You were a relay. From the beginning. A piece on the board used by someone who's always been 10 steps ahead. Aoyama dropped to his knees. I didn't want to. I was scared. They said they'd hurt my parents. I didn't know what else to do. Izuku's gaze didn't soften. You watched us trust you. Laugh with you. Fight beside you. He took a slow step forward. You let Koda almost die. You let Bakugo get taken. You let us bleed. I'm sorry. Aoyama screamed, tears pouring down his cheeks. I never wanted any of this, I just wanted to be a hero like you. Izuku stood still for a long moment. The system chimed in. Final judgment recommended. Capture and interrogation. Handoff to UA intelligence advised. No, Izuku whispered. Not yet. He knelt in front of Aoyama just enough so their eyes met. You're going to tell them yourself, he said quietly. Everything. From the start. No lies. Aoyama blinked through tears. And if you hold back anything, if you even think about it, Izuku's tone dipped just slightly, enough to cut. I'll know. The system hummed in agreement. He will. Izuku stood, eyes flicking once more to the restrained parents. I'll handle them. You go. As Aoyama slowly rose and stumbled away toward the main building, Izuku remained behind. Alone again. He looked toward the distant sky. That wasn't easy, the system said after a pause. No, Izuku murmured. But nothing is anymore. The classroom was silent. Not just quiet silent. Like a void had opened in their midst and swallowed the air, the sound, the comfort they once shared. All eyes were on Aoyama. On his trembling form. On the guilt carved into his features like a mask that no amount of sparkle could hide. His parents had already been taken into custody. Thanks to Izuku. Black Whip had moved so fast that none of them had registered what had happened until it was over. Aoyama hadn't resisted, he just stood there. Empty. And Izuku? He was standing near the back, arms folded, hood still up. The shadows cloaked most of his face except for his eyes. Focused. Unwavering. You really were hurting, Ochako finally said, stepping forward. All that time. You wanted to be a hero. You just wanted to belong. Aoyama couldn't speak. His lips trembled, but no sound came out. Kaminari looked down. It could have been any of us, couldn't it? It wasn't, Bakugo muttered. But yeah, it could have. That admission shook the room more than yelling ever could. Izuku stepped forward. His voice was low. Controlled. You were the leak during the training camp. Kamino. The license exam. You watched as we were attacked. You smiled through it. Aoyama's knees buckled. I didn't want to. All for one said he'd harm my family. And you still almost got everyone else's families harmed, Tokoyami said bluntly. The words hung like lead in the air. But Izuku, he didn't show anger. Only resolve. We're in a war. People have died. More will. The only thing that saves anyone now is the truth. The class looked at him, seeing how far gone he truly was from the boy they used to laugh with at lunch. The boy who once muttered strategies in his notebooks. Now he stood like a commander, haunted, hollow, but still standing. Then the system chimed in, its usual monotone laced with exaggerated sass. Betrayal. Classic narrative twist. We should make t-shirts. I survived my traitorous classmate. You'd sell at least 5 easy. Izuku's eye twitched just a little. Not now. What? You're the one glaring like an avenging wraith. I'm trying to lighten the mood, goddess forbid we end up in another existential hero crisis. A few students actually blinked in confusion. They still didn't know the voice existed. To them, it looked like Izuku was just muttering to himself again. Momo stepped forward carefully. Izuku, you don't have to carry this alone anymore. Not this time. He paused. The weight of her words hung there. Nodded. Just once. I know, he said quietly. But I'll carry it anyway. That's the kind of hero I decided to be. The room remained heavy with pain and revelation. But somewhere deep within, even through the betrayal, understanding began to form. They understood now what he faced. What he'd been doing alone. And that, maybe they weren't too late to stand beside him again. The war had never truly stopped, it had only paused. A breath before the plunge. Now that breath was over. The halls of it echoed with the sharp rhythm of boots, papers rustling under the weight of mobilization, and tension so thick it tasted like iron on the tongue. Students, heroes, evacuees, and faculty all moved with purpose. With unity. With fear hidden behind focus. In the strategy room, holograms glowed in pale blues and reds. Maps blinked. Dots moved. And Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of it all. Not in the center. Not leading. But present. He hadn't spoken much since the confrontation with Aoyama, but his presence was enough. His eyes flicked from map to map, data point to data point, tracing invisible lines through patterns others hadn't even begun to see. The system hummed in his ear, quieter now. Focused. They're dividing their forces. Classic smokescreen maneuver. The chaos is intentional. But that hospital in Heibori? That's no red herring. Check the timing with the last support convoy. He nodded subtly. Noted. Mark it for Hawks and Tsukachi. His voice was calm. Controlled. Sharp enough to slice steel. But just as he stepped away, someone elbowed him. Bakugo. Hey nerd, he muttered, arms crossed. You're still not sleeping, huh? I sleep, Izuku replied flatly. Then, with the faintest twitch of his lip almost imperceptible, he added, in 3-minute increments between system diagnostics. Bakugo blinked. Kirishima gave a soft chuckle. He's still in there, Kaminari whispered to Shiro. He's still got it. Ochako watched him closely, her gaze soft. She hadn't heard him joke in weeks. And though it was razor-edged and buried under exhaustion, there was a flicker of him. The real him. The one who smiled. The briefing continued. The plan was laid bare. Aoyama's intel, fractured and hesitant as it was, had been verified. All for One was preparing to move again, and Shigaraki was nearly complete. The heroes had one shot. One unified strike. Split their forces. Isolate the main villains. Contain the Nomus. Protect the civilians. Divide and conquer, Izuku murmured, tracing invisible lines in the air. They taught us to scatter and flee. We'll teach them what it means to stand and corner a beast. The pause. The system pinged softly. Sassy retribution noted. Shall I load the one-liner hero quips protocol? Don't push it. You used to be fun. Beside him, Ida adjusted his gloves. This is more than strategy. We're fighting for the soul of hero society. Then it's time we acted like it, Momo said, standing tall. Everyone turned as the doors opened and All Might walked in. He looked at each of them, his frame small, his eyes tired, but still burning with that symbolic fire. Class 1 heroes. The time has come. A hush fell. And then, Izuku stepped forward. Hood down. Eyes clear. His voice was quiet but firm. Then let's move. Chapter end. Chapter end. The sky was quiet. Too quiet. Dawn hadn't broken yet. The city slumbered beneath a cover of mist and moonlight, unaware that war loomed just beyond its sleeping heart. Inside the mobile command hub, the final green light flickered on. We're live. Begin the operation. The heroes move. Every hero across the sectors knew their roles, their targets, and their positions. From Kamui Woods to Md Lady, from Fat Gum to Edge Shot, the battlefield was segmented carefully and deliberately so they could fracture the enemy like glass. AFO's forces would not scatter them again. This time they would be ready. Inside the KGUA's portable trap system, a gentle hum filled the air as mechanical partitions activated. An entire landscape moved beneath the enemy's feet, terrain shifting like tectonic plates. All for One's pawns wouldn't realize the trap until it was already too late. The battlefield was a prison custom-designed to isolate Shigaraki. And he was already en route. The moment we confirm his presence, said Aizawa calmly through comms, engage the coffin. Roger. Best genist. All aligned. And then, the tremor came. A ripple of decay shot out like a plague from the arrival zone. He was here. Above the clouds, the frontline tactician. Izuku Midoriya stood atop a mobile carrier, wind tearing through his hoodie. His body buzzed with raw kinetic energy. Danger sense ticked in rapid pulses. Subject Shigaraki, designated, reforged, entering Zone Alpha. High threat classification. Advising max precision. Already ahead of you, Izuku murmured. He closed his eyes. Fajin compressed. Smokescreen readied. Black whip coiled like a serpent. Float synced to muscle memory. He launched. Like a green comet SNG through the sky, Izuku Midoriya dove toward the epicenter of chaos, flaring with power, quiet, lethal, decisive. The trap springs. Gigantomachia never arrived. Machia had been rerouted by misinformation, a false signal. A red herring courtesy of a tiny data packet planted by the system in a hacked satellite loop. A move Izuku approved quietly during recon. Shigaraki, alone, touched ground. Steel walls collapsed around him, reinforced. Quirk-reducing mist. And Aizawa's gaze, bloodshot and steady. We end this here, Shigaraki. The villain only smiled. Try. The counteroffensive begins. Mirko struck first pure fury on metal limbs. Genus tangled limbs in titanium threads. A barrage of quirks surged in from all angles. And Izuku, hovering like judgment above, descended. He landed with pinpoint control, Fajin-enhanced boots cracking the earth. He said nothing. No grand speeches. No declarations. Just action. Deku. Shigaraki hissed. Still clinging to your little illusion of peace? Izuku looked up, eyes narrowed. The system buzzed. Suggested response, no. I'm here for closure. He ignored it. Almost. I'm here to finish this. And then the air cracked with the sound of war. Meanwhile, Class 1A in motion. Split into sectors, Class 1A supported evacuation, neutralized escapees, and reinforced defenses. Each of them had grown, hardened by pain and loyalty. Ida led with speed and clarity. Momo directed with field command elegance. Bakugo exploded through villain ranks with unchecked fury. Chako levitated entire structures to protect trapped civilians. And all of them kept looking toward the center. Toward him. Izuku Midoriya, the one who bore the burden, the system, the silence. Now their vanguard. And maybe, just maybe, still their friend. The battlefield twisted. Steel walls, quirk suppression fields, electromagnetic pulses, every measure designed to separate Shigaraki Tamura from All for One. The trap worked. And now, it was Izuku's moment. The sky went still. All motion ceased for the briefest moment as Izuku Midoriya took a slow breath. A ripple of raw energy surged from his body, gearshift activating for the very first time. Time to make this personal. Enter, gearshift. The final quirk. The ability to shift momentum on a molecular level. Once belonging to the second user, Izuku's body surged, not just in power, but in timing. He could now accelerate or decelerate anything he touched, including himself. He vanished from sight. Shigaraki reacted too late. Izuku appeared in front of him mid-strike, one boot accelerating via gearshift and Fajin at once. The punch landed controlled yet thunderous, slamming Shigaraki through two reinforced panels of the trap zone. You're alone now, Izuku said, eyes glowing with determination. This ends with you. Within one for all. The echoes stirred. All 7 predecessors watching, observing, guiding. Second user crossed his arms, watching gearshift flow through Izuku's limbs. Not bad for a modern kid. Third smirked. He's wielding all of us now. All at once. Nana Shimura stayed quiet, her heart torn as she watched the boy confront her grandson's vessel. Yoichi stepped forward, addressing Izuku through the link. We're with you, Izuku. This is your fight, but it's not your burden alone. Back in reality. Shigaraki's decay lashed out, twisting and breaking everything it touched. But Izuku focused, unyielding, dodged with calculated ferocity. Smoke erupted from smokescreen. Black whip twisted out like a living net, controlling the field. Gearshift altered his direction midair at impossible angles. He was fighting like a storm wrapped in human form. Warning, overload approaching. Limiters advised. Nah, Izuku muttered, not yet. The system paused. Fine. But don't die. I'm not coaching the next idiot who picks this up. Confrontation. The truth. Shigaraki grinned beneath the crumbling skin. You think this trap, this power means you've won? All for one is me. Izuku's gaze didn't falter. No. That's where you're wrong. His hands sparked with full one for all energy, multiple quirks dancing through him at once. You're a child, used like a puppet. I see you now. Shigaraki's grin faltered. You don't get to pity me. A shockwave split the ground, but Izuku stood his ground. No pity. Just truth. Revelation, Midoriya's core. Izuku's mind echoed with the voices of the predecessors. His body moved with perfect synchronicity, the vessel of them all. But what made him stronger than All for One wasn't the quirks. It was choice. He chose to bear it all. To protect. To keep going. To save even now. The predecessors watched in silent awe. And the system, for once, didn't speak. Because it didn't need to. Izuku Midoriya was no longer just using one for all. He was one for all. Location: isolated battlefield UA's trap zone, floating high above the city, the perfect storm engineered to separate Shigaraki Tamura from All for One. Goal: sever their link. Izuku stands. Shigaraki writhes. The air was heavy, crackling with power. Shigaraki's body twitched too much power for one vessel. His mouth moved, but it was no longer his voice alone. All for One's voice echoed through him. Still trying to reach the boy? You'll fail. He's mine. But Izuku didn't flinch. You're wrong. He was never yours. Shigaraki's body contorted, his face flickering between himself and the warped expression of All for One. Flesh. Identity clashing. Within the mind space, a swirling black void. And within it, two figures. Tamura Shigaraki, barely holding himself together. Skin cracked, eyes wide. And looming behind him, a twisted specter of All for One, smiling with calm malice. Chains, dozens of them, coil from All for One's body, latching onto Shigaraki's back. You needed me. You wanted to destroy the world that hurt you. I gave you the power. Shigaraki growls. I don't remember asking. But you did. The moment you gave in to hatred, you let me in. Shigaraki's fingers twitch. Dust flakes rise from the void floor. And then a voice cuts through the dark. Izuku Midoriya's voice from outside. From the fight. From reality. It reaches inside. Shigaraki, you're not him. You're not All for One. You're still in there. You're still someone who can choose. The mind space trembles. Shigaraki clenches his jaw. His eyes flicker. All for One steps forward, chains tightening. No. You don't get to decide that. But suddenly, I do. Shigaraki screams. And one chain snaps. Back to reality, a pulse surges from Shigaraki's body. Not decay. Not hatred. Conflict. Resistance. Izuku senses it immediately. There you are. He grips his gauntlets tighter, eyes narrowed. Now fight him. Shigaraki howls, two voices splitting apart. All for One screams in rage from miles away, his connection faltering. Elsewhere, AFO's real body inside his secret lair, All for One's real body twitches. Red alerts flare from the biomonitors. He feels it. He's slipping, and for the first time All for One is afraid. The system whispers, thread detected. Connection, weakening. Fragmentation 97%. Izuku's eye twitches. Keep tracking. With pleasure. Izuku, battered but standing firm, stares at the crumbling shell of the boy who could still be saved. Shigaraki, kneeling, his face half his, and half still a mask of the monster who stole his childhood. And above them all the storm breaks. Location: the UA Sky Fortress, isolation zone. The mental battle rages. Shigaraki's body convulses, tearing itself apart and stitching itself back together. One hand claws at his face. Memories flood in. A creaking door. A dog. Ants. A house full of dust. Tenko Shimura. His name echoes in the void. Not Shigaraki. Not the monster forged by All for One. You took everything. But I remember now. Snap. Chains shatter. One by one. All for One's control slips. Meanwhile, another battlefield location. Mountain stronghold, hidden theater. A colossal detonation rips through the mountainside. Heroes surge forward. Endeavor, scorched and heaving. Hawks, wings cut and eyes razor sharp. Tokoyami and Jiro, both barely standing. A few scattered. Class 1B heroes behind them. Before them, the black mist clears. All for One, smiling behind his cracked mask. You truly believed separating me from Tamura would stop me? He holds a vial. A small red glint. Ares blood. Eyes widen. Endeavor growls, you monster. All for One calmly injects it. Borrowed power. Ironic, isn't it? His body contorts. Skin stretches and smooths. Muscle tightens. He screams not in pain but in rebirth. The mask shatters. And beneath it was the younger face of All for One, whole and burning with wrath. Let me show you what true control looks like. Flash To Tenko back in the Sky Fortress, Izuku watches the boy before him rise. Not as the weapon. Not as the heir. But as Tenko Shimura. This is my body. My will. He reaches toward the void within himself. And from the corners of One for All's vestige world, the predecessors of the past appear watching, witnessing. Izuku tightens his grip. Then let's end this. Together. Split between two fronts, Tenko Shimura, free from chains, eyes glowing. All for one reborn, power rekindled, a god of death in youthful flesh. Reckoning has begun. The battlefield trembled. Sky fractured with streaks of fire and smoke. Below it, the chaos spread wide, like war itself had taken form and descended upon the heroes. All for one reborn, renewed, rearmed with the stolen vitality from Ares' blood walked the crumbling earth with quiet devastation. His youthful face belied the centuries of carnage he carried, each footstep ringing with the weight of calculated dread. Before him stood Endeavor, fire liking off his skin in angry waves, face cracked with determination and pain. Hawks hovered at his side, feathers sharper than razors, movements fast and surgical. Tokoyami, cloaked in shadows, readied himself as dark shadow roared behind him, fully unleashed, primal and immense. And near them, Kami manipulated the terrain with well-placed illusions confusing their enemies' eyes just long enough to strike. He's fast. Tokoyami muttered, eyes narrowing. And he's not even trying, Jiro added, keeping behind the formation, her heartbeat syncing with her sound sensors as she analyzed the flow. It was surgical, almost elegant the way All for One dodged, parried, and retaliated. No wasted motion. Every quirk combination flowed into the next with masterful grace. Repulsion fields deflected Endeavor's hellfire. Warp quirks created sudden proximity gaps. Strength enhancements cracked the ground with simple steps. Kami's illusions flickered against a sensory sweep quirk and failed. Tokoyami surged forward, dark shadow barreling toward their target with all its might. For the briefest of moments, seconds locked in high-speed motion, Tokoyami saw it. The silhouette of Izuku Midoriya, overlapping with All for One stance. Not in body, but in precision. Every move calculated, tactically sound. Cold, efficient. Emotionless. Impossible, Tokoyami whispered as claws clashed against a reinforced shield. He moves like Midoriya. Like a strategist. Jiro saw it too, All for One shifting his center of mass to destabilize Tokoyami midair. A tactical feint. Hawks covered the boy with a flurry of feathers, but even Hawks faltered when All for One reappeared behind him with a snap, grabbing his shoulder and hurling him like paper into the rubble. Endeavor roared, fire cascading upward into a rising inferno, consuming the battlefield in an attempt to trap him. For a moment, All for One vanished into the blaze, but it was a trap. 3 steps ahead always. He reappeared above them, eyes gleaming, body radiating with youth and terrifying strength. He raised a hand, and a pressure wave erupted downward. Everyone was knocked back. Kami coughed, her illusions flickering. Tokoyami struggled to keep dark shadow steady. Jiro's ears rang violently as she dove to shield herself. And Endeavor he hit the ground, coughing, flames sputtering as pain seized his body. You truly thought I wouldn't prepare for your combined tactics? All for One said, his voice sharp and unrelenting. The difference between you and him is that he doesn't hesitate. Midoriya, Hawks muttered, struggling to stand. There was no time to regroup. All for One advanced again, a dark god wreathed in stolen might, every quirk chained to his will with terrifying harmony. Meanwhile, deep in the city outskirts, Izuku stood alone on a rooftop, his hood drawn up. His eyes narrowed as the system's voice crackled quietly in his ear. They're falling back. Target remains at 72% operational capacity. We're out of time. He said nothing, but he moved. Because collapse had already begun. And Izuku Midoriya was about to rewrite it. The battlefield lay in ruin. Ash rained down like snow. Smoke curled skyward from scorched earth. Bodies of young heroes Tokoyami, Jiro, Kami, and others lay unconscious. Blood pooled beneath Hawks, his feathers scattered and limp. Endeavor, once the symbol of unyielding flame, gasped as he lay broken, his arm injured, pain coursing through him like wildfire. And towering above them stood the young, reborn visage of All for One. The hollow smile on his face matched the twisted glory in his eyes. He flared Hawk's quirk experimentally. Wings of sharp precision burst from his back. "Elegant," he muttered, admiring them. "Much cleaner than most of the toys I've broken." He turned toward Tokoyami, kneeling. Dark shadow hissed, weakened. All for One's hand hovered above Tokoyami's heart, prepared to take another gift when he stopped. A ripple through the air. A pull. A faint shimmer, not of fear, but of something else. His breath caught. His eyes turned eastward. There, on the horizon, two figures. One was the boy who would not break, Izuku Midoriya, his presence a calm storm. The other Tenko Shimura, no longer Shigaraki. And for a brief moment, something in All for One's vast mind, the map of control, of domination, fractured. He clicked his tongue and stood. Of course, he's remembering. The world's most dangerous man chuckled to himself and vanished from the field, evaporating like smoke, leaving devastation behind. But even as the sky cleared of his shadow, another presence rose. Highway abandoned intersection. 3:21 a.m. Headlights illuminated a broken stretch of road. All Might, frail and skeletal, stood beside his car, cloak whipping in the cold wind. His gaunt face was stern, aged, and deeply human, but his resolve burned hotter than ever. Beside him, Tsukachi shouted, panic lacing his voice. "All Might, what are you doing? You don't have a quirk anymore. Can't he'll kill you?" "I know," All Might said quietly, never taking his eyes off the distance. The rumble of heavy footsteps echoed. A black mass of power emerged through the fog. All for One had arrived. All Might opened the briefcase. The metallic click echoed like thunder. A sleek, reinforced exosuit began to unfold, custom-built by Melissa Shield, the daughter of his oldest friend. Etched with symbols of hope, steel alloy locked into place across his skeletal frame. His thin arms became reinforced towers of resistance. His chest plate locked in with a hiss of steam. A red glow shimmered through the suit's joints. "Your time has passed," All for One said as he stepped forward. "Symbol of peace? Now you're nothing more than a corpse chasing echoes." All Might cracked his neck. "Maybe. But even if I don't have one for all," the helmet snapped into place. Eyes locked. "I've still got a spine." The ground shook. The city held its breath. Concrete cracked under pressure. Thunder rumbled in the sky as if the world itself recognized the gravity of the moment. And there, standing firm beneath the glow of broken street lamps, was All Might, armored head to toe in the Iron Might suit, a final gift from Melissa Shield. Across from him, wreathed in shadow and malevolence, stood All for One, younger, faster, reborn with stolen quirks and the blood of devils. Their eyes met. "So even without your power, you still insist on standing," All for One sneered, stepping forward. A cripple wrapped in steel. "Are you truly so desperate to die on your feet?" All Might raised his armored fists. "I'm not here to die," he said, his voice layered with both artificial modulation and pure fire. "I'm here to prove that even embers can ignite a storm." Iron Might engaged. The armor surged to life, mimicking the quirks of the next generation. Inbuilt modules, each powered by custom simulations Melissa designed, activated. "Let's see if I've been paying attention." He dashed forward, instant acceleration, mimicking Ida's engine. All for One moved to block, but All Might feinted a side step, echoing Uraraka's zero gravity, lifting debris and launching it toward his enemy. Boom! A sharp right punch laced with shock absorbers mimicked Kirishima's hardening, crashing into All for One's guard. All for One grunted. "Impressive. Childish, but impressive." The villain countered with a fusion of quirks. Heat vents and explosive pressure detonated around them, forcing All Might to leap back. He deployed a shield, hexagonal plates emulating Yaoyorozu's constructs, layered into a force dome. Behind it he grinned. "Didn't expect me to be a good listener, did you?" Minutes passed. The sky lit with every impact. Civilians far from the battlefield could feel the war being waged. Heroes tuned into the radio heard only static and the rhythmic beat of two legends clashing. All Might's Iron Might suit began to falter, stress readings flaring. But he moved. He moved like the past hadn't ended. For my students, for Izuku, for everyone. A fist surged forward fueled by the mimicry of Bakugo's blast, throwing him into All for One's chest. All for One was thrown back blood-drawn. He laughed as he wiped it away. How poetic. You wear their legacy like armor, but they're still children. This world belongs to me, Toshinori. All Might's voice dropped, raw and furious. That's where you're wrong. And then the armor core glowed red. Override engaged. A final override. Izuku Midoriya's combat data, pulled and encoded, surged into the system. Gear shift. Smoke screen. FA gene. Danger sense. Float. Black whip. Artificial. Simulated. But synchronized. All Might leapt, roaring as the wind screamed. Even if I fall you will never win. Location. Sakoto Peak, a desolate battlefield, isolated from the main conflict. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the crumbling landscape. At the center stood Shoto Todoroki, facing his estranged brother, Dabi, once known as Toya Todoroki. The ground beneath them bore the scars of their family's fractured past. Shoto, this ends here, Toya. Dabi, don't call me that. That name faded away long ago. Dabi's body radiated intense heat, his flames a manifestation of his deep-seated rage and pain. Shoto, calm and resolute, prepared to confront the embodiment of his family's sins. Dabi unleashed a torrent of blue flames, each wave more ferocious than the last. Shoto countered with a combination of ice and fire, utilizing his half-cold, half-hot quirk to its fullest. The battlefield became a maelstrom of opposing elements. You think you can stop me? You're just a puppet, molded by the same man who discarded me. Dabi shouted. I'm not here to defend him. I'm here to take responsibility for all of us, Shoto replied. His words struck a chord, but Dabi's fury was unrelenting. He intensified his flames, pushing his body beyond its limits. Shoto unveiled his new technique, phosphor, blending his ice and fire seamlessly. This balance allowed him to regulate his temperature and maintain prolonged combat. Dabi, in a desperate move, mimicked Shoto's technique, combining his inherited ice resistance with his flames, creating a volatile fusion. However, his body, already deteriorated, began to crumble under the strain. Your body can't handle this, Toya. Stop before it's too late. Shoto urged. Too late? It was too late the day he chose you over me. Dabi retorted. As Dabi prepared a final, self-destructive attack, Shoto summoned all his strength, recalling the support of his friends and the lessons learned. He unleashed his ultimate move, Great Glacial Aegir, a massive wave of ice that engulfed Dabi, extinguishing his flames and halting the impending explosion. The battlefield fell silent, the air cooled, and the flames subsided. Dabi lay motionless, encased in ice, his rage quelled, at least for now. Rest, brother. Let the flames of our past die here, Shoto said softly. The battlefield was chaos. Explosions echoed in the distance. Heroes and villains collided like waves in a storm. But in the eye of this fury stood two young women separated by ideology, drawn together by understanding. Achiko Uraraka landed lightly on the debris-strewn street, eyes darting, searching. Her chest rose and fell in quiet rhythm, trying to steady herself amidst the screaming winds of war. Then she heard it. A soft giggle. A shadow leapt from above, a flash of a knife, a familiar manic glint in golden eyes. Toga. Himiko Toga twirling midair, blades ready, wearing the remnants of her last encounter like a badge, landed a few feet away. Smiling wide. Achiko-chan. You found me. Or maybe, I found you. Toga exclaimed. I'm not here to play games, Toga. This has to stop. Achiko replied firmly. Toga pouted, offended yet amused. You always say that, but you don't understand, do you? I just want to love. She lunged fast, unpredictable. Her knife whistled through the air. Achiko ducked, twisted, activating zero gravity on a pile of debris and launching it with a flick. Toga dodged, laughing like a child in a sandbox. You look so serious, Achiko-chan. You think being a hero means you get to decide who's right or wrong. The fight continued through collapsed buildings and shattered streets. Achiko pressed on, blocking and dodging, never striking to harm. Toga, erratic but dangerous, moved like water fluid and wild. As they fought, words struck deeper than blows. Why do you get to smile while people bleed? Why is your love okay, but mine isn't? I drank her blood, Achiko-chan. I became you. And I felt it. Your heartbeat when you looked at Izuku. Toga said, her expression softening, not mad, not murderous, just longing. Achiko froze mid-step, shaken. Everything's fine, floating around like it's all okay. But it's not. Toga felt tears welling in her eyes. Why do people like me always get left behind? Turning point. Toga lunged one last time, blades raised, heart open. Achiko didn't respond with violence. She dropped her weaponized debris and looked Toga in the eye. I don't hate you, Toga. I never did. But I can't let you hurt people anymore. As Toga's blade approached, Tsu Azui intervened, her tongue skillfully snatching the weapon from Toga's grasp and pinning her down. Toga struggled, but not out of anger. It was heartbreak that filled her. Toga, why does love always end like this? Achiko watched, her hand resting on her chest, feeling the weight of the moment. Toga vanished into the chaos shortly after, slipping away through Twice's final clone, who had shielded her at the last moment. Yet her words lingered, etched deep into Achiko's heart. As the dust settled, Achiko gazed at the sky. The battle raged on, but something had shifted within her. She had seen Toga not merely as a villain, but as a girl shaped by a world that never allowed her to be anything more. And Achiko? She was no longer just a hopeful girl dreaming of the skies. She stood firmly on the ground, her heart ready to embrace the sacrifices that came with being a hero. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Cracks in the streets bore the scars of war. Civilians had long been evacuated, but the echoes of fear still lingered, whispering in the wind like ghosts. Amid that crumbling cityscape stood Spinner, but he was no longer the awkward, quiet follower of Stain's ideology. He had transformed into a giant, altered by all for one's cruel enhancement quirks. Jagged scales covered his enlarged arms. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice a deep growl. The weapon he wielded, a massive, cleaver-like monstrosity fused with concrete and steel, was nothing short of apocalyptic. Behind him surged a mob heteromorphs radicalized by pain, rejection, and centuries of discrimination. They followed Spinner not just out of anger, but because he was the first to roar for them. A wall of flesh, a flood of pain. Spinner let out a fierce cry as he charged. Standing in his path were two students, Mizo Shoji and Koji Koda. Their presence wasn't flashy. No blazing fire. No explosions. Just calm resolve. Shoji, tall and silent, stood like a wall, his dupli arms extending outward like shields. Koda, trembling slightly, placed one hand on the earth, whispering to the small creatures that still trusted him in this battlefield soaked with animosity. Memories of fire and silence. As Spinner's forces surged, Shoji remembered the past. The mocking voices. The looks of horror. The whispers about his face. He recalled how even his own classmates once flinched. And now, the ones who had suffered as he did were on the other side of this conflict. It burned within him. Not hate, but understanding. Shoji stepped forward, blocking the first wave of Spinner's charge. His arms wrapped around several attackers, not to harm but to hold back. "We're not your enemies," he called out. But they didn't listen. Anger clouded their ears. Spinner's roar drowned out reason. Behind Shoji, Koda trembled, not from fear but from heartbreak. He raised his voice. "Please stop. You're hurting others who never hurt you." From above, dozens of birds swooped down. Squirrels leapt from crumbling buildings. Insects formed a buzzing perimeter. He wasn't commanding them, he was asking for help. Monster versus bridge. Spinner raised his cleaver, bringing it down with crushing weight. Shoji caught the blow midair, his arms straining under the pressure. The impact sent shockwaves through the street. Shoji held firm even as blood seeped from his wounds. I understand what it means to be hated for your body. But this isn't the way. We can't fix pain with more pain. Revelation amid fury. Spinner growled, his distorted mind echoing one name, Shigaraki. He wasn't doing this for himself. He was doing it for the only person who saw him as enough. But as his eyes locked with Shoji's, something flickered. Shoji removed his mask, revealing the web scars across his face, a story of cruelty, rejection, and resilience. They told me to hide this. But I won't anymore. If I do, kids like you and me will keep thinking they're alone. Voice of the voiceless. Koda stepped up beside him. The battlefield was a graveyard of steel, stone, and broken dreams. The Iron Might armor lay in shattered pieces, scattered across the cracked road like discarded remnants. All Might, bleeding and wheezing, curled beneath the rubble, his eyes defiant but dimming. Above him loomed All for One, a younger, sleeker version of the Demon Lord, his skin smooth and his frame upright. He was becoming whole again. He raised a hand toward All Might's skull, a swirling mix of stolen quirks twisting around his fingers like a storm. You should have died with your symbol. Let me finish what I started. A thunderclap of heat erupted. A flash of light, bright enough to rival a solar flare, detonated in front of All for One's face. The ground split, and ozone and smoke danced violently in the air. All for One staggered back, one eye flickering with surprise. And then he saw him. The one who wouldn't break. Katsuki Bakugo stood, panting, steam rising off his body, his palms still crackling. His costume was torn and blackened from recent battles, but his eyes burned with rage. Purpose, grit, and clarity. All Might looked up from the ground, his student, his successor's rival, his pride, standing like a wall between him and death. Back off. You don't get to lay a finger on him, Bakugo growled. All for One tilted his head. You again. The child who dared to scratch my vessel. He stepped forward, and Bakugo clenched his fists. Quirk evolution, cluster ignition. Bakugo's palms glowed unnaturally bright, not just with explosive sweat, but something refined and condensed. His pupils narrowed. And then, boom 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 boom. A cluster of mini detonations fired from all around his body in perfect sequence, spiraling like a comet. He vanished, appearing above All for One midair. Explosion. From the side, explosion. Behind, another blast. Bakugo moved at blinding speed, using precise, rapid-fire detonations to steer his body in ways that seemed impossible. You want power? I'll show you the result of someone who earned it. The Demon Lord strikes back. All for One gritted his teeth, his skin crackling as a barrier quirk shot outward. Bakugo collided with it and broke through. His new technique, Ignition Drive, allowed him to pierce through kinetic defenses by layering microblasts at the point of impact. He slammed into All for One's chest with a roaring shockwave, sending the villain tumbling. But All for One caught himself mid-fall, growling like an animal. This is the fire of youth, is it? I'll drown it in silence. He lifted both arms, his quirks coiling a maelstrom of decay, force fields, air cannons, tendrils, and more. Fire meets void. The clash that followed was seismic. Bakugo dodged through tendrils, weaving mid-air with clustered explosions that left afterimages. He grabbed one tendril, planted a sticky grenade charge, and vaulted off it, detonating it mid-swing to use the recoil to kick All for One in the face. All for One coughed, his strength visibly increasing. He was faster now, stronger, his regeneration sharper. But Bakugo was reading him. Every move. It's like he's already planned the next 5. But Bakugo was adapting too. His instincts, honed in fire and blood, screamed at him. He was no longer the angry boy who fought without thinking. He was fighting like a hero. All Might's smile returns. Behind the smoke, All Might watched. Even broken, he smiled. Go, Bakugo. Light the way. As the last light of the sky began to dim into dusk, Bakugo landed on the fractured pavement, panting, blood at the corner of his mouth. All for One stood opposite him, half his face burned and regenerating rapidly, but his eyes were filled with fury. You're just a remnant. You were never chosen. Bakugo wiped blood from his chin and stepped forward, sparks dancing at his heels. I don't need to be chosen by a power like One for All. I chose myself. I chose to protect what you'll never understand. He launched forward again. The battlefield groaned under the pressure of unleashed quirks. Shattered buildings smoked behind them. Rubble crackled with static and fire. Bakugo Katsuki was breathing hard, one eye half shut, blood trailing down his jaw. The detonations were beginning to lose their edge. His body was failing before his spirit ever would. And before him stood All for One, now visibly younger, not a faceless husk in a breathing mask, but a man reborn, perhaps in his prime. Eyes gleaming with twisted joy, a predator unshackled. You're stalling, All for One said with a twisted grin. How noble! How futile! Bakugo grunted, sparks hissing from his gauntlets, but his legs shook slightly. He knew. All for One's decay was reversing. The monster was becoming more volatile. And more deadly. Then it happened. A single, barbed tendril shot forward, too fast. Bakugo turned but not in time. It pierced through his side, and he staggered back with a guttural cry. A brilliant spiral of energy burst through the air, knocking All for One's hand off course. Nighteye Hado, eyes glowing, hair flowing like ribbons of energy, floated in from above. From the right, a massive, shifting form, a creature with wings, claws, scales, and armored chitin landed beside Bakugo. Tamaki Amajiki, a walking arsenal of organic power, gritted his teeth as his mutated limbs locked into place. Then, bouncing forward with a blinding smile. You're not taking anyone else today. Mirio Togata erupted from the ground, intangible, zipping in and out of the rubble as he kept moving, drawing All for One's attention. Bakugo blinked, still on one knee, blood dripping freely, as the three stood between him and the demon lord. You idiots, he muttered. I had this. Nighteye offered a brief smile. We're not letting you be the last ember. Tamaki steadied his mutated arms, now forming a living artillery cannon. Multiple animal components: octopus muscle, whale bones, falcon eyes, crab plating compressed and twisted into a massive weaponized limb. We'll buy time. No matter what it takes. All for One narrowed his eyes, a flicker of something between annoyance and respect. More children. More lambs to the slaughter. But Tamaki was already locking into position. Hado stabilized the charge. Nijaya's spiraling energy flowed into the core of Tamaki's massive cannon arm, swirling into a brilliant glowing orb amplifying his quirk structure. And from the side, Mirio phased in and out, throwing rapid, well-timed punches and kicks not to hurt, but to interrupt. He redirected attacks, tripping the timing of All for One's brutal combos. Each move carved out the window Tamaki needed, and Bakugo, gritting his teeth, stood beside him again. I'm not done. He clenched his fists. Sparks ignited. I'll light your shot. Tamaki's cannon locked on. Nighteye poured in her last burst of stabilized spiral energy. Bakugo detonated behind the blast, using his cluster drive to maximize velocity and precision. Fire! The blast roared. A torrent of energy and organic force, wrapped in detonation and light, slammed into All for One with crushing impact. Even his stolen force fields groaned. The impact cracked the air. The earth shook. All for One staggered, part of his body torn open, his expression furious. Nighteye panted. Tamaki's arm reverted, scorched. Mirio reappeared, smiling even while breathing hard. Bakugo, trembling from blood loss, still stood. All for One's growl rumbled like thunder. It doesn't matter. You delay the inevitable. But what he saw now wasn't just delay. He saw resolve, forged in real battles, real pain. These weren't kids anymore. Dust smoldered in the air. The massive, combined blast from Tamaki, Nighteye, Bakugo, and Mirio had torn a crater into the battlefield, pushing back even the reborn Demon King. And yet, from within the smoke, a single step echoed. Then another. The smoke cleared as All for One, his youthful face scraped but untouched in the center, stepped forward and brushed off the soot from his shoulders. His once imposing armor now cracked at the seams, Yet the malice beneath it flared uninterrupted. His smirk twisted into a snarl, the veins on his neck bulging as he glared down at the exhausted quartet below. "Children," he seethed, eyes glowing red. "You think you've made a difference? I am the end of your age." He raised his hand, fingers splitting into grotesque tendrils. But before the attack could fire, a whip in the sky. A black whip laced with surging power wrapped itself around his extended arm and yanked him into the air like a rag doll. "What?" Boom. A green flash burst across the field as a fist rocketed forward, smashing straight into All for One's chest, sending him crashing through 3 ruined buildings, concrete crumbling behind him. Silence. Then footsteps on gravel. 2 figures walked through the dust. Both stood tall. Both emanated purpose. One in a dark, weathered cloak, lightning crackling along his arms. The other, white hair trailing in the wind, eyes no longer feral but resolute. Izuku Midoriya. And beside him, Tenko Shimura. No longer the monster who was Shigaraki. No longer the puppet. Just a young man who had taken back his name. The system's sass sparks. "Wow," the system chirped inside Izuku's mind, voice laced with sarcasm. "One demonic immortal, freshly rejuvenated, and the 2 of you waltz in like it's a school play." Izuku smirked slightly, but said nothing. His eyes remained locked ahead. Only he could hear it, and only he could feel the storm that was still to come. "Let's just hope you're not late to your own funeral party, Izuku." The look of a friend. Izuku's boots hit the cracked pavement, and he turned, wind blowing his tattered cape behind him. Down below Katsuki Baku, kneeling, bleeding, scorched and panting. The others Mirio, Nighteye, Tamaki flanked him, barely able to stand. Izuku blurred and reappeared beside them with a speed that left even Mirio wide-eyed. He looked down at Bakugo, who glared back through pain-laced defiance. Izuku smiled. "So, honest. Grateful. You've done enough, Katsuki," he said, his voice low. "You should rest now." Bakugo clicked his tongue, looked away. But the tension in his shoulders relaxed, ever so slightly. "DMN nerd," he muttered. "Always gotta have the last punch, huh?" Izuku laughed once. The world could be falling apart, but some things never changed. Tenko speaks for himself. Behind him, Tenko stepped forward, stopping just short of the debris where All for One had landed. Eyes sharp, jaw clenched. "He doesn't own me," Tenko said flatly. "Not anymore." Izuku looked at him, nodding. "Then it's time to prove it." The Demon King rises again. Rubble shifted. A hand burst free, followed by a snarl of pure hatred. All for One, now visibly bleeding from his mouth and nose, stood again. His body younger, quicker, more unstable. His hair whipped around him. Lightning surged across his fingertips. But something in his eyes burned not with confidence but obsession. And when he saw Tenko? "Traitor," he spat. "You would turn against your creator?" Tenko didn't flinch. "I'm not yours. And I never was. The path forward is war." Izuku clenched his fists. Black whip rippled, danger sense pulsed, and gearshift hummed to life deep in his legs. Tenko cracked his knuckles, the force of decay vibrating faintly in the air. Above them, clouds boiled. Below them, the broken world watched. And ahead of them, the final confrontation stood waiting. "We're ready," Izuku whispered. "Let's finish this." Chapter end. The sky wept ash. From above, dark clouds swirled like a crown of ruin over the broken battlefield below. Rubble crackled with dying embers. Sirens were long gone. The screams of war had faded. Now, only the breathing of 3 men remained. Izuku Midoriya, Tenko Shimura, and the being who refused to die All for One. All for One's wrath. He stood taller than ever now. His skin tight with youth, his hair longer, slicked back like a prince of the apocalypse. His eyes were molten red. He looked no older than 20. But his presence? Ancient. Terrifying. Eternal. "You two think you're strong?" he said, his voice sharp and menacing. "You're playing checkers on a board I've owned for generations." From behind his back, his arms multiplied and twisted, unleashing dozens hundreds of quirks in a storm of chaos. lasers, spikes, shockwaves, gravity wells, acidic rain, spatial distortions, even quirks Izuku couldn't name. You're 5 steps behind. Actually, a sudden gearshift explosion turned Izuku into a blur. In the span of a breath, he zipped through a dozen attacks, pivoted off a gravity pulse midair, and skated across a collapsing void as if it were solid ground. I'm 5 steps ahead. His fist struck All for One's jaw before he could react, spinning the villain like a top midair. Behind him, Black Whip burst forth, yanking away 2 spikes that were about to impale Tenko. I told you this system needed a final test, Izuku muttered with a smirk. The system roars. Inside his mind, the system's voice chirped cool, analytical, and impossibly smug. System now running, full adaptive combat suite, OFAbreaker.exe. Engaging in predictive response patterning. Warning, you're about to look very cool. Already do, Izuku said aloud. Talking to yourself? Tenko muttered as he leapt through a wall of flame. Nope. That's called having advanced internal monologue software, thank you very much. Tenko joins the storm. Tenko slammed both hands into the earth. Decay surged outward like a wave, erasing dozens of incoming quirk constructs. With a twist of his arm, a shock burst of stored energy launched him into the sky, where he unleashed black tendrils of air cannon and search combined, pinpointing All for One's next 3 attacks. Left shoulder, high kick, eye laser, he muttered. Got it. Izuku answered, bending with float and FA gene, twisting his torso midair to avoid a deadly slash. Together, they moved like a storm given shape. Izuku, brilliant and unpredictable, his mind honed by the system and his experience. Tenko, unstable but brilliantly adaptive, fighting not as a puppet but as a person finally claiming agency. Blood and thunder. All for One let out a shriek not of pain, but of fury. Dare they? You think this is funny? He growled, unleashing a barrage of 4 spikes. A little. Izuku replied, pivoting with danger sense and launching a Manchester smash directly into All for One's abdomen. You're not supposed to be laughing at me. That's what makes it even funnier. Tenko hollered, a rare grin stretching across his face as he melted an attack midair, then redirected it with another stolen quirk into All for One's side. The fight breaks reality. The force of the trio's battle cracked buildings into dust. Craters formed with each impact. Lightning split the sky above. The ground below writhed with energy. It was no longer a battlefield. It was a cataclysm. All for One, bleeding from the mouth and ribs, roared with unrestrained hate. His regeneration couldn't keep up. His quirks burned through his body too fast. He was winning, he had more, but why couldn't he kill them? You're both broken, he shouted. You're both abominations of my legacy. Izuku floated midair, sparks running down his limbs, gearshift humming, effigy charged, smokescreen billowing. Tenko hovered beside him on a platform of stolen quirks, arms pulsing with decay and power, eyes dead calm. Funny, Izuku said. I thought you were the abomination. The system agrees, the AI chimed in helpfully. Also, your hair is looking particularly villainous today. Tenko snorted, actually laughing as he readied his next barrage. The end begins. Izuku narrowed his gaze. They had him. They actually had him. Now came the finishing blow. He looked to Tenko. Tenko looked to him. No words needed. Izuku surged forward. Tenko followed a second behind. All for One screamed. The world did not tremble. It held its breath. The dust had not yet settled. The ground was scorched and trembling. Above it, the sky twisted like torn cloth, marred by unnatural energy. What had once been a battlefield was now a cratered scar on the earth. At the center stood Izuku Midoriya and Tenko Shimura, shoulder to shoulder. Before them, All for One. Or what remained of him. The child of Rot. He looked young. Disturbingly young. Barely older than a child. A warped, twisted parody of innocence. His face was smaller, tighter, his limbs lanky, wiry. Yet his eyes burned wild and furious sockets of hate that defied his form. He snarled through gritted teeth, face contorted in rage as his own quirks twisted against him, some activating without command, others refusing to respond. The immense power he once controlled with precision was now a cacophony of rebellion. No, this wasn't supposed to happen, he shrieked, voice cracking, breaking. You were supposed to kill each other. But Izuku stood tall. And Tenko? He just grinned. Side by side. They once stood on opposite ends of a shattered ideology. But they were brothers in resolve. 2 legacies. 2 torches. 1 purpose. Izuku's knuckles cracked as he drew back his right fist, sparks dancing off his arm like electricity over sunsteel. Tenko's left hand twitched with swirling energy, decay pulsating and focused with perfect control. They stood together not as successor and villain, but as 2 warriors fighting to end the curse that haunted them both. This ends now, Izuku said coldly. Yeah, Tenko added. Time for the old gods to burn. They lunged twin streaks of green and white, speed transcending logic, rhythm honed like swords, and a punch, synchronized in perfect unity, slammed into All for One's torso with the fury of every life shattered by his tyranny. Silhouettes in the light. As the blow connected, All for One was sent flying, crashing through air and earth and memory. In the split second of contact, as he was suspended midair, he saw them. Behind Izuku 8 silhouettes, each bearing pride, pain, and purpose. The predecessors of One for All. They stood together, silent, judging, unforgiving, and they all looked at him with the same word behind their eyes. Monster. The desperate last strike. In a final deranged scream, All for One released everything, a black tendril of pure annihilation. Quirk after quirk melded into one final desperate spear of hate aimed straight at Tenko. It pierced through his chest dead center, right through the heart. For a moment, the world stilled. Izuku's breath caught. Tenko? But Tenko? He laughed. A gurgle escaped his lips, but his smile only widened. He looked at the tendril and touched it. Decay activated. Cracks formed along the black mass, spreading like shattered glass, racing back toward All for One. The villain's eyes widened in horror. What are you? You messed up, Tenko spat, grinning. I'm not going anywhere, until you do. System override. Izuku's eyes lit with fire. Inside his mind, the system responded. Override initiated. Power limiters disengaged. Quirk output surpassing 500%. Risk. System degradation. Approval required. Do it, Izuku whispered. Absolutely. Let's finish this, Deku. The voice was proud. Around him, the predecessors gathered, their energy flowing through him. Nana. Banjo. Haikage. All of them. And in the silence, they all nodded. One last blow, kid, Nana said. Make it count, Banjo grinned. For all of us, Haikage added. Izuku roared. A primal, universe-tearing, heartbreaking roar. Smokescreen coated the battlefield. Float lifted him above. Danger sense guided his body. Black whip stabilized his form. FA gene exploded in his limbs. Gear shift fractured time around him and broke the sound barrier twice. And behind it all, One for All at 500% burned like a star-gone supernova. He moved. And with a scream that echoed across the nation, United States of Oblivion. Izuku's fist, glowing with pure light and legacy, crashed into All for One's chest. The end of an era. The world turned white. The shockwave cracked the heavens. All for One screamed not in pain, but in disbelief. He felt his body tearing apart, his quirks disobeying, his very existence unraveling. The eternal. Not anymore, Izuku whispered. With one last push, One for All roared in triumph, not alone, but with every soul who carried it, and every soul it protected. And just like that, All for One was gone. Aftermath. Izuku landed hard, coughing, muscles twitching from overdrive. Sparks still danced across his fingertips. His vision blurred. Turned. Tenko still stood. Barely. His chest scorched, body battered, but alive. He gave a bloodied smile. Guess you win, hero. Izuku knelt beside him. No, he said softly. We won. Above them, The sun finally broke through the clouds. The world was quiet. Broken. Not bleeding. Quiet. Izuku stood in a boundless field of white light, neither warm nor cold. A liminal place between thought and soul, emotion and power. Here, One for All existed in its purest form, a garden of memory and legacy. Before him stood 7 figures, bathed in the golden glow of their fading existence. Yoichi Shigaraki, the first. Haikage Shinomori, the recorder. Daigoro Banjo, the powerhouse. Nana Shimura, the strength. And the smoke. Kudo, the tactician. Bruce Lee, the researcher. And All Might was not yet among them. They all looked upon him, not with expectation, but with pride. And then the system appeared. Floating beside them, clad in black and emerald, a figure with no face, only eyes glowing, ever-shifting, unreadable. Its shape was humanoid, but its presence was otherworldly. A hollow-like wraith of power made whole through growth. Its voice was low, almost gentle. You've done it, Izuku Midoriya. You've made One for All yours. Izuku raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. You look like a bootleg villain from a ghost anime. That on purpose? The system chuckled. A sound like static mixed with wind chimes. I figured I'd match your dramatic flair. You did just punch a megalomaniac into oblivion with 500% power, after all. Izuku smirked just a little. The end of the line, he turned his attention to the 7. They didn't say a word at first. They didn't need to. They were glowing. Slowly. Fading. Not from death, but from completion. Nana was the first to step forward. All for One is gone. Truly. Finally. There's no need for us to stay anymore. Yoichi gave a nod, eyes soft. We were fragments of purpose, echoes left behind to guide One for All's final wielder. That wielder is you, Izuku. Haikage added, and now, the power is yours alone. No more backlash. No more echoes. Just you. All of it. Daigoro punched the air with a grin. That means you can go wild with all our quirks now, kid. Go nuts. Izuku laughed, but it was short-lived. His chest felt heavier than ever. I don't want to forget you guys. And stepped forward, placing a ghostly hand on Izuku's shoulder. You won't. We're not going away. We're just resting. It's not goodbye. It's peace. Kudo smiled. You've inherited everything. Not just our power, but our will. That's stronger than any quirk. They all stepped back, forming a circle around him. And together, in one unified voice, they spoke. You are the last user of One for All. Its strongest. Its final guardian. Light enveloped them. One by one, they faded, leaving behind warmth. Not sorrow. Just peace. The system's truth. Izuku was alone again. Except for the figure in black. So, he said, facing the system, what about you? You sticking around too? The system paused. No. My purpose was tied to them. It was the culmination of their thoughts, your growth, and the will of One for All's evolution. I was your compass. Your motivator. Your inner fire when everything else nearly broke. Izuku looked away, eyes moist. So this is goodbye. The system tilted its head. Before that, you were about to give me a name? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah. Figured you earned it. Maybe something cool. Like Arclet or Pulse. The system chuckled. Too late. I already have one. Izuku blinked. What? The system's form began to dissolve into green particles, like a dying star casting one final glow. You gave it to me every time you called out in desperation. Every time you picked yourself up. Every time you believed in others. I've already got a name. It leaned forward, voice soft and amused. It's Hope. Izuku's eyes widened. Hope, huh? The system nodded. Thanks to you, Izuku Midoriya, I became something more. Not just code. Not just quirk memory. You made me believe. The light consumed it. And with one final smirk, it whispered, Plus Ultra, you little nerd. Silence. Then Izuku opened his eyes. The real world greeted him with golden sunlight peeking through shattered clouds. His body ached, but his heart was whole. He looked up and whispered, Thanks, Hope. The steady beep 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 of the heart monitor echoed like a quiet anthem of survival. Izuku Midoriya's eyes fluttered open, his eyelids heavy from exhaustion but not pain. There was no searing ache, no broken ribs, no burn that scorched to the bone. Only tiredness. A kind that ran deeper than muscle. The kind of tired that came after carrying the weight of a dying world and still choosing to walk. White sheets, sunlight filtering through the half-shuttered blinds, and the faint scent of antiseptic. He was in a hospital. And then, DKU. A blur of brown and pink collided into his side. Careful, someone hissed, but it was too late. Ochako was already holding on to him like he might vanish again. Her hair was a mess, her eyes red from crying, but she smiled like the sun had finally returned to the sky. Behind her stood the rest of Class 1A, crowding in, their faces a kaleidoscope of relief. Ida stood tall with his hands clasped tightly. Todoroki was silent but watching. Kirishima grinned with tears streaming freely. Mina, Jo, Tokoyami, and even Aoyama, trembling with a bouquet in hand, stood behind. And then, Shinso, and his mom, holding her hands to her mouth, barely able to contain the sob that escaped. Aizawa stood near the corner, arms crossed but his single visible eye shimmered with a gentleness rarely seen. And finally, Toshinori Yagi, gaunt and skeletal, but standing proud. Izuku blinked. Did someone throw a party while I was unconscious? A few snorts and chuckles answered him. Kirishima laughed. Bro, you punched All for One out of existence. You think we wouldn't show up for that? Izuku smiled, but for just a moment, his expression faltered. He glanced at the ceiling. Waiting. Listening. Hope. Nothing. No sassy retort. No witty sarcasm. No teasing chuckle. The space where hope once was felt. Quiet. A silence that thudded in his chest. Ochako squeezed his hand gently. You okay? Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah. Aizawa cleared his throat and stepped forward. Midoriya. We figured you'd want the full update. Izuku looked up. Aizawa continued, his voice calm but firm. All for One is confirmed gone. The rest of the villains are either captured or scattered and rendered powerless. It's over. A wave of breath escaped the room as if everyone had been holding it. But Izuku's eyes narrowed, serious again. What about Tenko? Silence. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Tenko. Izuku nodded, his voice softer. Shigaraki. That wasn't just Shigaraki. That was Tenko Shimura. Aizawa's gaze shifted to All Might. Toshinori's jaw clenched, but he nodded solemnly. We didn't know what to say. After the final blow, after he helped you fight All for One, he stood for a moment. Then his body. Toshinori hesitated. Katsuki, standing near the window, arms bandaged and in a sling, finished for him. That he crumbled into dust. Everyone looked toward Bakugo. He didn't blink. That dumb bastard had a hole where his heart used to be. Still stood tall. Like he finally remembered who he was. Izuku didn't speak. His breath caught. Katsuki stepped forward, just a bit, then dug into his coat and pulled out a small, charred fragment of what looked like a tattered scarf, gray, edged in red. He tossed it gently onto Izuku's lap. Before he vanished, he said one thing. Katsuki's voice cracked slightly, but he steadied it. Tell Izuku. You've done well, hero. The words hit like thunder. Izuku looked down at the fragment. Tenko's final remains. Not rage. Not destruction. Just acceptance. Ochako held him a little tighter. Tears rolled down Izuku's cheeks, but he didn't sob. He didn't scream. He just whispered, "Rest easy, Tenko." Outside, the sun had finally risen above the city. The sky was blue. And for the first time in a long while, it felt like peace. Japan was healing. The skyline was no longer lined with smoke but with cranes and scaffolding. Where craters once stood, concrete and steel now rose layer by layer, brick by brick. Streets once scarred by battle echoed with the sounds of hammers and drills, laughter and life. People helped one another. Heroes, pros, students, volunteers worked side by side with civilians to rebuild what was lost. Though the wounds were still fresh, the spirit of perseverance endured. Stronger than fear. Louder than doubt. And at the heart of it all, standing tall once again, was UA High School. Inside Class 1A, the light poured through the windows like a quiet blessing. The classroom felt both familiar and new, desks arranged just the same, yet polished and restored. The walls bore a few new cracks of memory. Reminders of all they'd endured. The seats were filled Todoroki, Ida, Ojiro, Hagakure, Ochako, Kirishima, Mina, Jairu, Shoji, Koda, Sato, Tokoyami, Siro, Tsuyu, Momo, Kaminari, Izuku, Katsuki, and Mineta, begrudgingly, with Shinso now seated in the back corner. And standing at the front, a little uncertain yet composed, was Yuga Aoyama. He wasn't in uniform. Not anymore. His elegant suit was crisp, his demeanor calm, though his fingers fidgeted slightly. "Friends," he began, his voice soft but sincere, "I will not be returning to Class 1A. There were small gasps. Even if many had known it deep down, hearing it aloud carried weight. "I must atone. Not just with words, but actions. I will enter the redemption tournament, as required by law. A hero's path is never easy and mine must begin anew." He turned his eyes toward Shinso, who blinked in surprise. "I entrust my place to you." Shinso leaned back, arms folded. "I don't feel like a replacement. But," he paused, "that I'll honor it." There was no animosity in his tone. Only respect. Aoyama nodded, smiling gently. "Very well. I couldn't have asked for better." Before he could say another word, Izuku Midoriya stood from his seat. He didn't speak at first. He just walked toward Aoyama, eyes kind, expression steady, and then pulled him into a hug. Not brief. Not forced. Just honest. Aoyama's breath hitched. "You're still one of us," Izuku said quietly. Aoyama chuckled, his voice thick with emotion. "You sentimental sap." Then, just as tears began to form, he reached into his inner coat pocket, and with an exaggerated flourish, pulled out a wedge of golden cheese and promptly stuffed it into Izuku's mouth. "For old time's sake," he cried. Izuku staggered, startled, nearly choking. The class erupted. Kirishima laughed so hard he fell out of his chair. Jairu snorted. Mina and Ochako were wheezing. Ida sputtered something about propriety while Kaminari recorded the moment on his phone. Even Todoroki allowed himself a small smile. "Deku's final boss, cheese," Koda muttered with a rare grin. Aoyama stepped back, hands flamboyantly on his hips. "Fear not, for I shall return not as a villain, but as a shining light." "Do you have to pose when you say that?" Jairu deadpanned. He winked. "Always." Outside the classroom, as sunlight streamed through the windows, a gentle wind swept through the open hall. Aoyama looked back one last time before walking away down the corridor, his silhouette proud, light, and steady. Behind him, Class 1A returned to its new normal. Not perfect, but whole. Time marched forward. The days of conflict, the nights of battles, and the echoes of cries that once filled the ruins of cities now lived only in memory. Japan was different now, wounded but standing, rebuilt and resilient. The scars hadn't vanished, but they no longer bled. And neither had the heroes. UA High School too had changed. Its once fortified structure, made to be a stronghold in wartime, had softened back into a school and academy of growth, challenge, and hope. The air was still filled with ambition, but it was gentler now. Less survival. More future. Izuku Midoriya, now wearing the upgraded UA third-year uniform, walked the long, familiar hallway. His pace was slow, his green curls a little neater, his frame taller, his gait more composed, but the weight in his eyes hadn't left him. Every step he took echoed not just off the walls but in his mind. This was the same hallway where he once walked with trembling legs, where he'd clenched his fists, questioning his worth, and where the voice of hope first echoed within him. The voice that pushed him, guided him, sassily commented whenever he made an idiotic move. Izuku stopped walking. He glanced out the window, where the late afternoon sun poured golden light over the campus courtyard. "Hope," he said aloud. The name floated into the empty hallway like a ghost of warmth. But there was only silence. He smiled faintly, eyes softening. I'm a third year now. You'd probably say I still overthink everything. His voice trailed. Then he chuckled to himself and added under his breath, I still want to hear your voice. Even just once. A beat of silence passed. Unless it has to come with dramatic music and fireworks, talking to yourself again? The voice made his shoulders flinch in surprise. Turned. Standing just a few steps away, hands gently folded behind her back, was Ochako Uraraka. Her hair had grown longer, pulled behind one. Her eyes had matured, still soft, still kind, but sharper now, wiser. And yet the smile she wore when looking at him hadn't changed in the slightest. He relaxed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You know me. Some things never change. She took a few steps forward, leaning slightly toward him, her face tilted with playful curiosity. You've been walking down this hallway muttering since first year, Izuku. Honestly, I'm surprised the walls aren't talking back by now. He laughed earnest, a little breathy, and stepped closer until they stood almost toe-to-toe. The sun dipped behind him, casting a warm halo across both their figures. Well, you've known me this long, he said, his voice lower now, more ending. He leaned in, gently pressing his forehead against hers. Ochako froze for just a heartbeat, cheeks igniting pink, but didn't pull away. In fact, she closed the space just a little more. Her hand reached up and brushed lightly against his chest, fingers curling gently into his jacket. And then, their lips slowly drew closer, breath mingling, eyes fluttering. For the love of, they both jerked their heads toward the voice, nearly springing apart. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed, his expression twisted somewhere between annoyance and exhaustion. Can you two just get a room already? He barked, already turning on his heel. You're worse than romance manga. Dimin extras. Izuku and Ochako blinked. Then burst into laughter. Still got the timing of a wrecking ball, Ochako wheezed. Izuku smiled, glancing at her one more time before they started walking. Some things really never change. They followed after Katsuki toward their classroom, class 3A now. They were older, wiser, but the bond between them all had only grown stronger. Even in a world stitched together after chaos, their laughter echoed loud and clear. The war was over. Not just the one that tore through cities or claimed headlines, but the war within Izuku Midoriya. The war for identity, for purpose, for survival. UA High was in full swing once more. Reconstruction had long since finished. Trees now stood where rubble once lay. Laughter echoed again in the dorms, the training grounds, the hallways. Class 3A, the final year. Izuku stood on the rooftop of UA, the wind brushing past his face, as if the breeze itself wanted to keep him grounded. He closed his eyes and reached inward, not to summon power, not to unleash strength, but simply to feel. Nothing. No voices. No shadows in his mindscape. No ancestral memories rising up to meet him. The silence was comforting. They're gone, he thought, a small smile forming. At peace. No vestiges. No whispering predecessors. No ghosts of those who passed on the torch. One for all was his. And his alone. Hey! He turned, finding Ochako approaching with that familiar mix of strength and softness in her eyes. You always brood up here after a good day? Izuku chuckled. Just remembering. Or maybe just making sure it's real. She stood beside him and leaned her head gently against his shoulder. It is. We made it. You made it. They both looked out at the skyline, lost in their own thoughts, but nevertheless, kept their hands close to each other. A new age dawned. Pro-hero rankings were restructured. Symbolism was cast aside in favor of action. Shinso, now proudly wearing the UA badge of 3A, walked beside Ida as they helped train the next generation of first years. Bakugo, still explosive, still stubborn, now bore a more silent understanding of what it meant to protect. He never admitted it aloud, but he respected Izuku now more than ever. Todoroki, scarred but healing, had finally found balance between fire and ice, not just in quirk, but in soul. Ochako and Izuku, they were no longer just hopeful kids staring at a dream. They were young adults standing in it. And Izuku? He was more than a vessel. More than the ninth. He was the last hit, but also the first of something new. In the quiet of the night, Izuku sat at his desk, writing in a journal. Not the old notebooks filled with hero stats, but something more personal. He wrote, "One for all began with a single flicker of resistance. A power meant to oppose the darkness. But it never truly belonged to any of us until now. They've moved on. They've given me their faith. And with that, I walk forward. Not as their shadow but as myself." He paused. Then added simply, "Thank you, Hope." He closed the journal, walked to his window, and looked up at the night sky. There were no stars that night. Just the moon. But somehow, it was bright enough. UA High had seen its share of strange days, villain invasions, dorm lockdowns, and even airborne campuses, but nothing quite prepared Class 3A for this particular morning. The warm spring air rolled over the open windows of the classroom, birds chirping as if the day itself had something special in mind. Izuku Midoriya had just settled into his seat, sipping from a bottle of tea, when the door suddenly slammed open with theatrical flair. "Koda-kun, move faster." "Izuku!" Before anyone could react, a blur of orange and blonde charged into the room like a cat on caffeine. Pixie Bob in full hero outfit and high-energy glory latched onto a very startled Izuku, wrapping him in a grip that would have surprised even All Might. "You a Pixie Bob-san?" Izuku blinked rapidly, stiffening in surprise. "Look at you. You've grown up so much. And you're even more handsome now. The future symbol of peace indeed." She beamed, eyes sparkling. "If I were 10 years younger, no, scratch that. If I were just more daring, I'd steal you away." A gasp echoed from the classroom. A chair screeched. Ochako Uraraka, who had been mid-sip from her juice box, froze in place. A blush blossomed across her cheeks, her eyebrows twitching. "Excuse me," she said slowly. Around the classroom, jaws dropped. Kirishima looked like he was witnessing the most unmanly thing in his life. "So you blinked." Kaminari whispered, "This is so gonna be a meme." Bakugo growled, "This again?" under his breath. "Oh." Mandalay appeared at the doorway, more composed. "Apologies, everyone. You probably should have waited for the right time." Behind her, Koda Izumi stood awkwardly, tugging on his cap. "Hey, that long time." Koda-kun." Izuku gently peeled Pixie Bob off him, only for her to cling tighter. "It's been a while," Koda said, eyes bright. He looked older now, more confident, but still that same fiery kid who once hated heroes. "I heard everything. About what you did." "Awful." 1. Izuku smiled warmly, but his face twitched as Pixie Bob's cheek nuzzled into his shoulder. "Pixie Bobson, please," he said, turning pink. "This is really, highly inappropriate." "Ah, come on, just let a girl dream a little. You're the perfect blend of determination and adorable." Thanks? But he's taken." Ochako's voice cut through the air like a needle through fabric. She stepped forward, expression sweet but determined. Pixie Bob turned her head. "Oh, this little cinnamon bun has claws." "Dean right I do." Ochako smiled, wrapping her arm around Izuku's. "Midoriya-kun is my boyfriend." Silence. Then came Siro's whistle, and Mina's loud whisper. "She went there." "Is this confirmed?" asked Ida, rising dramatically. "Have you finally acknowledged your affections formally?" I mean, yeah," Izuku said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "We've been dating for a while now." Pixie Bob's hands flew to her cheeks. "My heart. You two are just the cutest thing I've ever seen. Gah. I'm still gonna tease you though." As she finally let go, Izuku sagged in relief, only for her to boop his nose before stepping back. The rest of the morning passed in laughter and gossip. Koda handed Izuku a letter handwritten, full of gratitude and pride. He'd been training to become a rescue hero. Izuku promised to be there if he ever needed anything. As the wild pussycats left, Pixie Bob gave one last over-the-top wink. "Take care of him, Uravity-chan. He's a rare one." Ochako rolled her eyes with a smirk. "You have no idea." Izuku, red as ever, leaned against his desk and sighed. Somehow, fighting villains is easier than that. Bakugo, passing by, snorted. You're just mad she's not wrong. Wakakin, he said. Clingy cats got taste. The golden light of afternoon filtered through the tall windows of UA High, casting warm shadows across the polished floors and desks of Class 3A. The air buzzed not with electricity, not with danger, but something subtler. Something heavier. Final term. It was the beginning of the end. The final semester of the year had officially begun, and the classroom buzzed with quiet energy as students filtered in one by one. Conversations were softer now, more mature. There were no more petty squabbles or reckless shouting matches, well, except for Bakugo, but even he had mellowed, slightly. These were no longer children. These were heroes standing at the edge of the professional world. At the front of the classroom, Aizawa stood as always, looking a bit more tired than usual, his scarf draped over his shoulders rather than wound tightly. "Morning," he grunted. "Good morning," the class echoed, a little too enthusiastically. "Don't get too excited. We've got a challenging semester ahead of us." He clicked the projector, and the board lit up with a single word: future. Each of you has already walked through fire, some of you, literal hell, and you've come out stronger. Now's the time to start planning what kind of heroes you're going to be, and how you'll stand in this world. Momo, ever composed, raised her hand. "Will we be choosing agencies today?" Aizawa nodded. "Final placements. Most of you already have strong ties with pro heroes Endeavor, Ryukyu, Fatgum, Hawks. Your track records speak for themselves. Today's about cementing what comes next." A ripple of excitement moved through the class. Izuku Midoriya sat near the window, fingers interlaced in thought. His eyes weren't on the board, they were staring out at the school grounds, where younger students were training. His mind lingered on that one thought. This is it. No more safety nets. His quirk, one for all, pulsed quietly inside him, but not as a roaring beast like before. It was calmer now. Hope, the system, his strange guide through all of this, was gone. At peace, just like the predecessors. He was alone now, and yet not lonely. Their legacy was his to carry, and he was ready. Or so he thought. "Midoriya." He snapped out of it. Aizawa was calling on him. "You're going with either Endeavor's or Sir Nighteye's agency again?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, sir. But I'd like to split my time between those two and UA as a support instructor, if possible." There was a moment of silence. A few classmates blinked. "Interesting," Aizawa muttered. "So you're thinking about teaching?" "Not full-time. Just giving back. I wouldn't be here if others hadn't done the same for me." A small smile curled on All Might's face in the corner of the room. He was visiting that day, arms crossed, eyes proud. Just like a certain someone. Ochako, sitting beside Izuku, gave his hand a quick squeeze under the desk. He squeezed back. By lunch, the cafeteria was buzzing. Everyone was talking about their plans. Jairu and Tokoyami had secured a joint internship with a media response agency known for balancing hero work and disaster PR. Mina was thinking about creating an outreach program for quirk education in early schools. Ida was already in talks with the Hero Public Safety Commission for a civic leadership role. And Bakugo? He was silent. Until Kirishima asked, "So, what about you, man?" Bakugo finally said, "I'm starting my own agency." Everyone blinked. "You're what?" Kaminari nearly dropped his drink. "I'm starting my own," Bakugo repeated. "I've seen what's out there. No offense to Genist, Endeavor, or anyone else, but I'm not walking behind another man's shadow. I've got my own path." Izuku smiled. "That's pretty on brand." Bakugo side-eyed him. "Demen right it is." The bell rang, and just like that, the final semester was in motion. Time ticked forward. Graduation photos. Farewell parties. Final exams. Through it all, Class 3A remained a tight-knit family. They had lost, bled, laughed, and grown together. But now, the world awaited them not as students, but as heroes. And as Izuku stood on the roof of UA that evening, looking over the cityscape that was slowly healing, he smiled. "Hope," he whispered, eyes soft, "I hope you're watching this. Because I'm not done yet." In the breeze, he could have sworn he heard a faint, sassy chuckle. The UA High Auditorium had never looked more radiant. Sunlight poured through stained glass panels high above, scattering vibrant colors over the polished floor and the assembled crowd. Banners bearing the UA emblem fluttered lightly. The atmosphere was electric with excitement, pride, and just a touch of bittersweet nostalgia. Parents and guardians filled the audience, dressed in their finest. Some dabbed their eyes. Others sat upright. With hands clasped proudly, eyes shimmering with tears they refused to let fall just yet. The culmination of years of training, trials, friendships, and struggles had brought these students to the very edge of hero society. They had walked through challenges and now, they stood triumphant. On the elevated stage stood the staff of UA Principal Nizu, Aizawa, Midnight's memorial plaque, Hound Dog, and a smiling yet emotional All Might, suited in a sharp black tux. Even present Mike was unusually solemn, his usual flair quieted in reverence of the moment. The murmurs quieted as the master of ceremonies, Cementos, stepped up to the podium. "It is my honor to present the graduating class of UA High." Applause erupted. Cheers echoed. Camera flashes blinked like stars. And the heroes in training along with all of the other students walked across the stage in formal uniforms, some beaming, some solemn, all radiating pride. And then, the moment everyone was waiting for. Aizawa stepped forward and adjusted the mic. Now, the student representative, chosen for his diligence, growth, and service to his classmates and this school. Tenya Ida, please come forward. Tenya adjusted his glasses, walking to the center stage with practiced posture and humble confidence. The moment he stood behind the podium, the air shifted. His voice rang clear and crisp. Today marks the end of a chapter, but not the end of our journey. We arrived here as uncertain children. We leave as heroes forged through adversity, pain, and triumph. We've faced war, witnessed loss, and found unity in our differences. We are here. Not just students. Not just aspiring heroes. We are a family. To the teachers who guided us with unwavering patience. To the parents who entrusted us to this path. To the friends who became our foundation, thank you. And to our future selves, I hope you never forget who you were today. Never forget the ideals you carried when you first put on your uniform. Because those ideals will carry us into tomorrow. The crowd broke into standing applause. Even Bakugo muttered, "In glasses, you got me emotional." The stage shifted. Diplomas were handed out. Class 3, as name was immortalized in the legacy of UA. But then, Nizu waddled forward once more, a curious smile on his face. "Before we conclude, there is one last announcement." The murmuring returned. This student has stood as a pillar not just in our school, but in the world's hope. He has saved lives, helped shape the future, and reminded all of us what it means to fight not just with strength, but with heart. Izuku Midoriya, would you please join us? All eyes turned as Izuku stood, almost sheepish but smiling. He walked to the center, green eyes reflecting the stage lights. His diploma was tucked under one arm, but his hand trembled slightly, not from nerves, but anticipation. He took the mic. "I didn't think I'd be standing here like this. When I first arrived at UA, I was an unsure kid, chasing a dream that seemed impossible. I never thought I'd have friends, let alone family. I didn't think I'd survive half the things we faced. But I did. Because of all of you. Because of the quirk I've earned through hard work and made my own. I know there's still so much more to do out there. Villains don't stop just because we're graduating. But I've learned that being a hero isn't about power. It's about choice. It's about choosing to rise, when everything else tries to hold you down. And it's about the people you fight for. The ones who give you the courage to keep going." He paused. "I have one more thing to do." The crowd held its breath. Izuku turned, locking eyes with someone near the front row of the student section. "Ochako Uraraka." "Uraraka," he said, his voice soft, genuine, unwavering. She blinked, startled as all eyes turned to her. Izuku held out his hand. "Come here." Confused but curious, she stepped forward, cheeks already flushed. Her fingers slid into his, and he gently pulled her up beside him. "I don't care who's watching anymore," he said with a grin. "I love you, And I don't want to waste another second. And then he leaned in, sharing a moment that felt like it lasted forever, right there on center stage, with every camera in the room capturing the moment. Guess. Cheers. Screams. Some girl fainted in the background. Bakugo shouted, "OH, come on," as Kirishima laughed beside him. Ochako's hands flew to her face when they pulled apart, but she was smiling, beaming. "You dork," she whispered. "You're stuck with me now," he whispered back. The ceremony concluded in laughter, applause, and tears. Parents hugged their children. Class 3A huddled in a big, tight group for one last photo. Some tried to hold back tears, most failed. The chapter closed. And the next one waited. Todoroki stoic. "But it's concerning. And strangely impressive." Yurashi, laughing. "You've got fire. Let's see if you can keep it burning." Izuku, smiling. "Please. I'm the one who lights the match." Scene 3, Izawa is done with this. Watching from a short distance, Izawa rubbed his temples, wishing for a moment of peace. Izawa. What happened to the mumbling, socially awkward nerd? Present mic, grinning. Character development, baby. Izawa. He's flirting with the opposition. System, hovering in a digital corner. You think I know what's going on? He was supposed to be my sweet little nerd muffin. Now he's out here acting like James Bond's caffeinated younger cousin. The first test begins. Inside the massive facility, the exam started. Rules. You must take down 2 targets on the bodies of other participants while defending your own. Only the first 100 to pass advance. Begin. And chaos erupted. Izuku Midoriya didn't run. He walked. Tactical. Dominant. Izuku, to his team. Scatter, but keep a diagonal line of sight. Yurarka, go high. Ida, push right. Jairu, flank left for intel. Keep them guessing. System. Did he just issue a 3-point flank in 10 seconds? I wait, oh my god, he just used a rock to set a trap. Is he Batman now? 3 students from another school tried to ambush him. They were laughing until Izuku flipped over them, used one to slam into the second, and tagged all 3 in 2 fluid moves. Student. What the? He's a support class. That wasn't. He's not supposed to. Izuku, dusting his gloves. Support this loss, buddy.